You are watching the Vodka Stream.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka Stream. How we doing today? God, this week is just so crazy. It does not feel like Saturday. Or Saturday. See, I'm even saying the wrong day right now. It does not feel like Friday. You know, I've had Wednesday, Thursday, and then today off. And then there was football today. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. I got to do a Vodka Stream. Hello. What is going on? But hey, you know, still here, still doing a Vodka Stream. Hopefully you guys had a good Thanksgiving. Happy post-Thanksgiving. My Thanksgiving was great. Let's go ahead and put on some, there we go, put on some little mood music right there. Cheers, guys. Got a little vodka poured. Cheers, everybody. Yeah, hopefully you had a good Thanksgiving. I had a good Thanksgiving. Went to Mama Film Junkie's house. And, of course, she made everything with... I even had some leftovers too, which was great. Just heated them all up in the air fryer. Just stuck one thing after the other. I have an air fryer. It took me so long to get an air fryer, but you know, I'd like it much better than a microwave. I don't know. Microwaves suck. I don't even use my microwave anymore. They're terrible. They're terrible if you think about it. So I had some leftovers today for dinner. But yesterday ate so much. And was hanging out with, aunt was there, and my brother, nephew, and his girlfriend. So that was good. How are we doing out there? What's going on? Taladia Plays. Hope all is well. Did you have a great Thanksgiving? Yes. Had a fantastic one. We watched football, and we're there for a little bit, and then came home, and then I watched Thanksgiving for the first time. That's right, guys. I have not seen Eli Roth's Thanksgiving. It's only been a year. Finally watched it. I'll give my review. I'll give a little mini review since I didn't see a new movie. I didn't see Moana 2 because I haven't even seen the first one. I have no interest. Sorry. Just no interest. I hear good things, fine, and I know the movie's going to be killing it. There's going to be, actually, this weekend, they said they reported, I think AMC was reporting, and now I wish I still had some AMC stock because I think it's going to probably go up, but that thing was not going anywhere for so long, so I got other stocks instead, but they're saying like this Thanksgiving weekend is going to be the biggest weekend either ever or in a very long time. I think they said ever because, you got Gladiator 2, you got Wicked, and you got Moana 2. So you just have you have a lot of options. And, so it's kind of great. What's going on, Ryan? Thanksgiving was great. Shano, greetings. What's up, everyone? I hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving this year. Yes, hopefully you guys did too. Hey, what's going on, RJ? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. We got Jeffrey Lane. You look kind of angry in your picture right there, but I like it. What's happening versus Sheed? We got Phil right here. What up? Phil will be joining shortly. Mr. Fear Jason, how's it going, sir? We got Mr. Balga. Film junkies and film junkettes. Let's talk turkey. All this week in geek. People still being tribal? No. What are you talking about? Being tribal? That's not a thing. What are we talking about here? Chris will be on too, of course. Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. Hey, I rewatched Fantastic Four 2005. It actually pretty decent and fun, and I don't understand why it's hated. Yeah, I don't hate it. I think it's good. How do you say his name? Shamik? More tweeting all sad about Haley. Oh man, yeah, I saw that. I think we're all kind of sad about it, right? I forgot that. Okay, that's what's great about their relationship, because I remember hearing about her and Josh Allen together. I mean, I think it was reported the first time that they were like out and about. I think it was like last year or maybe even the year before. They probably been at it for a while. But you never heard anything else about it. You never really heard anything else about it. They kept it quiet. never heard. I think there was like a couple of times that I saw a picture online where she was at a Buffalo Bills game, but it was nothing like too crazy. It's obviously not going to be in the same, stratosphere as the whole Taylor Swift thing, but you just never really heard about it, and they never really made it that public. But I totally forgot, and then it was like, and then she posted that he posted a picture. And then, of course, I made the joke because he is my quarterback in my fantasy league. So I was like, I'll be right back. I'm going to go ahead and remove him off the team. Yep, that's right. Haley Steinfeld off the market officially, essentially. Well, at least for now. And anyways, now they're probably going to start making babies soon. How much you want to bet? Within a year. Prego. Maybe. I don't know. He seems like that, he's like, he's probably going to, they probably got to start a family quickly. And then of course the whole Shemek Moore thing, of course, who voices Miles Morales in the Spider-Verse, and of course she voices Gwen. I know, I saw somebody on my timeline was taking it a little too seriously, and I was like, geez, it's not that serious, man. It's not that serious. It was all a joke, because just the relationship within that. I think there's just been a running joke with that. And maybe, I wouldn't be surprised if the dude actually did have a little bit of crush. It's Haley Steinfeld. She is gorgeous. So friggin' hot. So gorgeous. So I just, but it's a whole big joke. It's a whole big joke. By the stock, I know, probably, or for that weekend, right? I know, there's like, been trying to get back into doing that kind of stuff when it comes to stock market things. What's going on, Buster Barnes? How you doing? Let's see who else we got here. They got together like a year ago, and they're super private. Oh yeah, it was like a year ago. They don't talk about their relationship ever. They just stay to themselves and do their thing. Yeah, no, as they should, as it always should be. As they always should be. What's going on, Antonio? They were dating. I remember somebody took a picture of them. They were dating during COVID. Yeah, I think it's been like a couple of years. It wasn't. I think it's been a couple of years. I think it has been a couple of years, to be honest. I think it has. So, yeah, and then we got So I think it's been a couple of years. So good on them. Congratulations to them. Even though every guy, including me, who has a crush on her. We're all just, we all do that. It was like when Margot Robbie got pregnant, and everybody's like, oh, now she's, but now she's a MILF. I guess now she's got that title on her. But, it's just what happens. We all do that. We all have our little celebrity crushes, but it's not like we have a chance, right? We just, we have fantasies, I guess you could say, guys, right? Anyways, wow, this got weird fast. All right, so first off, I'm going to start off the stream tonight. Before we start pulling in everybody. Since I didn't, go see a movie, and I actually was pretty consistent again this month. I saw a movie every Thursday this past month. And, like to try to be consistent. I love going to the movies every Thursday. And, it's great too that, like I always say, my dad's retired, so he'll join me a lot now, and I think like pretty much every movie that's come out this month he joined up, so that was pretty cool. The 3 movies we saw, I think so. Anyways, that's besides the point. But I did see a movie I hadn't seen before last night, which was Thanksgiving, Eli Roth Thanksgiving. That's right. Which was, I guess, wasn't Thanksgiving? Yeah, Thanksgiving was Eli Roth's. When it came to the double feature with Tarantino and Rodriguez, Death Proof and Planet Terror, the Grindhouse, and they had like the trailers that were in between. They had an opening trailer, they had a couple trailers in between. It was such a great, oh man, I remember going to see that, me and my buddy going to see the double feature that was the Grindhouse movies, and it was so fantastic. Especially those trailers. You had one from the Wolfman one, and I think the Wolfman one, and I think Rob Zombie actually made it, but it wasn't that great. He had a Wolfman one, a crazy Wolfman one. Eli Roth had Thanksgiving. Edgar Wright had one called Don't. That was pretty cool. And then of course you had the other one. So it was just like a cool little collaboration with some of my favorite filmmakers. So I hadn't seen Thanksgiving, so when I was watching it, I was like, okay, this has all the tropes, all the cliches, and all the stuff. Machete was one. Yeah, was Machete in there too? But no, but yeah. So I was watching it, and I'm like, okay. I mean, I will say it was kind of. I'm not going to even give away the spoiler, just in case you hadn't seen it. It's like a year old. I kind of guessed who the killer was. Or not right off the bat, but into it, I was like, oh, what if it's okay? And I think, yeah, they okay. There was just something that kind of gave it away for me in the first act, where I went, I think it might be, but then I was going, no, and then I shifted it to maybe, and I started going, oh, is it this? Is it, and it's just like one of those things where I went, okay, and then I was like, okay, so it ended up being the character that I thought who the killer was. But I was like, you know what? It's still it's a fun slasher movie. It's got some good kills, some really graphic violence, and I'm like, this is where Eli Roth shines. Clearly, he does not shine when he does studio movies like Borderlands. That's where I'm getting at. Hoy! Had to say that. I haven't seen Borderlands yet. One of these days I will. Maybe I'll watch it with a group of people, and we'll be drinking and stuff. Good God, because I don't know. But I'm just kind of going like, yeah, that's why when Borderlands came out this year, and it was like, Eli Roth, really? He's doing that movie? And then of course it obviously went to hell and everything like that. So yeah, just I don't know. But that's where Eli Roth shines, and I enjoyed it, even though I figured out who the killer was pretty early on. So, but that's the fun part about it. And then of course you start second guessing yourself as it's going through and everything. So, and I don't know. Maybe one of these days I'll watch that. I'm not in any hurry to watch Borderlands, but it's just kind of you just got to go like, what was going on there? It's just another one of those studio wanted to make it. They, Eli Roth, he's just like, Eli Roth has been around for a bit. He made the Hostel movies. Didn't he make Cabin Fever? Was he Cabin Fever? I can't remember. I know he made the Hostel movies. Was it Cabin Fever? Somebody tell me that. I don't know if he did Cabin Fever. Did he do the first Cabin Fever movie? But he never really like blew up, but he's always been like a name or something like that. Yeah, okay, he did do Cabin Fever. Yeah. Cabin Fever was really great, dude. That scene where that girl was like shaving her legs and her skin was fucking getting just ugh. Yeah, that movie was great. And I think they did a follow-up, but I didn't really care for it. I remember it was like I got really B-roll. But it's always fun. But Eli Roth, that's where he shines, and that's where he should stay right there, because both Hostel movies I thought were really great. I mean, when you're watching the movie and you're going, it's like, yeah, and it's got some good twists and everything like that. And I think that's where just Eli Roth shines. He did something else kind of recently too that I can't remember, but yeah. Anyway, so I enjoyed Thanksgiving, both the actual celebration with the family and the movie. So cheers to that. Cheers to that. Now, one thing I wanted to talk about before we bring on the panel. One thing I want to talk about, well, did you guys hear too that Tom Cruise and Doug Liman are actually going to be reuniting? Not for the Edge of Tomorrow sequel that's been rumored, which to me doesn't really need a sequel. I'm one of those that I really love Edge of Tomorrow. It's a classic sci-fi, time loop movie. Enjoy it. Seen it many times, and it's just one of those movies that I could just put on, or if it's on, I could just enjoy the absolute shit out of it. I don't know if it needs a sequel. I mean, if they could figure out something, fine. I'm all for it. But if there's not going to end up being a sequel to Edge of Tomorrow, I'm okay. I'll be okay with it. But they're going to be making a movie called Deeper. And it says the film follows an astronaut on a deep sea dive exploring a newly discovered trench, who soon finds himself confronted by a sinister and dangerous force. That's kind of cool. That got released today. My question is I don't underwater deep sea stuff. We're not going to get any Tom Cruise running, or is he going to be like on the bottom of the ocean trying to? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. He's got a full-on, diver suit, big whole thing, helmet over his head, and he's going to be trying to run at the bottom of the ocean. That could be interesting, but no. But I mean, hey, whatever. I mean, Tom Cruise post Mission Impossible, after Mission Impossible: Final Reckoning comes out, seems like he's already got 2 or 3 movies. I'm going, what happened to the movie where he's supposed to actually go to space? And then I'm kind of wondering with this movie, is he actually going to go to a deep part of the fucking ocean? Like, what kind of craziness is Tom Cruise going to do if he does anything that's crazy? I mean, obviously, he's already done underwater things where he's had to hold his breath. Like in Rogue Nation, he had to hold his breath for like 5 fucking minutes. Crazy. And apparently he's doing underwater shit again when it comes to Final Reckoning that's coming out. Dude's insane. So I'm just like, what challenge is Tom Cruise going to have when it comes to that movie? Who knows? And Chiefs fans, I don't know how your Chiefs figure out how to win every week, but they somehow do in dramatic fashion. If anybody watched the football game, I mean, my God. Anybody watch the football game? Oh yeah, and then also Dolph Lundgren. Congratulations to him, man. He beat cancer. He's had cancer for 9 years, and after 2 years of battling, he beat it, man. So fucking congratulations. Congratulations to Dolph Lundgren, man. Very smart guy. I mean, I know, like, he plays that. He's been an action hero, and maybe some people look at him and hear his like accent and stuff like that. They might think that, oh yeah, he's just one of those dumb action heroes. No, he's actually a very intelligent dude. Like, he's got degrees and shit and like engineering and stuff. Dude's actually very intelligent. And I've been watching his movies since He-Man, Rocky IV, The Punisher, the first Punisher live action. So cheers to Dolph Lundgren, man. Always great to hear that. War of the Worlds, but underwater. I like it. Where your head's at, Jeffrey, because I love War of the Worlds. I don't care what anybody says. That remake, Spielberg, Cruise, and there is an excellent running scene in that for Tom Cruise where he's just running through that town and a bunch of motherfuckers are getting zapped by the big, the walking like alien crafts. And it's like a one shot. So freaking good. So good. I love War of the Worlds. The gripes are just like the kids are annoying as fuck. That's about it. I hate that they made the kids so goddamn annoying in that movie. That's the only drawback about War of the Worlds remake, is the kids were way too annoying. But other than that, good stuff. Okay, so I wanted to talk about this because a lot of people were talking about it, and of course, anything when it comes to James Gunn and Superman, you know how it is. There's that discourse, that crazy little discourse that's out there. Not crazy. And if you guys have any questions to ask, by all means, ask them. And super chats will be put up front. And I also want to remind anybody who, like, even during like the conversation during the panel, if you want to get a question in, I usually it's all about the panel, but if you are, kind enough to do a little super chat, I will bring that up, and the panel will answer the question for you. So, during that or whatever. So I just wanted to put that out there. Because I forget that I have to say stuff like that when I'm doing this. Anyways, so there was a report, not a report. Okay, so a little bit of a history. There was somebody who I actually follow. It's the guy who's actually, he's making like this short film called Loomis. I think it's called Loomis. It's a Halloween. It's in the world of Halloween, and it's about Dr. Loomis. He's making this like little film, and we follow each other and everything. And I actually maybe I'll try to get him on here because I wouldn't mind talking to him. I always like talking to anybody who's making some kind of project or something like that and picking their brains. But he posted that he was hearing that there's a lot of pressure on the Superman trailer from Warner Brothers, to the point where they're going to be needing like they're looking at like multiple cuts of the trailer, and they want to make sure the trailer is like really, really good because there's a lot of pressure and everything like that. So naturally I saw that and I was like, oh man, what are you doing? Why you put, I saw the alternate, I saw like DCU Twitter handles that were posting about it. And then I was like, wait, it's from him. And I read his tweets. I was like, what are you doing? Like, why are you posting that? That's just gonna like it's gonna cause more discourse, which it did. Because naturally, the people that want this movie to fail and hate James Gunn, they're just like, "See, look at it, it's all gonna be bullshit. It's all crap." And then it was just kind of funny because I'm going, "Oh man." I'm like, and you know, I bit my tongue, guys. I can bite my tongue every now and again. Sometimes I don't, but I bit my tongue because I'm just kind of going like, all right, cutting multiple trailers is common practice. It's not a new thing. That happens all the time, especially with big movies. It's like cutting a film, but you can do multiple cuts, more cuts than you can do a film because it's supposed to be like a minute trailer, 2-minute trailer, or even a 30-second teaser. It's like, yeah, you cut multiple ones to make sure like things work. That's not a new thing. That's actually like not a new thing at all. So I was like, yeah, of course people were dwelling on that. I'm like, guys, that is common practice for every fucking trailer. But when it comes to obviously the bigger movies, there's going to be, it's obviously bigger movie. Yeah. More cuts of stuff like that. So it was just like, wow, just crazy. So basically James Gunn, he did catch wind of this. And I was like, of course he did. And he was going to talk about it because he can't help himself. But, I don't mind it when he like responds to stuff like this. But this is his response right here. Well, sort of. When he says studio, that's solely me. As the only studio involved in cutting or anything to do with the trailer is DC Studios, i.e. me and Peter. And I'm the creatively demanding one. This is the exact same rigorous process I've gone through cutting every Guardians trailer, pushing the marketing folks as hard as I can, cutting and recutting until I think we have something worthy of the film itself. All that said, my notes are a lot more specific than make it better. Make it better. Make it better. He's when I read that right there, I just think about Kylo Ren in Last Jedi going more. Yeah, that's what I think of. Like a lot of these people are like looking at James Gunn about. But yeah, it's common practice. It's actually common practice. It's but it was just like kind of like, man, this is gonna cause a discourse. Oh crap, totally is. And then of course, like somebody at Screen Rant, I saw this. I didn't want to comment on it like on Twitter, but I saw like there was actually like there was somebody that like posted on Screen Rant. It was like a headline that said like, "Sorry, DC fans, James Gunn is your last hope." You better accept it. And as soon as I saw that the first time and I saw the headline, I went, whoop, well, that's gonna that's gonna raw some feathers right there for sure. But I'm just like, well, it's a stupid time. It was a stupid headline because there's never gonna be like, it's not their last. No matter what, even if like James Gunn in the DCU fails, there's going to be somebody else that's gonna try to do it. But but it's really weird though when I go down that rabbit hole and I start seeing like some of the more bitter fans out there that they start changing history. And I was literally seeing people that said like, remember when Zack Snyder was in charge? And I went, no. And I thought to myself, no, because Zack was never in charge. Zack was never in charge. And I saw that too, and I was like, Zack was never in charge. He never wanted to be in charge. That's why, like, when it came to the whole, who are they going to find to run DC Studios, do all this? Who are they going to do that? And people were like, oh, it's good. I remember there was people that totally believed, and of course, because they were believing bullshit like Scoopers and whatever the hell out there, that Debbie and Zack were going to run DC Studios, or they should. And I'm like, they don't want to. You guys are totally missing everything. I mean, as you're so diehard fans of this man that you don't even understand this man. They don't want to do that. They never wanted to do that. They have their own production company and they want to make their own stories and they want to make their own movies. They don't want to just like, be playing in the DC box for the next decade or so. They don't want to do that. I know that's what you want them to do, but that's not what they want to do. And that's what's so funny about everything when it comes to this discourse and everything too. And I even had a thought yesterday, and I'm going to take a sip before I even say this right here. Oh boy. James Gunn knows more about DC characters than Zack Snyder. What? Okay, hold on. Let me explain. And I think a lot of people would actually, would agree with that. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that Zack Snyder doesn't have a unique knowledge when it comes to certain DC characters, because we know that he, like, when he takes these characters like Batman, like Superman, like Wonder Woman, like other characters like Watchmen and stuff like that, he knows how to deconstruct them, do very well. And it's what you do with these characters. It's what you do with these characters. And I'm just like, and that's where he shines so much. And that's what we love about him. That's what I love about him. I love that. And I love what he's done with him. Now, when it comes to James Gunn, let's face it, you could tell that he is like, I mean, I'm just like going, he knows like Justice League International, JSA and all that. He's got a lot of knowledge when it comes to like source material stuff. And so he just knows a lot more. He probably read a lot more comic books than, say, Zach, because Zach's a different kind of artist. But it's all about how they put it on the big screen, okay? Zach's going to do it a different way, a way that I absolutely loved when it came to his trilogy and everything like that. And he deconstructed the characters, added a little bit more to it, and just kind of I don't know, created the controversy and doing like the Alan Moore thing, the Frank Miller thing, as opposed to just being like, oh, well, I'm just going to do it like this, tweak a couple of things, and maybe no. See, James Gunn, on the other hand, he's like, well, what about this character? What about that character? What about this? I mean, he is like bringing in all these other characters that you go, oh shit, he's actually going to have that character and this character, and have a Superman world that has a world that has Superman in it, as well as all these other heroes. Holy shit. So I'm just like going like, oh yeah, that's what's like. I was just thinking about that yesterday, and just, I don't know why, especially when it came to all this, I went, oh, the way that these two kind of look at all this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, because if you think like, yeah, I mean, especially you see Suicide Squad, and just, there is something about James Gunn who has more of and you know what's kind of funny too, guys? You know who would actually agree with this? Zack Snyder. He would agree with that. He'd probably be, oh yeah, James knows more than, because Zach, I mean, anytime that he's been asked about, even on here, on other interviews, he's asked about like, other characters or stories that he'd want to do, he always talks about the Dark Knight Returns. He talks about Daredevil. He talks about Elektra. So he has his specific comic book characters that he always would go to. Okay, when you look at James Gunn, I mean, James Gunn brought Guardians of the fucking Galaxy to the big screen. I mean, who the fuck knew? A lot of people didn't know who Guardians of the Galaxy were. So that's why I'm just like saying it like that. I'm like, yeah, when it comes to comic books, he knows about. But it's all about, okay, how do they bring it to the big screen? And of course, they have two very unique styles. And, what Zach did and how he built up the fan base is like, he didn't do the happy-go-lucky. He did do the more Frank Miller, Alan Moore approach, especially after Watchmen. And I think when it comes to the Watchmen characters, Zach definitely has more knowledge about those characters than I would say James Gunn does. But it's just like, man, I was like, just the way that they're unique styles. So I'm just kind of going like, and then even if you're still like, if there's people that watch this or whatever the hell that are very upset that I actually said that, I would be like, well, just if you wanted to do like a social, like a little study about this, I mean, go out into like a movie theater or something like that, and show a picture of James Gunn and Zack Snyder, and be like, which one of these two do you think knows more about comic book and comic book characters? I think they're gonna look at the nerdy guy with the glasses, the skinny nerdy dude, and be like, probably that guy. I mean, nothing against James Gunn. It's not like, I got glasses and spiky hair. Just, I'm not as skinny. Like, goddamn, James, eat a steak every now and again. Anyways, no, just kidding. Yeah, feed that man a sandwich, man. I probably weigh more than him, and he's way taller. Anyways, but I'm just saying, it was a thought. It was a random thought I had last night, and I thought, you know what? Why not just say it right now? Why not just say it right now? And I hopefully I didn't offend too many, but I'm just saying, like, and like I said, because I've had conversations with Zach, and I'm like, I think he would actually agree that James Gunn does have more of the unique knowledge when it comes to these characters. But again, it's all about how you put them on the big screen, and that's what we're anxiously awaiting when it comes to Superman, because now we're gonna see that. Do I think Do I think that Superman, that James Gunn's Superman, is going to be better than Man of Steel? No, I don't think that's going to happen for at least me. I think for a lot of people, and I hope it is. And I would even hope. I always say, the next filmmaker, I hope they make a better version. Okay, but the bar in just my whole brain is right here. And if you don't reach that, cool, you don't. That's fine. You still good effort. When it came to Matt Reeves, the Batman, I was like, oh, is it going to be my favorite Batman? Is Robert Pattinson going to be my favorite Batman? No, didn't quite reach there, but I still loved it. Still loved it. Still loved it. So when it comes to Superman, James Gunn's Superman, I'm still hopefully going to enjoy it. Do I think it's going to be better than Man of Steel or better than Cavill Superman? I guess we'll see. I hope it could be, but the bar is way up there when it comes to at least me. Anyways, cheers. Gonna ruffle any feathers? I don't know. I just had that thought, and I know, I know that could. You know what? This is what the beginning of the Vodka Stream is all about. It's about me just saying some thoughts, guys. And I know I even thought, oh shit, if I say that, watch out. That's probably going to be not so great. Anyways, hey, we got a $20 super chat. Mr. Jason McKinsey. Thank you, sir. Always great to see you, brother. Cheers to you. It was CBR. Oh, it was CBR, not Screen Rant. I know an article headline is clickbait, but they're not necessarily wrong. James Gunn and DC failing would hurt yeah. I know, and that's the thing, and I think that's where a lot of us want to a lot of us are kind of thinking about it. It's like, yeah, I want DC and I want Warner Brothers. I've been watching Warner Brothers. I mean, that's the thing too, is I can't sit there and just want Warner Brothers to fail. I mean, I get what happened with everything that happened, but those guys aren't there anymore. That's another thing too, is those guys aren't there anymore, and I don't know, it's nostalgic. I guess I could use the nostalgia word, because when I see the Warner Brothers logo, I mean, growing up, I don't know how many times I saw that logo. That's the thing. Most of the movies I watched had Warner Brothers in front of it. So I want them to be successful. And I'm a DC guy. I didn't grow up a Marvel guy. I'm a DC guy, so I want it to be successful. This whole thing of just wanting things to fail, I can't, I get called everything in the book. I mean, when I did that whole, you see James Gunn at your local comic shop, and of course went back and forth with all that. I mean, when I was responding to those guys and seeing all that blow up, it's just amazing, just how much they just want things to absolutely fail. And it's such a interesting thing. It should be studied. It really should be studied. Hey, we got Real Anarchy here. Good to see. Yeah, I know. What have you done? They're going to make even more streams. Hey, you know what? If they do, that's perfectly fine. Especially if it's, those streams with, those certain gentlemen that wanted physical altercations to happen. By all means, they probably want to fucking punch me more. Really. James does that. I mean, that's... what could he do? People honestly doubting James Gunn. I mean, that's the thing. It's yeah, and that's the thing. Well, love him or hate him, he does have a unique knowledge. I know I am, Austin. I know. He's a comic book guy. Zach isn't a comic. Yeah, Zach is a certain comic book guy. That's the thing. It's Zach. But the thing is Zach is so creative in such a different. I mean, the guy is making he's making plates and pottery for a restaurant in L.A. James Gunn doesn't do that. The reason why Zack Snyder is one of my favorite directors because I just like his unique style. James Gunn is not up there. He's not up there as a favorite director of mine. I like him, fine, but but at the same time, I'm okay, your Guardians movies I didn't really like Guardians 2 all that much, but the other two I enjoyed very well. And I've enjoyed some of the other stuff like Super and everything like that. He is a talented filmmaker and storyteller. And I really hope he shines when it comes to what we're going to get here. As James Gunn grew up with comics and story structure. people want diversity. Why does not DC use from milestones like Icon, Hardware, Static Shock? Yeah. I mean, there's going to be two are very different type of comic fans. Specific, more broad. There you go. What's going on, Jay? Comic book movies currently just ain't as interesting, regardless of DC or Marvel. The current, I mean, I will say there is fatigue, no matter what we say. But I mean, that's where now we have to have reasons to go see these movies. It can't just be. It's not just because we have to see this movie because it's part of the Infinity Saga, you know. So I'm sorry, but I hated everything design-wise from Frank Miller, Batman and Superman. The only good thing about those are the story and the designs. Yeah, I mean, there's, I mean, that's the thing. It's like that's the discussions I like having with people. I've had discussions in comic shops. I've had discussions just randomly at get-togethers and stuff like that. I mean, that's the thing. It's like one of the things that, you know, I mean, I get it. Like, you're going to create your own bubbles on social media, which everybody does. And that's why sometimes when I do end up, riling up some peeps when it comes to online, and some people are, I mean, I saw responses. Some of those guys were really loving that. They thought like I was getting dragged in the mud when it came to that the post about the comic shop, and I'm like, well, no, I don't think you know how ratios work. Ratios don't really work the way that you think. There's just a lot of people that, of course, said that they would actually walk up to James and say either get out, call the cops, or call him the P word. And I'm like, no, you wouldn't, you pussy. You would not do that. Nobody would do that. If you're a decent human being, you wouldn't do that. Okay? It's like, I just, that was the part that I was like going, wow. You would not do that. Stop it. I get it. You're behind your keyboard, so it's very easy to say. They're very easy to proclaim that, oh, yeah, I would walk up to him and say a certain thing. It's like, no, you would not. Stop it. Don't do that. But, what could you do? That's just the way it is. But I just thought I'd share that thought because I knew it. I was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't because that could get me in trouble, and I know that it's probably going to. But like I said, Zach would actually agree with that. He'd probably like, oh yeah, James knows more about full on the broad of it, But it's all about his, but does he understand the actual, like, those core characters as much? That could be a whole discussion right there too. So, yeah. I wasn't even sure if I was going to bring that up tonight. I was actually thinking, no, I wasn't actually going to bring that up. I was like, maybe I'll save that and just save that for like a Film Junkie Live or something. But I was like, this is the perfect setting to do it. Because then, obviously if they start dragging me more, they'll just say like, he's drunk. I'm like, nah, not yet. Not yet. Let's see. I think Gunn and Snyder both have their strengths. They definitely do. In my opinion, Gunn is very good creating character connections and getting us emotionally invested in these heroes. No, I mean, he does. I mean, the fact of the matter of Guardians of the Galaxy, and yes, I know some people just say, oh, it's because it's attached to Marvel, of course. No. When that first trailer of Guardians of the Galaxy came out, and this was 10 years ago. It was like 2014, right? Maybe it even came out in 2013. I don't know. I just remember when that first trailer came out. I remember it leaked out. And that first trailer totally was like, what the hell is this? It shook up. It changed the MCU. It shook up the MCU. It was like, oh, okay, this is like a group that, nobody really knows. Everybody, knows Iron Man and Hulk and Captain America and Thor. We don't know Guardians of the Galaxy. What the hell is this? And it shook up the MCU. And the fact that trilogy was so successful and the last one being one of the most profitable movies of last year just kind of shows you something. It's like, the guy's no slouch. The guy knows what he's doing. The guy knows what he's doing, Like, you don't have to like him. You don't have to like his movies, but at least recognize that he, when it comes to some things, he knows what he's doing. And again, I mean, I've watched Guardians of the Galaxy 3 probably only three times, I think. Every time I get choked up, man. The way that he makes me feel for a fucking raccoon. I mean, and other little animals. God damn. I mean, I was like, Jesus Christ, James Gunn, what are you doing? What are you doing? And then it's like, are you going to be doing something like this when it comes to crypto? I mean, we're going to be like something where I'm going to be like, oh fuck, you're going to make me fall in love with some CGI dog? You're going to make me do that, aren't you, James Gunn? You fucking son of a bitch. He knows how to do the animal thing, I guess. Lost respect when Zach, when he said he was gonna make gods of Olympus be aliens. Well, that was just an idea. See, that's the thing. That's what I like about Zach, is he's taking the source material and he's flipping it. But see, that's the thing. That's part of the reason why I said what I said, is because he goes, well, here's what the source material says, but what if we did it like this? Because to bring it into live action, sometimes you can't just adapt it just how it is. You do have to, like, you know, change it up a little bit. So that's what I love about Zach. It's like, well, maybe it wouldn't work like that. What if it worked like this? And I actually did appreciate that. But hey, you know, like I said, to each their own. Fun. This is what I like about, you know, when I do these, and especially do these openers, whatever the fuck, opening to the Vodka Stream. And I put these ideas out there, and then usually the chat's fine. And everybody's like, yeah, people kind of accept that a lot of those directors are friends. I know. And that's the thing. It's like, yeah, I know. And that's the thing too, is like, Zach even said that, James Gunn's a buddy. I mean, they work together, for God's sake. Now, are they getting together once a month for, having a burger or something like that? No, they're probably not doing that. No, they're not like close friends or anything like that. They're not besties. They're not in a text group or anything like that. And they might not even like fully on like each other like that much, but they respect each other. They're going to be completely different and equally loved. I hope so. That's what I hope. When it comes to Superman, and what I keep talking about with people, in real life and everything, again, having conversations in real life, is what I keep on saying is, hey, how do you tell a fresh story for Superman? Well, it seems like James Gunn has figured something out. The fact that it's the Superman, we're not going to get the origin story, thankfully. We're not going to waste time on origin. There'll be references, I'm sure, but it's already a world that has other heroes and heroes that are sponsored by Max Lord and stuff like that. I'm like, fuck, man. Thank you. Figured I'd cook tonight since my mama film junkie cooked last night. So my whole issue with this is the Scoopers wanted to continue to divide the fandom of DC fans as a whole, and they want division because they think they've been. Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's always going to be that. And there's the scooping game. Daniel RPK, who is a scooper that I will not. I mean, he's not always right. Let's face it. But one of the things I liked about Daniel RPK, I will say, I've talked to him in DMs. I think. I remember when the Snyder Cut got announced, when it was going to happen, and I did a Film Junkie Live that evening. It was great. He actually showed up in the live chat. He gave a super chat and he said, "I wanted to just show my support and say congratulations for the fight all you guys did." And I was like, respect. I've always had respect for Daniel when it came to that, because he showed up in the live chat and wanted to be, he congratulated basically the fight that we did when it came to the Snyder Cut and getting it released. So Man of Steel is my highest rated Superman movie, but there's some room. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Like I said, I'm always for that. I understand why a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, I totally understood why people didn't like it either. The DCU was a Elseworld story. In my opinion, I would rather see the DCU come back as Kingdom. Yeah, and that could still happen. I mean, Jack could come back and do some freaking awesome Kingdom Come type of story with Cavill, with Affleck, with Godot, with everybody. That seems like, again, when it comes to doing the sequels and everything like that, I don't think that's going to actually full on happen. That's definitely not going to happen, but But when it comes to a lot of other things, though, so hey, there's Drogo, super meh. Something tells me that Drogo's not gonna like it. But anyways, I think that's pretty much it. Let's see. James Gunn is a Kino Supremo. He's talking what? Oh yeah, he's talking to him. Yeah, Luca. He ain't making movies. He's making films. I mean, that's again. We talked about it last week. Where I was like, hey, you make a super small budget Sergeant Rock movie with a pretty prestigious, filmmaker who's going to make it kind of artsy, kind of interesting, and it possibly might star Daniel Craig. Some people just go there just because of that, and they won't even know it's a DC movie until they see the DC logo in the beginning. You have to have those wins, and I think that's a smart thing that James Gunn could do, is make super low budget DC movies with these obscure characters that people don't know, and they just want to go because it just looks interesting and the story seems like interesting. And that's, to me, I would think that's a smart idea. That's a totally smart idea. All right, here's all the vodka. What's going on, Austin?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good. Just ranting off about a bunch of things. And
right, yeah. Thankful. Happy Thanksgiving, late Thanksgiving to you and everybody in the chat and stuff. But yeah,
for sure.
Like they said, you cooked, man. I couldn't agree more. You cooked.
I mean, it was a random thought I had. I'm like, but it's not even like, it shouldn't even be controversial because, like I said, Zach himself would probably be like, yeah, he does.
Well, he's already made it very clear. Like, he's talked about the comics that inspired him and that touched him were Heavy Metal and Dark Knight, really hardcore adult stuff that weren't for kids. And that's fine. That actually makes it a little bit better, I think, for some people to understand, like, okay, that's where he's coming from. Whereas Gunn is he kind of just likes it all. He loves that stuff, but he also loves all the mainline things. And so they're just two different styles of comic book lovers, and I think that shows, but that doesn't mean they're bad filmmakers or bad, like for me, I love Man of Steel, definitely not for some people, Superman fans and stuff, but I loved it. For me, that was the type of, I guess, reality I wanted to see, in those types of movies. Yeah, I want to see him being thrown through buildings and there's these consequences of people are in them and all of that type of stuff. And so
there's got to be stakes there. Yeah, for sure. God damn it. I got hair on my freaking lens. I got a haircut today, so I think I'm still losing some of those. Even though I showered, but I was like, Jesus Christ. Anyways.
I need to get a haircut.
Hey, what's going on, Mr.
Hey.
Chris?
How you doing, Chris?
Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Black Friday.
Yes.
Happy, just... Let's be happy we have geek stuff to talk about. Yes, we'd be happy. I mean, I'm not saying we have to like everything, but
is this our thankful stream?
Yes, our thankful. Yeah, let's be thankful.
Thankful for food.
Oh man. What did you guys do? The traditional just turkey and
so I had, let's see, Mama Film Junkie, and my aunt Film Junkie, turkey, ham, stuffing, mashed potatoes. My brother bought these other potatoes that he makes, these cheesy potatoes, asparagus. What else? Oh yeah, and then my mom makes these freaking awesome rolls now, where it's Hawaiian rolls. Cut them in half. So you have two, just like flat, and then you butter on you put some butter, this garlic butter on it, and then you throw some shredded cheese on it. Put that in the toaster oven. Oh, it's so good.
Oh, like a sweet roll cheese bread. Okay.
It's like the simplest concoctions sometimes just taste like better than like a $180 meal at a restaurant.
It's crack, dude. It's crack. Like when she just started doing it, like at the last time, or maybe like 2 times ago when I went for dinner, she made those. I could not stop. I was like, I kept just going. I was like, good Lord. I'm like, what the hell?
Mom, I'm trying to lose weight and the carbs here. Really, this is
totally
trying to kill me.
I carved up big time. And I was like, so she made that. Yeah. So I had 2 big plates, and then just to round it off. I mean, of course, it's like one of those things. It's kind of funny because I remember I watched the video and it is kind of hilarious because of how how our brains are wired, because you're so full from the meal, especially if you go seconds. So, but in about 20 minutes to a half an hour, maybe you wait a little longer, but dessert, you always have dessert. Now, if you were given the option, hey, you want more turkey or you want a steak? You'd be like, fuck no. But when it's pie or something like that, you're like, yes, because we have that wired in our brain where it's like, oh, it's dessert. It's something different, it's something sweet. That would actually work, So it is kind of funny how we are. So we also have banana cream pie.
Ooh,
so good. So good. So I drove home last night just like going, yeah. But how was yours, Austin?
It was good. I had to work the night shifts the day before,
okay.
and Dave, thanks. So I came home, I slept, woke up for food and see some of the family and stuff, but we did like a pot roast or a pork roast, and then turkey, and my dad does a deep fried turkey every year, so he likes that, and then
seeing those montages of failed deep fried. I mean, it's a science. It's a science. I did it. I didn't do it, but I went somewhere where they did it, and it worked out fine, and it was delicious. Although it's like it's mainly because the outer coating is so crispy and it's delicious. Other than that, the turkey on the inside is still just normal. It's like a normal like turkey, but
right.
Yeah, that outer coating. Oh, you want that like everywhere.
That crisp. That's the one time that I'll eat the skin. I'll eat that the crunch. But yeah, so it was good. Dessert, we had an apple toffee pie.
Toffee. Wow.
Fire.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah. So it was good. Went to work afterwards, and it was chill.
There it is. Nice. And Chris, how was yours?
Yeah, we did the traditional turkey, so that's always good. I'm the carver, so it's I get little samplings, as I carve, you got
to check, make sure. Yeah, absolutely. As my friend was saying, there's a tax.
Yeah, exactly. But you got to make sure. Like I've learned, like as you cut into it at that point, Gotta soak that white meat into the juices that are left. So it does not dry out quick.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
But yeah, my wife makes some amazing stuffing. I'm sorry if anyone else says it. That's it. Right now, I've tried so many different stuffings. It's like it doesn't compare to yours. It's whatever she does with the spices at that point. But then she makes an amazing cheesecake. So that's what I really look forward to.
Cheesecake,
cheesecake. Yeah. So that's literally my drug when it comes to Thanksgiving dessert. So
yeah, no, but like going back to the whole like when you're cutting, I mean, when you're cutting, sometimes you just see that piece that just falls off. You go, oh man, look at that.
That's mine. I just say it straight up.
I gotta rescue it.
Mine.
Yeah,
I'm helping people.
There's always like sometimes there's like a certain piece you just see it and it's perfectly just like a little piece and it's juicy and everything like that, and you just go, yeah. That's for me. That's me.
That's me
right there. I mean, because you're going, and then but there's that one little piece that might just go, and it just looks so. It's calling to you. It might as well be like a light that just shines on it.
Same thing with that drumstick. I gotta get one. Everyone else can fight over the other one, but I claim a drumstick.
You can Hunger Games over the other one, but that one's mine.
There we go. We got Phil joining right here.
Look at
someone already ready for Christmas.
He's already ready for the holidays.
Somebody say white meat.
Yes, we got some more white meat in this panel right here.
All right.
Yeah, I'm the diversity hire. I'll take it. No,
nobody asked.
Hey, me too.
Yeah, we know, right?
Half. No, but hey, Phil, what's going on? What's going on, Phil? How you doing?
Nothing, man. Just chilling like a villain. Yeah,
we're just talking turkey days right now. How was yours?
It was cool. Ate a lot of turkey, a lot of mashed potatoes, a lot of Jello. I had a lot of fucking Jello. Oh my god,
Jello. Okay, so you did the Jello thing.
See, I'm not a cranberry. What is the cranberry Jello, or is it just? Are we talking legit Jello?
Orange Jello to keep it in line with the Thanksgiving theme. All that fun shit. Had some croissants. what else did I have? Yeah. My mom.
We used to put carrots and pineapple in our orange
so,
Jello.
Like, actually, it's really funny. This was the first time in like 20 years that both my parents were at the same Thanksgiving table.
No shit.
Like,
so
shit,
you had
in 20 years? How did it go?
Well, my parents are divorced, so like it was kind of strange. Yeah. Like, because we were at my mom's this year, and like it was my brother, his girlfriend, my nephew, and my dad, and me, and my mom, and it's like, oh my god, this is like the first time in like 20 fucking years that we've had a turkey dinner, like all of us together. It's pretty wild, but it was cool. I mean, immediately after eating, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go take a nap, and then I turned on Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, and I watched that, and I fell asleep.
Oh, yep, watch that the night before.
Yeah, so did exactly what I did.
Then today, put up more Christmas shit. Took this from my nephew because these are his lights, but I wanted to wear them.
They work. They work.
They do.
I like it.
They do. And I turned on.
What are you gonna do
New
about
Hope earlier. That's what I told him. I was like, these are mine for the night. I was like,
it looks good with the Superman shirt and everything lighting up.
Oh yeah, I was gonna wear the Kingdom Come shirt because that other logo they've got going on for the new movie is fine, but this one's better.
I agree with you. Hey, I can't disagree on that. Like the marketing so far for that has not.
Okay. Well, shameless plug because I did Friday Phil a couple hours ago, and I
go for it.
Talked about a lot of quote Superman discourse pertaining to Doomsday, and I think everyone on this panel knows the minute that Superman trailer drops is when people are going to go one way about it. They're going to go the other way about it.
Wait a minute, they're not already there. Are you sure? I think they're kind of already there.
It's funny you mentioned that. You were not the first person to tell me that because you're right. There are people who are
you already can't like both, so you have to like one or the other.
The thing is like it's going to be insufferable one way or the other because you've got people who are already on their knees just kissing James Gunn's ass figuratively, and then of course you've got other people there on the other side just being like, visual. "Fuck you, give me my Snyder 1, 2, and 3, please." But fuck you and fuck your movie, but I want my 2 movies. It's like, it didn't work that way. No, it's going to be both ways. And I'm just like, can we just get this fucking trailer now so everyone can like shut up after a week? That'd be great.
Yeah.
Now you're really dreaming there. You think they're going to shut up after a week?
No, they're not.
Well, I did have a question because you did have Gunn say like the rumor was the 15th, and he says I didn't say that. So I'm thinking it's going to happen sooner. I think this trailer is going to drop.
Yeah, it could drop next week for all we know.
Yeah,
I mean this
could drop tomorrow.
Imagine Tommy Lee Jones in The Fugitive. I don't care. I genuinely don't give a shit when it drops.
Just drop it.
Just drop the fucking thing already.
It's going to happen, and then we're going to have a fun discussion.
Right.
Of course.
Right,
that's what I'm looking forward to is the fun discussions that we're going to have. No, I mean, I'm sure, it's going to blow up. No matter what, the internet's going to have a, whatever with it. And, what was I going to say?
Into that.
No, just going back to like I'm still, it still baffles me because I was thinking to myself, like, I can't even imagine being at Thanksgiving with both my parents. I mean, it's not like they hate each other or anything like that. Everything's cool. But at the same time, I'm like, man, I can't even imagine just like going back and forth and being like, talking to my dad and then talking to my mom. So did you kind of like do like a balancing?
Well, it's funny because like it took this long for them to be like, oh, hey, how are you? How's work? Like when me and my brother were growing up, it was like you're spending Thanksgiving at your father's and then you're coming here for Christmas. And then the year after that, it would be like, oh, you're having Christmas there, but you're having Thanksgiving. And it was just a whole thing because like my dad's been married twice. My mom hasn't remarried. Like it's just a whole fucking it's a whole thing, bro.
Dude, we have the exact same thing because my mom never remarried and my dad's been married twice since too.
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. And then my brother has my nephew who's actually here. He's in the other room, probably playing a game or something, or watching fucking Jurassic Park. I don't know. Like he's a cute little kid. He fucking gets loud and whatnot, but he's pretty solid kid, all things considered. But yeah, these are his lights. I totally took them. But like to have him at a dinner table with like both of his grandparents from my brother's side was actually kind of like, that's a rarity.
That's cool. No, that's really cool. That's cool that it could actually get to that point. And like I said, I don't know if that it'll ever get.
That's what Thanksgiving's all about.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Totally.
Really. Yeah.
No, but yeah, a lot of good food, and then of course leftovers. Did you guys have leftovers today?
Yeah, I pretty much finished off the rest of my Jello. I had mashed potatoes and scrambled eggs this morning. That was good,
dude. Oh. I because like I woke up, I slept in. I was like, I'm freaking sleeping in. I was like, I would not get, and then I just stayed in bed. I was like, fuck it, I could take advantage of this Friday. And then I was like, all right, I got to get up because I was like, all right, I want to get a haircut before the game starts. So I did all that, and then I ran to the store. But and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna be light this morning before I jump into all the leftovers. So my mom packed me like a thing where it was like, yeah, it's stuffing, 2 of those rolls, turkey, ham, and everything. So I was like, all right. So I just started just shoving things into my air fryer. I was like, boom, just zap it, boom, like that. And then I made some eggs too with it. I was like, fuck it, put some eggs with it. I had a big old plate. That was like pretty much my only meal today, just full of just turkey, ham, mashed potato, stuffing, roll, and I was like, fuck it, this is gonna be what I eat. And it was pretty awesome. Turkey, of course, white meat, a little dry as it always is, but that's about it. But I freaking inhaled all that. But yeah, just make it with some eggs. I was like, dipping the turkey and the ham into the egg yolk, and ooh, it was awesome.
There you go.
Yeah,
sounds delish.
I know, like when I was watching the football game, apparently at the Kansas City Stadium, they do a thing called, I forgot what they called it, but essentially it's a leftover sandwich. So they take like a roll, like a French roll, or I don't know what kind of bread it was. They kind of just like scoop out some of it and they start putting in turkey, mashed potato. They put some mac and cheese, I think was in there. They have like a whole they just stick it in there and they put some like sauce on it, and it's like a sandwich. It's called like the leftover sandwich. And I was like, Jesus Christ, that looks so freaking good. And it looked amazing. I'm like, that's a pretty good idea to have like a sandwich called the leftover sandwich. I was like, yeah, that's smart.
Yeah, we have something here at like it's called Capriotti's. They do something similar.
Yeah,
like a Thanksgiving sandwich.
Yeah, I know there was Firehouse subs. I don't know if you guys.
Yep. Yeah, I love Firehouse.
Yeah. Okay, so they're pretty. Yeah, they're universal. I remember saw a commercial where they had a Thanksgiving sub where it's turkey, it's stuffing, all the things, and they top it off with like a cranberry sauce. Now, I'm not a cranberry sauce guy.
I was just about to ask, do you guys like cranberry? I would grow up on those round globs of cranberry. Yeah. So I'll eat those.
Can.
Yeah, the jelly. Yeah,
we had at work. We had a Thanksgiving thing last Thursday, not yesterday, obviously, but like a week ago, and they had cranberry sauce there, and I was like, I haven't had cranberry since I was a fucking kid. And I just slopped some on my fucking plate just because it was good. Wasn't too bad.
I don't mind cranberry juice. I've had it, but I don't know what it is. Like, there's just. I don't know. Like, see, I'm one of those guys that like, and I was actually thankful. This was something I was actually thankful, just in the sense of the holiday was because I don't know, when I'm eating turkey and all the savory stuff, when you have something that's like sweet on your plate, I don't know. I'm like, save sweet for dessert, like applesauce and cranberry. I'm like, I don't know. For some reason, I'm just, I get it. There's a time and a place. Like, I'm a sucker for some popcorn and fucking M&Ms on it where you get that sweet and savory for a snack. But for like a meal, I'm like, if I'm doing full on savory, I don't want applesauce. I don't even want sweet corn or something like that. There's just like certain things where I'm like, I just want like savory stuff, and then we'll do the sweet stuff. And cranberry is just, I've had it, it's fine, but I just never go,
Yeah, it kind of depends how you prepare it, because cranberries, by definition, is more of a tart at that point. So if you do put the sugar in it, like you do with the the cranberry jelly, at that point, then it becomes more of a, like you said, that sweet with a hint of tart.
Yeah. So
I like the little jelly round things. I mean, I have like one of them, but it's. I mean, they're good with the biscuit, and all that.
Things that could come out of a can. You just say, this ain't half bad.
You put it in with something like that. I could see that, but Yeah, I know. It's just like one of those things where I'm like, and then even beforehand, we're just little appetizers of like, just dipping some chips or some wheat thins or some one of those platters with the vegetables and dipping carrots and ranch. I'm like, I'm just on a savory thing right now. Let's save the sweet till afterwards. And like I said, that banana cream pie, it was freaking magical. I'm not a big pumpkin pie fan. It's okay. I'll have it if it's there, but if there's something else, I'll take apple, I'll take blueberry, I'll take chocolate cream. I'll take all that before pumpkin. Pumpkin is always like the last resort for me.
The only thing pumpkin I like are pumpkin seeds. Everything else, pumpkin seeds.
Pumpkin seeds are awesome.
Yeah. Pumpkin seeds. Or if I do a pumpkin pie, I cover it in whipped cream. That thing is literally like,
too. Yeah,
dude, it is covered in whipped cream.
So it begs the question at that point: should you just do the whipped cream and save the pie?
Right? Yeah.
Just like.
Do you want some pumpkin with your whipped cream?
I'm one of those. Yeah, people ask because I do it on the sides and everything that you can't see the pie. Yeah, the pie's gone.
Yeah, just gone by that point. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it's good. And so, yeah, and it's kind of funny, too, because I wasn't expecting her to also have ham. I mean, ham's kind of like, what the thing about ham is like so universal when it comes to all the holidays. Mm-hmm. It's like ham, Easter. I always think about Easter and like ham, but ham shows up everywhere. Like it'll show up in Thanksgiving, shows up at Christmas. I mean, it's like a universal meat. It really is, I don't know. It's just one of those things I was kind of thinking about last night, too. I was having a lot of thoughts last night, apparently.
Yeah, ham makes for good Christmas dinner. It makes for good New Year's supper. Like that's
a good leftover meat too, because like you're bringing up the point that turkey, it can basically get dried out quick. But the good thing with ham is that you could use that in the morning with eggs. It's great. Ham and eggs. I mean, there was something that Dr. Seuss had going on with that green eggs and ham.
Fuck yeah.
He totally did. That. He knew what he was talking about. No, but like even when I reheated everything, and like I said, in my air fryer, the ham turned out great. I was just like, because I did the meat first, did that, and then put it on the plate. I started because like the ham, like she gave me 2 slices of it. I was like, shit. So I started as I was preparing everything else. I was just tearing off pieces, and just nom, nom, nom. And I was like, wow, this worked. This worked. But of course, when I got to the turkey, I was like, this is dry, except for the dark meat, of course. But I still, like I said, when I got the mashed potatoes and I just plopped the mashed potatoes and the stuffing on top of the turkey. I'm like, that'll help it. I was like, plop. Salt, pepper, boom. Now that's gonna taste, and sure enough, it fucking helped. But the ham by itself was perfectly fine. And I was just, I had half of the ham done as I was preparing because I was just tearing off a piece and just as I was preparing everything else. So, but yeah, ham is, I would dare I say, might even be better the second day as leftovers. Yeah,
I would say it's a better second day meat.
How dare you?
Depends. I mean, depends, I guess.
I mean, yeah, a fresh cut with that slice of
true.
pineapple with oh my gosh, yeah.
Oh yeah, the pineapple with the ham, and then you start slapping that shit on pizza and the Canadian bacon, which is essentially just ham.
Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
I know that everybody Canadian bacon. I'm like,
it's ham. It's a piece of ham.
Ham. That's what it is. It's ham.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it sounds fancy when you call it Canadian bacon.
Got to church it up in here.
I guess apparently. It's so weird.
You got to church it up.
But yeah, so all right, good. I'm glad you guys had a good Thanksgiving. And man, before we know it, it's gonna be freaking Christmas already. Just crazy. And and speaking of the hey, there she is.
Hey,
junkie. We're just raving about your cooking, Mom, and how terrible it was. Just kidding, it was great. It was
whoa!
I joke.
I kid on this.
See, he can get away with that. If any one of us said it, we'd be bumped. We'd be screwed.
Yeah, never again.
Oh yeah,
yeah, exactly. Come over to my next Christmas. So I saw.
Well, no, because I made the joke last night because she asked me, she goes, so what are you guys going to be talking about tomorrow? And I just immediately went, just how terrible the food is. That's all. I just said that. I was like, I don't know. We're going to talk about whatever. No, like I said, everything was fantastic. Everything was so fantastic last night. And like I said, the leftovers were also fantastic as well. And it all worked out. And like I said, and made it with some eggs, Mom. And it was good. So thank you again. I'm full still right now, even though I ate like 2 hours ago. Jeez, such good stuff. Anyways, and we got William showing up. What's happening?
Hey,
how you doing?
What's up, William?
What's going on? Happy.
Hi.
How was your horror marathon Turkey Day?
It went all right till the last movie, which pissed me off.
Wait, what was the last movie?
Yeah, what was the last movie? Was Smile 2.
Oh!
I haven't seen it. I have not seen it. Yeah.
I will not be fooled for Smile 3.
Wait a minute. I haven't seen Smile 2. I enjoyed the first one, but I heard really good things about the second one.
It's my fault because walking out of the first one, I told myself I wasn't going to be this fucking stupid again and fall for that plot and that what they ended up doing, and just only to basically. And there's a reason why we promoted it and I didn't go. I passed up this movie for free, and I made the right decision then. It's not that it's a bad movie. It does stupid things that ends up insulting your intelligence and wasting your time.
Oh, another lovely take from William about a very good movie. Not surprised.
Yeah. And you know what? And here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it. I need more from horror audiences. Okay. I need better from horror audiences. Because
have you seen Terrifier 3?
Oh, he hates it.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Phil, I'm with you. I tried, Phil, but I understand.
It's not. Listen, when you go for these plots, the expectation for these plots, horror fans have turned into dogs looking for snacks and scraps from the dinner table, and that's what they give us. They gave you in Smile 2. They gave you the same bullshit that they gave you in Smile 1. Now, quality-wise, these movies aren't bad. They're not garbage movies. The problem is the plot becomes incoherent. They're so determined to give you some twist that they forget about elements of the story. There's a whole person in Smile fucking 2 that just gets forgotten. And like I said, they're more intent on.
Sorry.
Yeah, they're more intent on giving you some kind of M. Night Shyamalan twist than they are of resolving a story. And like I said, up until about 80% of that movie, and when we were on screen watching it, I'm like, I felt myself turning on to Bullshit Boulevard. I felt that I'm a passenger in the car, and I'm like,
Bullshit
I think we just passed the address. We just passed the address where I'm supposed to get off. Oh no, we're on Bullshit Boulevard. I've been here before. And so no, that was a.
You were raving about what's her name, Naomi Scott's like.
She's great.
I liked, and I'm not gonna lie, like the first movie has a lot of weak points, but the thing was, I saw the potential in it. Like I was like, okay, if you can fix some things, you can make a pretty good sequel that I might like more than the first one.
If I had not just bought that computer that we were watching it on, that was a waste of my time.
Jesus Christ.
I was 2 hours and 9 minutes. I can't get back. I was really angry. Brad, I was really angry about that because I chose that movie and I had to apologize to my audience last night. Man.
Oh wow!
I don't know, man. If it's the same thing with Terrifier 3, it might be okay.
No, here's the Terrifier 3 though. Terrifier 3 is made. You know what you're getting. I knew what I was getting when I went into Terrifier 3. That's not my brand of horror, but the big thing about Terrifier 3 was is watching the crowds get into Terrifier 3. Terrifier 3 is trash, but it's not meant for me. It's meant for it's torn up gore. The Terrifier 2 is actually a better movie than Terrifier 3. Terrifier 3 there were parts of Terrifier 3 that were like, what?
Yeah, I completely disagree.
I sat there looking.
Terrifier 3 learned from I think Terrifier 2 and actually integrated its story even better.
I think they. I think they went to remedial school in the second one because there are parts. Terrifier 2, and by the way, why are these movies Terrifier so long? That's a long movie for what it is, but that's fine.
Terrifier 2
is funny you mentioned that because apparently, like whoever I forget who distributed Terrifier, but they asked Damien Leone, like, yeah, can you crack this in under 2 hours? And he cut that movie down to like 2:05, and he was like, this is it. This is what you're fucking getting. And they were like, all right, fine. So it was kind of a compromise.
Yeah.
So,
I do admit, Terrifier 2 is a little long and stuff, but I think Terrifier 3 feels like
3 is 2:05. I don't remember how long Terrifier 2 is.
That one's 240. Yeah, it's
240.
Holy
shit!
Yeah, wow. It's up there.
Yeah.
And so that's why I like Terrifier 3. I think it's better too. Like they cut the time. The story was better. Everything felt more focused than it did. And I like Terrifier 2 a lot.
See, I'm the wrong guy. My opinion about Terrifier 3 shouldn't mean anything because I knew what I was walking into, and I knew I wasn't going to see The Godfather. I knew it was. I know what the Terrifier genre is, and that's fine. There's an audience out there. My problem with some of these movies is, like I said, you get a good, solid, strong movie. You do all the right things to build up the intensity, and then you want to start, outsmarting the audience or doing some crazy shit. And then that ending of Smile 2 fucking pissed me off.
Don't say anything. I haven't seen it yet.
No, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to ruin it for those you want to waste that 209. Go ahead. And here's the thing. And you can see it on screen. I felt myself getting turned. I'm like, oh shit. We passed that house again, and now we're out in that street where all the street lights have been knocked out, and I don't like where I'm going. And sure enough, and they asked me, well, hey, what do you think's going to happen at the end? Because the other two had seen it before. And I said exactly what was going to happen at the end, and I said it hoping I was going to be wrong. Yeah. And I'm like,
so it's predictable. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of funny because you guys watch Thanksgiving as well, right?
Which is a classic.
Yes. No, well, it's only a year old, but it's now.
It's an instant classic.
Okay.
As soon as the woman goes.
Okay.
And listen,
okay.
Sure. I mean, like we've gone from one side of the pendulum to the other. I mean,
yeah. The kill creativity in Thanksgiving too is
great.
Deserves a medal, dude.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
Dressing the woman up at the turkey and then, serving her up. We watched that scene multiple times. That's
oh my god. No, I guessed who the killer was, and
that was easy. Yeah,
it's
we don't have to reveal it. Let people, we don't. I mean, I know it's a year old, so like that. We don't have to get into all that. But I was even in the first act when they're establishing all the characters, I'm like, there's something. And then I was like, maybe. And then in the second act, I went, oh yeah, it's definitely, And then I went, maybe not. Maybe it's. And I started doing that, but I'm like, nah, I keep going back to you. And then sure enough, when it was revealed, I was like, okay.
Well, I eliminated certain people just by process of elimination. I'm like, well, wait a minute. You were here and you're not, and you're always here. So I'm like, but
I think what part of the problem too is when you see the dude, it's a dude, and you look at his build and you kind of go, all right, well, it's not any of the women. It's like you just kind of already know it's not any of the women in the movie.
Not the one other dude that may be it, to be honest, as far as the build.
They do a fairly okay job of maybe you basically when you see, because they don't do a good job of the only thing that I would say that it doesn't do a good job is you see the killer dude and you see his build and everything, and you go, well, that could be probably about 3 or 4 of the guys. So at least they narrow it down.
All the women just eliminated all the women.
Yeah, all the women are eliminated, and then there's a short dude who's in there. You go, he's not it, even though it could be him because he's kind of you could see why he'd want to.
Right.
But then you start doing that whole thing of well, maybe there's multiple, maybe there's this, or maybe there's that. Because that could be a thing too. Because look at the Scream movies. It's there's always a multiple.
There's not enough killing though. That's the only problem as I have in Thanksgiving. Yeah. There's not enough killing because each kill.
I mean, it needed to be 3 or 4 more people. I mean, and what I like about it is it's so overboard when the opening scene with the whole Black Friday,
the Black Friday,
and then everybody's just like doing that, and you're seeing people
screaming and getting killed, and everybody's still running over
a waffle iron or a waffle iron.
It wasn't even funny, good. But for the most part, I'm like, I appreciate this because it just was like, it has a theme. It reminds me of like just those 90s to early 2000s slasher films. I'm like, Eli Roth, this is where he shines right here, you know?
But I mean, look where we've gotten with horror now, in the sense of it used to be like, go back 20, 25 years, it was like guaranteed horror was going to be a joke. And now you've got so many different subgenres that they've actually done quality with it, and we're still getting, points of where we're just getting the gross out slashers at that point without any real plot.
Okay, but that's fine. That I feel like, but when you offer me a fraud plot, that's when I get mad.
No, that's fine, and I understand that. I was just saying, like, look how far we've come now. We have all these different types of horror that you can pick and choose from.
It's kind of like, you look at the 80s. 80s horror was very wild and crazy and over the top and stuff, and we've kind of taken some of that and like you said, made it more serious or more dramatized and more quality and all these types of things and stuff.
I mean, look, what do we have? Like Barbarian. We've things like even like a screw with your mind, like Infinity Pool. Goodness gracious!
Oh my God!
Even something like The Substance. The fact that was able to execute itself.
Body horror.
Yeah.
Body horror. I mean, I'm not big on body horror. Because sometimes I'm just like, even though I'm like, I have to go like, it's fake. But they do such a good job where you just go, there were things in The Substance I had to look away from. Oh, dude, I haven't seen that yet, but I know it's full on body horror stuff. But at the same time, I'm like, there's a lot of nakedness from the two leads, so I'm all about it. Like complete nakedness.
Yeah, 30-year age difference between those two naked.
And they are both super hot, so I'm all for it.
Moore's immortal.
Yeah, I know, shit. But body horror stuff is that's a little difficult. It can be a little difficult for me because I just start going, I think did you guys see that movie Alex Garland's Men?
Yes.
Okay.
Once, and that's all I needed to see.
Yeah, it's like one of those movies where like at the end when you just see what it turns off. I mean, it's not exactly body horror, but kind of. It's just kind of like pushing that boundary of like, we're gonna just, hey, this is going on right here, and I appreciate it. I mean, Alex Garland, he does not make a bad movie. I think this movie just made me go, holy fuck, dude, what the? And I was squeamish with things. I was literally in my seat in the movie theater going, oh my God. I was like, fuck. I'm like, what do we? Yeah,
it's definitely not one when I say like all I saw was enough. Not because I didn't like it. It's like, I don't really need to watch it again. That was enough. Yeah. Good job. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm not rushing to go see it again. But then you brought up Infinity Pool also, in that movie. That's a mind fuck of a movie when you find out what is actually happening. Right. And then of course there are some. It's not body horror stuff, but it's just there's some stuff in there where you go, whoa, you did that. Oh shit! We
went there.
It went to a point, and this is, I mean, it got an NC-17 in its first cut, apparently. And I'm going,
oh, that's not surprising.
You didn't cut that? You didn't cut this scene? This little part right here? That passed for R-rated? Okay.
Midsummer.
And I was like,
who says the MPAA doesn't have broadened their horizons?
Yeah, I know. Probably got paid off like it was when they first established.
Oh, there that too.
Dude, but nobody should sleep on Infinity Pool. It's a very. I remember explaining it to my ex.
It's fun for the whole family. It's kind of like what Craven's going to be. Yeah. Watch it during the holidays. It's a good holiday movie.
No, but it's just when because the trailers didn't give away like the initial what is happening kind of thing.
Nope. That's a good trailer.
It's which is great because when you find out what's happening, probably in like the second act, I guess you say like when you go like, oh wow, and then you just kind of go, that's what's happening here, and I won't,
trailers like that or that because when you get the concept but not the like trailers like that where it was like, okay, he's arrested, but you have the option of killing another version of yourself or whatever. Substance, it's kind of do the same thing with the trailer, another version of yourself, but you don't know what that ends up leading into and stuff. And so
I mean there's and like I said, I've been anxiously awaiting to watch Substance. I just didn't catch it in the movie theater. I wish
it's on movie. It's on.
I know.
7-day free trial.
I know. There's always that shit. I always hate that. It's like everything's a trial and this, that, and this, and there. I probably could just do that and just cancel it real quick. But I'm like, I don't need another streaming service. I'm like, what the hell is Mubi? Like, I thought we had.
I didn't even know what it was until this movie came out.
Mubi, we have Voodie. Well, I don't know. Oh, we have so many damn streaming services. Yeah, voodoo. That's what it is. Not voodoo. It's voodoo. It's like, but it's like.
Well, voodoo isn't even voodoo anymore. It's Fandango at Home now.
Okay, well, that actually makes sense. They should call it Fandango at Home. That's good. I actually like that. But yeah, there's so many different things, and I'm like, I just want to just watch it, let it show up on Amazon Prime, or I can rent it, or something like that. I don't know, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch it. But I know I'm gonna have moments where I go, oh my god, what the fuck. I've seen clips on Twitter, just scrolling through Twitter, about that. But, but I like the concept of it all, and I like who's in it. And, and again, like I said, the two leads are very nice to look at. So, yeah, I'll definitely watch that probably before the end of the year. So, because I want to do my best of. I have a lot of movies that I need to catch up on before the end of the year, so I could do like my best of, like, top 10 and stuff like that. And I know there's some movies I missed, but and I definitely need to fit that one in there because could potentially be a contender for it. So, but hey, we got Paul joining right now.
Hey guys.
Hey Paul.
Hey, what's happening, Paul? How you doing?
Just living.
And we're glad for it.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm digging the Superman theme tonight.
Hey, look at that! I like it.
We're all doing it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
You're classing it up there. You got the bathrobe, so you're definitely the classiest one.
Well, I wore the black one. I got compared to Elon Musk, so I changed that up pretty quick, right, Phil?
Oh, you're still mad about that?
Dude, I'm not mad about it. I just was like, I don't want.
Okay, there. Oh, I like. That, there you go. Okay, I like it. Well.
There you go.
Is it cold in the shop? That's the first time I've seen you like.
No, I came in from outside. I've been doing a drive up. So if you want to buy something, you can drive up, and I do curbside. So
gotcha.
There
you go.
Gotcha.
Outside, so.
Chilly out there. How was your Thanksgiving, Paul?
Oh, it was good. I always see family in Connecticut and stuff like that, and we chill out. I have a big family in Connecticut, so we usually rent out like an Elks Lodge and stuff like that. And
you guys wear the hats? You guys wear the hats?
No.
The poodle hats? Oh.
What part of Connecticut, Paul?
The area that we were in, because they're spread out all over. But I think we were in Westbrook. I think that's where the lodge was and stuff. And but yeah, they're located in like Clinton. I'm trying to remember all the areas now. But
I'm from Stratford, so I don't hear too many of them. So.
Okay, I think I've seen signs for Stratford whenever I'm like driving around and stuff like that. So you may be close by and stuff like that. But no, it's nice. It's really like a New England state, to say the least. The way it is and everything. But yeah, no. And my family's good. I had some good food and saw some of my cousins. But my so it's a little complicated to explain. But my dad had me late in life. So my aunt had 7 children, all of which are older than me, and they have had kids, some of which are around my age, and those cousins have now had some of their kids. So I've got a lot of cousins, and but every handful of years they go through like the cycle of like the new kids basically. So if I ever want to think about birth control, I just go and visit them and I go, okay, so I don't want children at any point in time. I get enough of it here. So that's pretty much how it goes. So
yeah, I could see how that could work. But so on your plate, what'd you have on your plate? We already talked. We were talking about what we ate. So what'd you have on your plate?
Well, it was a good mix at the lodge. We had what did they have? I didn't do turkey. I had a slice of ham. Yeah, well, I had a slice of ham. They had like I think some slate of like prime rib, so that was pretty good. I had mashed potatoes.
Good call.
Yeah, mashed potatoes, green beans, some bread rolls with butter. What else did I grab? I think that. Oh, and I tried some sausage stuffing, and then remembered that I didn't like stuffing because I hadn't had stuffing in like a long time.
Interesting.
So, nice. Yeah, and then we had like they had some dessert, like pumpkin pie, stuff like that. So yeah pretty standard.
Yeah, that's good. Well, I mean, you didn't have turkey, so not exactly standard, but
well, I mean,
I like the prime rib stuff. Prime rib, we usually do that for Christmas. Like my mom will like be like, "Yeah, I got a prime rib." I'm like, "Sweet."
It's expensive, man. Or my mom would do it more.
Yeah, I mean, she'll seek out the deals, but man, she puts that in her she has this like little cooker thing or something like that, and it's awesome. So, I mean, it might be happening this time around too. I don't know, but yeah. So that's usually what we do for Christmas. But again, we were just talking about like how ham is just like a universal meat that just shows up on all the holidays. It just seems like hams are always there, No what. Yeah. Just like ham's just like, hey, I'm here if you want me.
Yeah, it's a consistent go-to I've seen through many types of meals and stuff. Do you guys I hate to sound like silly as a kid, but do you guys have any Christmas wish lists yet?
No. Be alive on Christmas Day, basically.
Oh yeah, the Drive 4K Steelbook.
Nice.
Drive 4K Steelbook. There you go.
Gym clothes. That's on my wish list for sure.
I mean, I will say Drive, I've watched that movie numerous times, probably about, I would say 5-6 times. I've watched the opening scene 3 times because that is one of the best opening scenes of a movie. Like, and it's just because I don't know, there's something about that opening, everything about that opening scene of Drive.
It's one of my favorite films, I think, ever.
It's a perfect opening scene, especially for that type of movie. The way it's shot, the music, the tension. It's not fast paced, and Ryan Gosling is so freaking the way. Oh man, there's just everything about
there's
that
something in that, and for me, in that whole movie, just the way that like Ryan is able to act with his face. He doesn't have much dialogue. It's all with his facial expression, and it's one of my favorite films for sure.
No, I get it. It's so freaking good. But yeah, that opening scene, that thing should always be played in every film class. Of like, this is how you.
They have like 10-hour film loops of him just driving.
Oh yeah, I've seen that online. Yeah, where it's just him driving and you're hearing the music, and the soundtrack's fucking great. I mean,
the soundtrack is amazing.
It's very good.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't know. There's so many times where I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna watch the whole movie, but I just want to watch the fucking opening scene because it's just so goddamn good. Like the build up, the tension, everything is just so like is he gonna? And then the way it ends, you go, wow, that's how. Okay, cool. I mean, that's like perfectly, executed fucking little. Being a driver of like a heist little thing, that was a perfect way that he got out of that situation and got those guys out of it. I'm like, wow, perfect.
Yep.
Wow. It's just like blew my mind when I first watched it. I was like, wow. I just and so I love
like a modern day neo-noir thriller. I love it.
But answering your question, I don't really have anything that I'm like when it comes to Christmas, I like that. I've always said this of like when it comes to the holidays, I love the vibe and I love, spending time with family and eating food and, getting around the dinner table and stuff like that. I'm not all about the gift exchange. I like the fact that this year, my mom's side of the family, we're doing like a Secret Santa kind of thing. So we're just kind of doing that. And, because there's always like, are we buying for everybody or there's always like because we'll tend to get together at my cousin's house and then we're just like, well, let's just buy for the kids, all the grandchildren or whatever the fuck, let's do all that or all the kids, everybody's kids, and adults, whatever, but now we're doing a Secret Santa thing. I'm like, all right, that's cool. And I at my uncle and very easy to get him a gift card to his favorite restaurant, and that's all.
Right.
Gift card. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't need any gifts. And when my mom asks or anybody asks, I'm like, I start thinking about practical things. I'm like, I don't need, figurines and stuff like that. I'm like, I got plenty of, stuff.
Yeah. We get that ourselves now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate it when like I get Batman stuff, obviously it's very easy to just feel like, oh, just get something Batman and fine, and I love that. Fine. But for the most part, and like now I just start going, what do I actually need? I could use another stainless steel pan.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Like that, something practical I can, really use or something,
I get boots. because my feet are really big. Well, because you can't, because of the size of my feet.
Yeah,
you have to order them in, and it's kind of shitty because you go to the places and they don't have a 13 wide half the time, and if they have a 13 wide, it's an ugly 13 wide. That's why it's sitting there.
You got William bragging right here. But...
it's feet. It's feet. Not come in after this. It's feet. But yeah, they order them every year. They order them, so I wear them out. They last a year, and then I get them, and then I have a funeral for the old ones, and then I put on the new ones.
Nice. No, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I like to give practical gifts. Like if somebody gives me a hint of like, hey, I want certain things, it's like, all right, cool, practical. I'll get you a practical gift. But it's funny because me and my dad talk, and I'm like, it was funny because he's a Dodger fan, diehard Dodger fan, of course. And since they won the World Series, me and my brother bought him the hat, the World Series hat. I bought him the shirt. And at first I was like, well, that could be your Christmas gift. But I was like, no, because this is our thing that we do every year, Giants, Dodgers kind of thing. That won't be. And luckily when I went to the place where I got the shirt, I saw another shirt and I'm like, oh, he's got to have that.
Your dad's a Dodger fan, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so he can get World Series stuff this year. Did you know they won the World
Series?
No,
I already. That's what I was talking about. I bought him the World Series shirt already.
Okay,
but
I wasn't sure if you knew if the Dodgers won the World Series. I didn't want you to.
Of course I did. What are you fucking? Come on, William. I know you want to rub it in. I know you want to rub it in.
Yeah. Can we watch Freddie Freeman's home run? Will you get copyrighted? Can we watch Freddie Freeman's grand slam where you get copyrighted for that?
Yeah, you probably would. They always say that thing about the ML. Every sporting event you don't have.
Wait, who won the World Series again?
Dodgers.
Yeah.
What's baseball?
Yeah, what's baseball?
What's a foul ball?
No, and then of course, and I get it. A pitcher that was on the Giants last year is now
Blake Snell. And listen, I love the Evil Empire. I've waited so long, my entire lifetime. Hey, called the Evil Empire in one of the sports that I follow. So now here we are.
I'll say this. I'll tell you what I told my neighbor who's a Dodgers fan when it came to the whole Blake Snell thing. I'm like, yeah, when he wants to go pitch a curveball, the dude's gonna do some kind of tweak and he's gonna rip his taint or something like that. Okay, he was good for half the season. I get it. He's a good pitcher. He pitched a no-hitter last year, but he was injured because he kept pulling his groin. He's out of his prime. So good luck with that.
He's like
just saying. I know, but he kept on hurting himself. I hope he doesn't hurt himself with you guys, but hey.
Well, we got plenty. You got Yamamoto. You got the Saki's coming in.
Yeah. You also got Ohtani, who's going to be pitching.
He's going to actually be pitching. Won the MVP. And with just as a DH, man. But
don't expect those same numbers.
No, he better not steal one base. I know.
Yeah, he's not gonna have those same numbers when it comes to hitting. But anyways, that's our sports portion of the stream right there. And we got Brad showing up right here. What's going on, man? How's it going?
Lucky to be alive after the first half of this week.
Pussy. Yeah.
Whoa. Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah. This is a family show, William.
We got a co-host riff going on here.
The microphone not offended. I feel like I'm the only one who.
Yo, Brad just gave the maddest side look. He went. Bro, he was
okay. We gotta get an explanation right here.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's William did mention what happened. Yeah, earlier this week I was kind of AWOL on our show and I'm still not fully clear what happened. But it's like I just got some of the worst stomach pains of my life. Earlier this week, like right at the beginning of Thanksgiving week. I'm not quite sure. Some people are telling me, including on our show, there's a theory. There are a lot of people are. Based on what I've said, people keep kind of settling on the idea I might have kind of gotten dehydrated, and without getting too graphic, that might have caused it to not be or be solid inside of me. So but unfortunately I was able to remedy that problem.
You're peeing out of your ass. Okay, that's what you're saying.
No, it's the opposite, wasn't it? It's the opposite. It's the other way.
That's what it is. No, but okay. So was that what it was determined? Unfortunately,
I didn't have to go to the hospital or anything, but it was just That's just the theory I'm just kind of settling on. A lot of drinking a lot of electrolytes to remedy that problem.
Poisoning or anything?
That's what I thought it might have been too. But I mean, I don't know. It was either that. It was one or the other. It was either food poisoning or dehydration, and I don't know what I.
It had to be something you ate too.
I mean, I would think do you not drink a lot of water?
No, I definitely drink a lot of water. I mean,
I was gonna say with what you do and stuff.
Yeah.
I know I don't see.
I mean, maybe it might have just been like I might just had like a little lapse in attention being paid to that in the last week or two.
Or you could have seen Smile too, and that might have caused it, according to William.
That caused something in William.
That caused him to pee out.
I'm lost-itis is what it was called.
We're very definitely diverging opinions on that because that's probably my favorite horror movie this year. And William,
okay, I'm not.
I believe at the very end.
I don't know. I might be taking Brad, so I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
I'm going to see it. I have to determine it myself. But
take it easy, sweetheart.
Watch the whole thing. Like I said, once you get to that ending, like I said, I didn't think the movie.
Okay, that's what I'm curious about because if and there's a chance, William, that I might be on your side because sometimes if you don't stick that landing for me, I'll be like, oh, fuck you.
Jordan Peele is one solid finish of a movie from being probably one of the great horror directors ever.
Okay.
Like he does that.
So the three movies he's done has not been solid endings for you?
No, because Us was an ending away from being an all-time.
It could have been, but I was like
that ending. And I'm like,
that movie is bad. That movie is really boring.
I actually like
I like Us. I'm sorry.
I already explained to you why boring.
I'm with you, Paul. I like Us.
Oh man,
I
like it, but the ending was a little.
The ending for me. The ending for me is rough. I think what it was is that Jordan was just trying to make a statement about. Yeah. There was a time in the 80s where everyone was like, let's all hold hands. And he's like, that was bullshit.
That movie was bullshit. That entire movie was bullshit. That movie was written after he fucking got his Oscar for Get Out. And as he's writing Us from all the fart fumes he got from that fucking Oscar, that's why that movie is written like fucking dog shit.
I can't defend the ending, but I was in the movie.
So bad. So much wasted talent in that movie. It's just bad.
Yeah, I'm kind of like I liked Get Out.
What are you talking about?
Nope is great. Get Out's good.
Nope,
I'm not the opposite of Nope. Nope.
I love Nope.
As Nope went on.
I love
Nope. Like I said last week, you gave me that opening scene. You gave me that opening scene, and you just proceeded to let me down. You started with a monkey tearing people up. And I never got that level.
It was symbolic.
I'm kind of the opposite where I like Us a lot. I think Nope is his best. I'm met with Get Out. I liked Get Out. I get what he was trying to say and all that type of stuff, but it wasn't that great for me.
Yeah, that's how I feel about Us because Us is fucking boring.
I think Nope is my favorite of his. And
I wonder if Jordan Peele has a credit in Smile too, because it felt like that ending.
He went off last night too.
So I think I'm gonna like Smile too.
Yeah, no, Brett. So William said he apologized to the audience.
Yeah, he did.
How did the audience like Smile too?
From what I could see, they seemed to like they were it was probably fairly even but nobody was as negative as William was. So.
And like I said, not the whole movie though. But I can't really think about the rest of the movie.
That half the audience just inherently likes shit just to piss William off too. There's that.
That's why I ignored the chat.
Half of them like stuff I hate to piss me off. So,
but it would have been better if it would have been a shit movie from beginning to end, and it'd been like, oh, okay, I just have to endure this. That's not the case. Okay. It's actually a really good movie. Like I said, till we start turning down bullshit road, and the locks are locked, and you can't get out the car. That's once it hits bullshit road.
That is kind of
bullshit road runs parallel with Hollywood Boulevard, right?
No, not all the time. Not all the time. And it's like, not only was it bullshit road, it's like, fuck, I was in this road the last time, and I said I wasn't going to get into this car again, and here I am. And like I said, I admitted last night, that was my fault because I should have learned my lesson with Smile. That ending was like, you got to be, but
no.
Yes,
you guys should have watched Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, a classic.
As much as I hope for that movie,
the holdovers.
You don't even like that movie either?
Holdovers, yeah, I love that.
No, I'm not a comic.
I still haven't watched Holdovers. I gotta watch Holdovers.
Dude, great holiday movie.
Yeah,
Holdovers with what's his face in it, right?
John Giamatti.
Yeah, that's a really good movie. That's a really good movie.
I'm gonna have to watch that. I mean, you know what's funny too is because Prisoners is like a Thanksgiving movie if you think about it.
Yeah, really?
Oh yeah.
I've seen it. I forgot that part. Wow.
Yeah, it's around Thanksgiving, so it's like right there, and that's an excellent movie. That's a
weak case. Like it's like a Die Hard is a Christmas movie case. It's kind of weak.
Die Hard is a Christmas.
That's
not a Christmas movie.
It takes place during Christmas.
Yes, and the reason why
he literally kills Hans Gruber because he has holiday tape holding his gun.
You could replace.
Hold on, no. Here's the biggest reason. Why is he in that situation at the first place?
Okay.
What is he at? I want to hear you say it.
New Year's Eve party. He could have been at a birthday party. He could have been
Fuck off.
Fuck off. It is not intertwined within the story.
How many times do you hear
so angry about this? It's not even Christmas yet.
He literally kills a man and goes ho ho ho.
I have a machine gun.
Ho ho ho. Guns now. And how many times do you hear Christmas music? How many times do you hear Christmas music throughout that movie?
It's not even Christmas theme.
It's not. At the end, the weather outside is frightful. Yes. No. And then you got Al. By
the way, released in I think April of 1988. Yeah, I was feeling the holiday vibe.
Shazam came out in April. That's Christmas.
Somebody even pointed out. They use a variation of Jingle Bells in the score. What more do you want?
Is the core of the movie.
I mean, Batman Returns came out in June. It's a Christmas movie.
Yeah. It is a Christmas movie. Yeah, Batman Returns.
Since when do executive decisions about release dates make sense?
Yeah, Gremlins got released in the summertime, and that's a Christmas movie. There was a time where studios didn't care what the
Iron Man 3, as much as I despise that movie.
There was a time when I was growing up. There was a time where they did. If it was Christmas, it did shift.
Well, really? Okay.
All right, I thought that they were just doing it at random because Hocus Pocus came out in July. Like that happens.
Spider-Man No Way Home is a Christmas movie.
There was a time when they treated those types of movies kind of like horror movies. They came out all throughout the year. It wasn't just that Halloween or Christmas.
That's a recent thing though, because like I said, Halloween came out on Halloween.
They should really release.
Deadly Night came out literally a week before Christmas. I mean,
I get like when it comes to this year, the red one came out a couple of weeks ago, and good. You have plenty of time for it too, but it's
picking up.
Check on that guy who greenlit the budget for that. I want to see if he's still on board.
Jesus
well, he greenlit that budget, on the understanding it would be a streaming release, and
that's true.
And it's Amazon. It's Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon's not losing sleep over that.
They'll be okay with it. It's not entirely a flop. So.
Like we said, I guarantee it'll be on Prime by Christmas.
That would be smart. They better put that thing on there before, so then people watch at home, and I bet you it'll be like number one. Streaming numbers. It's not a terrible movie. It's just I was going, what the fuck? You guys missed a mark on this. To me, it just missed a mark on many things.
Well, and Chris Evans, because one thing I was talking with a friend of mine a while back, and because he's kind of in his post Captain America career, and I would include. Yeah. I would include his Johnny Storm cameo in Deadpool Wolverine in this, because you look at over the course of his career, he basically kind of has two sort of polar extremes as far as what he's typecast as, and it basically is Captain America and douchebags.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what he plays. So,
and
he's back at that in the red one.
He was the obvious killer in Knives Out.
He was good though. He was good in that movie. He was good.
We need him to do more Snowpiercer type movies.
Yes.
Snowpiercer was excellent.
Or even smaller ones. He did one that I liked a lot with it was like a hotel being held hostage. I saw it on Netflix. I'm not gonna lie. It was
fucking lightsaber in his hand already. Call it a day. Just put a lightsaber in his hand. Call it a day.
He would make a great Jedi or a great Sith.
That is true.
I know it's just like Chris Evans is one of those same with Dwayne Johnson. They're not box office. Nobody's a box office pull really anymore. That's what's so crazy about it. Like when you think about it, it's like, Chris Evans returns as Captain America. People are going to show up and fucking cheer. When Dwayne Johnson shows back up in Fast and Furious or whatever, Jumanji, people are going to show up and be like, yay. But you put him in an original movie, people just go, eh. Maybe.
That's because people don't trust those anymore. Everybody says they want them. Everybody's full of shit when they say that. How come we don't have I'm tired of the franchises. And when they put these movies out, even the ones that aren't backed up by streaming, nobody goes and sees them.
I know that's what sucks, but at the same time, that's where horror is having like this whole
resurgence.
Yeah, resurgence, because they can make them with like such a small budget, and then there's people will flock out to them.
Seriously, he just needs to make a good drama, a good now I am interested. He's doing a movie with the chick that made that movie Past Lives last year. That was nominated for an Oscar. Yeah, Chris Evans. It's Chris Evans, Pedro Pascal, and Dakota Johnson.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, that's the thing is like Chris Evans has such free range to do whatever he wants because he got that Marvel money. He's okay. Like he could have flop after flop or not even do. He could do indie movies for the rest of his life and be perfectly okay.
He can do what the fuck he wants.
But at the same time, like if you're gonna get asked to do like, hey, we're gonna do this, Santa Dwayne Johnson movie, we're gonna pay you. He probably got a couple million for that. So it's like, of course, he's not going to pass it up, even if the script sucked and his character was not all that great. It's just
20 million.
Yeah, yeah, he's not going to pass it up.
And what he made for Deadpool Wolverine.
I wonder what
he probably made a good. Yeah. I mean, and there's always the possibility too that he could return.
Oh, he's totally going to return.
Yeah, exactly.
I think they're all coming back.
Yeah,
he's not coming back as Captain America. He's coming back as Hydra Cap.
And that's why he could do indie movies.
If Marvel did that, Phil,
because there's no way that he's not going to come back to Marvel in some form. He's got 2 Marvel characters that he has in his pocket where he could do something. I don't know if they'll bring back Johnny Storm again, but they
not after that.
He kind of got but at the same time, he's still got Steve Rogers.
Bring it back with the Joker, paste his face back on.
No, I think they'll all come back and at the end, but before Secret Wars wraps up and you get the prime timeline or the Sacred Timeline.
I guarantee you, Robert Downey Jr. is going to have a role to play in Fantastic Four. 100%.
Oh yeah! Oh, absolutely!
100%. 100%.
What did you guys see that thing of the video of they had somebody covered up and running them inside?
Yeah, I saw that video. Yeah, they were trying to be like, oh yeah, somebody was.
I would be disappointed if he's not in Fantastic Four. That would be.
You kind of have to have him. Then you kind of have to have him in that
for
movie.
Comic-Con.
Look, you don't bring him out and announce him as Robert Downey Jr. and announce him as Doom for not only those 2 movies, but then also right off the heels of doing your Fantastic Four sizzle reel. It's like, yeah, no shit. He's in.
Literally, he's next. Movie. He's literally next after that.
Exactly.
Fantastic cars up in the air. It lands. Right. Bam. Here's Robert Downey Jr.
I don't give a fuck what that rat says. He's for sure more or so in the movie than a goddamn cameo. They are fucking lying to that dude because they don't want the real story to get out.
Well, and if you think about it, there were rumors. There were rumors before that too of that they're casting a Doom for Fantastic Four. That's more than a cameo. Like there were, the rumors were Cillian Murphy and some of these other guys. So you would assume that Downey Jr. is just going to take that.
Given how long they've been talking about this, I doubt Cillian Murphy was even in the running.
Well, he might have been on a short list, but I mean, I doubt he would actually want to do it. It's like,
according to Kevin Feige and Robert Downey Jr., they talked about this.
They did.
They've been talking about doing this for a year before they formally announced it.
Imagine if it had been Cillian Murphy and he has a full blown Doctor Doom role after the whole Dark Knight trilogy. We get this much of the Scarecrow every time.
Oh yeah,
and then he has a full-blown Dr. Doom.
But also, that's the thing. The Scoopers always do that type of shit when somebody wins an Oscar. They go, "Oh, now they're up for an MCU or a DC role."
Look at how many Fantastic Four castings were confirmed before the actual Fantastic Four cast were confirmed. It was a revolving door of bullshit for a year.
Yeah. What the thing that I see happening, what they're going to do is they're going to have probably Robert Downey Jr. in Fantastic Four. They're going to build up all the Doom stuff the best they can. They're going to make it clear that this is the multiverse. This is this version. Blah blah blah. And then by the time I get to Secret Wars, Doom will be the focal point to a degree because obviously Doom is usually the focal point in the Secret Wars books. And then what will happen is that we'll have all these different cameos, all these different things, and then the last 10, 15 minutes of Secret Wars will be establishing this is the new timeline. Avengers, X-Men, and Fantastic Four are all out at the same time. This is the new thing. And then we'll probably go back to Doom, and they'll be like, oh, and then he'll take off the mask, and it won't be Robert Downey Jr. It'll be
a new. See, I hope that's what I hope that they. I honestly hope that they do that.
They're going to do that with the Silver Surfer too, because that's not going to be the Silver Surfer you have in a Prime line. Also, I don't care what they said. They are not done with Kang.
They have to do something.
They're
gonna wrap up
the variant. Yeah, like the Council of Kangs. I mean, technically, you could kind of say that the Loki show wrapped up Kang, but even then, it could just be that one version or whatever, depending on like what they want to do. But
the Loki show made it so that you can't go around Kang, because what he does at the end of Loki Part 2 is you can't explain that without explaining Kang. And to be honest with you, you kind of have to have him there, even if you have Doctor Doom. You can't completely replace Kang with Doctor Doom. There's just two different parts of the story and two different things that they are.
Well, plus,
I'll be honest. I think they're going to kind of pull. I think the smart was kind of pull like an Infinity War route where it opens with Doom just decimating the Council of Kangs or whatever.
Yeah, they could do that.
The only way he could have any effect on that universe is somebody's going to have to confront Loki. The only way this ends is somebody has to.
That's going to be Avengers Doomsday. That all of that happens in Avengers Doomsday.
That's quite the assumption.
There's a lot of ways they can do it, but I'm assuming that you're going to have to deal with some variant of Kang. And be honest with you, the best way to bring about, because once you create the sacred timeline, the Celestials, you're going to have mutants in that timeline, because what's going to happen is all these strands are going to crash into each other, and things that did not exist in the linear timeline before will exist, which means the mutants will exist, which means the Celestials are now a more important part.
It's going to be a different type of thing, because the way they're working, because they did say like, yes, you're going to see X-Men in the next couple Avengers movies and stuff. But the way they're going to I think
you're going to see Fox's X-Men.
Yeah, first. Exactly. You're going to see all the like. Probably Halle Berry back as Storm at some point.
Yep.
Some of these others.
One last time.
Exactly.
But Apocalypse should be the first mutant you see, and he comes about because Rama Tut goes back in time because he knows where Apocalypse is cultivated. Again, so I don't think you've seen the last of the King variants. I don't know what to degree, but I don't think you can tell this story where they're headed without certain elements of it. Like I said, Loki has to be.
I don't think there's any question that Loki is going to be not a part of this at some point or another, because again, he's the one kind of holding it all together right now. And even at the end of season 2 with Loki, like they had, if you listen to discussions, there are variants of Victor. They're calling it Victor Timely. They're not calling him Kang, but there's other ones of him out there running around. So they left the door open that when they can revisit.
Well, and the other thing too, I mean, it's like there's also, for Quantumania, apparently, the figures only made like $80,000 in profit, so that kind of makes that end credits seem pretty easy to ignore if they want to, on a financial level anyway. So.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty safe to say nobody gave a shit about King Conqueror, which kind of sucks because he's a pretty cool character. But
that was Marvel's own fault by having
they handled it wrong, but there's still time to
putting him in against Ant-Man.
The Man, right.
Kane the Conqueror got taken out by giant ants.
Well, and they didn't explain it. They didn't explain that the Jobber King and all the Kings that you saw is not the ultimate one. Even Jonathan Major's character at the end of
kind of did. They, at least for that movie, they were like, no, I am the Kane that survived all of this and that.
Every King that says that thinks he is. That's the cool thing about the
That's
gimmick.
a good point. That is a good point.
There's a reason in the comics, like
he's the only one that's going to know for sure.
There's a reason in the comics, like you have some of the biggest villains that looks to be the baddest against the Avengers. You got Doctor Doom, you've got Thanos, and Kang is considered one of the most feared ones in there because that storyline that they were going to be basing it on, the Kang Dynasty. They lost huge. Like I was predicting even on my shows, it's like if they do this right, they're gonna lose, and they're gonna lose bit worse than they did in Infinity
War.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the idea is that there's infinite Kangs. He has access to all of time and space.
The timelines. Yep.
Yeah, so he's a very, very real enemy.
He's more dangerous, and I mean Loki's the only one who could see it go down.
The Council of Kangs is one of the most but that's the thing too. Like, okay, yes, every Kang, but they don't say that until that end credit scene, and then like Brad said, by that point it's forgotten. I don't really care. At that point.
Well, they've done something different with Kang and motion stuff, and then they've changed him in the comics. Because remember, Kang, when Kang is originally presented, the only alternate Kang that is not a linear Kang is a Scarlet Centurion. Kang is a linear individual. So the Kang, when you see Mortis, that is a linear, straight up and down version of what Kang was going to be. Ramatet, they are all the same guy. They are all the same guy throughout different points of their time. And you're just seeing them in that same line at any given point because they all time travel. But you're seeing the one guy. So when there's no branching off, even though Marvel says, well, every time somebody makes a different decision, that was never the case with Kang until later on. And that's why it was so important for anybody who's destined to become Kang had to be that person, even if they knew that even if you knew how awful Kang was going to be, how many people were you going to kill, and you preceded him, you had to do it, or else Immortus and all the other and some of the other benevolent ones could never exist because it wasn't an alternate branch off. It was the guy.
Did you read Only Myself to Conquer?
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't like it.
No. And listen, when you have the story, you can do whatever you want, but it's really. They spent 30 whatever years presenting the character this way, and then they scramble things, and then it's like, okay, that's their story. They can do what they want to. But technically, there is no, there wasn't supposed to be a branching off of that. Like when the one who remains is telling, I went back and fought myself. That's not the way it would have happened in the original iteration of Kang. There's no way he could have done that. He would not have existed.
Okay.
Defeating alternate versions of himself, but if future Kang defeated another, that he doesn't exist. That's the way Kang was originally presented. Now they've taken liberties, they've done what they needed to do, but I think they've made it a little bit more confusing. But still, like I said, Scarlet Centurion, which was in the Squadron Supreme version, was really the only alternate version that did not exist in the linear Immortus Ramatud timeline, and then they added other people to it.
You're blowing my mind, because I've been told multiple times that you've been informed by your critics that you know nothing about comics with everything you're
hearing.
What? Know anything?
I get guy who sits in a comic shop with comics behind him doesn't know.
Now I might not know. Listen, there are thousands of other people who know more.
Well, of course there is. There's always going to be people that know more about this stuff.
We all have a basic understanding if we're
and nobody knows every detail about every character.
Well, hold on. No, not everyone has a basic understanding, because there are some Snyder fans who only understand Zack Snyder's DC universe and they don't understand fuck all about DC Comics. So there's that.
That's the thing,
part of my point.
That is true. There's a lot of people that, in general, like I said, I get people in here every day. Iron Man to them is Robert Downey Jr.
Sure. Yeah.
So I have to make that connection with them to be like, yeah, that's great. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you know that character. But why don't you pick up his Armor Wars from 88?
I'd say for anybody younger than 18, that probably is the case.
Yeah. I mean, we have to remember that the MCU is like 16 years old.
It's 2008 is when it started.
It's 17. It's
17 years old now.
It'll be 17 this upcoming year.
Yeah. I would imagine.
And the cartoon's the same way. The kids coming in. Oh, I saw Batman on the thing every now and then, and I'm like, okay, well, why don't you grab this, and I can cleanse of that, So, it's things that you can do. But most of these guys are.
Is it that much of a cleansing?
Yeah,
I mean, there's some person.
It's not.
You want to know why? There's some comparable points in the animated.
You want to know why? Because
then we go to Black Label. Then we go to Batman. Damn, I hand you that.
Okay, my nephew knows who Batman is. I brought him into my room earlier today, and I pulled up a picture of Henry Cavill. I said, "Who is that?" He said, "Superman." Then I pulled up a picture of David Cornsweet. I said, "Who is it?" He goes, "Superman." Again, boom. It doesn't fucking matter. They only give a shit about what they're looking at. And as far as my nephew's concerned, Superman is Superman. Done deal.
Sure. As long as he's got the suit and the S. Yeah.
We have Stuart in the S, and then we got a Superman that's ending 2, which is Superman and Lois, and it's kind of interesting because. So you already saw the finale. You guys saw the finale.
I'm so behind yet.
Premiering this Sunday or whatever.
Monday.
Okay, I still have catching up to do, but I don't care if I'm like spoiled with things or like that. But the biggest thing that was, talked about this week was the fact that you have Doomsday in all his glory.
More spiking. I knew when I saw, because I saw that why I was able to see the penultimate episode and the finale before William did. So I knew before William did that Doomsday was going to be back, and I thought, oh man, this is going to be.
Meanwhile, you have William on his stream going, "Can we ban Doomsday from being show?"
I know he said that on here before.
Doomsday is a complete composite waste of a character. However, when you want to,
can we not do this again, please?
When you want to
let him go.
As far as this show goes, he's probably used better in this show than he's ever been used anywhere.
I would agree with that.
Well, there's something.
Given the origins are stupid. The origins of Doomsday to this show are stupid. But once he's in the flow, including the final battle is done. Like I said, when we watched it, the effects aren't all done.
I mean, it works. Well. It works for the show. I mean, it is Doomsday by itself, by definition, is a one-note character.
Yes.
Yeah, it just is. So
he's killing Superman,
so the fact that they made a little twist with what they did with it and converted it, I said, all right, I like the creativity with what you did there. It works.
Well, and like when because obviously the end of season 3 they set up they're doing Death of Superman, and that was going to carry over into the beginning of season 4. And if anybody hasn't seen the show, slight spoiler, but the way it plays out in the beginning of season 4 is that traditionally Superman and Doomsday, they mutually die in battle. In this version, long story short, Doomsday is still alive at the end. Superman is not. Okay. So once that happened, I was like,
real quickly, after he killed Superman, where did Doomsday go? In the
show? He's kind of a tool of Lex Luthor on the show. Kind of what put it. And Lex actually gives him kind of a very specific mission.
He went to his home planet with Poochie.
They're pulling from a couple different things.
Pookie's on the home planet.
Poochie.
All right.
Go. They're pulling from a couple different angles. Like Death of Superman kind of is kind of an overarching thing, but not really. It's a better. The way they use Death of Superman here is better than the way Flash used Flashpoint in the beginning of season 3. It was not great.
I figured it was going to be something like that.
It is better. There's a little bit of, I won't say how, but there's a little bit of Superman Red and Superman Blue going on by the end of the season. There's a little bit of All-Star Superman going on.
Yes.
There's there's a little bit of there's one other one that I'm just blanking on right now. There's also a very big nod to a different version of a very specific character in Superman canon that a lot of people have been losing their shit over, and they think a certain version of it's going to happen. And it's probably
I know who you're talking about.
And it's not going to happen. I can guarantee you that. It doesn't happen that way, but there are some very cool Easter eggs pertaining to this character.
Okay.
It's really condensed a lot of Superman-centric stories into a 10-episode arc, and honestly, like, every episode hasn't been too bad. Like, there have been some B-plot shit going on here and there, but overall, like, I say this as someone who did not like season 1. Seasons 2, 3, and 4, pretty good for the most part, except Doomsday. Hold on, except Doomsday looks like a claymation character, and it looks fucking terrible. I will never get over that. It looks bad. It looks bad. And people saying that it looks, it's the best looking Doomsday. I'm like, shut the fuck up. No,
he's the best used. He's still
no.
Well, by the way, the reason why he has the S shield is because this Doomsday is created from Bizarro.
Right.
Yeah, I saw the reverse S. I saw the reverse S on his chest. I'm like,
it looks dumb. I think it looks dumb. I don't think it looks good. I think it looks dumb.
To be honest, like, when I posted it, I mean, it got a lot, and I saw a lot of people responding. In my opinion, I mean, I just made the joke. I'm like, he looks horny. But it was just
for me, it looks.
But at the same time, I was like, it does not look all that great. It does not look. To me, I was like,
he looks better when he comes back at this point than he did in the first appearance. I will say.
Doesn't.
For me, a lot of the effects and stuff continue to be, and I get and good for them. At least they're keeping on with a great story, or a good story and stuff.
No, and I totally understand. I was talking to Scott, and Scott said this is probably his favorite season of the entire series, and I went, "Oh, okay, that makes sense." And coming from Scott, I'm like, oh wow,
that's big praise, yeah. And so I think that's the main thing. I think with Superman right now, get a great story, but at the same time, it's hard for me to see Superman with CW effects. It really is.
The biggest no shit thing I keep seeing is like people saying, "Oh wow, this looks really good for a CW budget." I'm like, okay, so you're fine with it being cheap. Got it.
Right? Yes. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry. Say what you will about BVS and Doomsday and that. Doomsday and BVS still looks 10 times better to me than.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I mean, look at Doomsday and Krypton. Doomsday and Krypton. That one looks good.
He looked menacing,
and I love the BVS Doomsday. I do. I think BVS Doomsday is my favorite one. But when people say this is the best looking one, I'm like, no, Krypton got it way better.
This is CW. This is classic CW cheap shit as far as what I saw. Even with Superman and them fighting each other in space and stuff, I was like, all right.
Yeah. The funny thing is too, I think this is confirmed. Like in BVS, just like what happened with Steppenwolf and Justice League, Doomsday was supposed to look more like the comic book version, but Warner Brothers was like, no, it's too scary, so they pulled
part of that. It's partly that, and Zach has also explained that it's not the real Doomsday. It is a Lex Luthor just made a certain
clone,
Doomsday, but it's a clone of Doomsday, so he's not even like the actual Doomsday. The actual Doomsday is out there, and they know, and it's even mentioned in BVS.
And see, that's something else I'd love to ask him too. Is like, okay, if he's out there, did you plan on for this final showdown with Darkseid? Was he going to show up too? Yeah.
Well, that would have been interesting. They might have been.
Well, Doomsday and Darkseid
did hurt Darkseid. I know
people
that.
think that
Darkseid and Doomsday fought in Doomsday's origin. Like they crossed paths.
Yeah,
I was just about to say. People think that Doomsday's only use is the death of Superman. He's been in that. There's the army of Doomsdays that the Justice League takes on and stuff. So there are many other uses that he could have done with the actual Doomsday and still gotten away with.
Did you guys see what Doomsday is doing right now in the books? Because
no.
Yeah, I just read the most recent issue. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, is it Action Comics or Superman, Chris?
It's action. It's Action Comics.
Is it action? No.
Because right now, comics wise, I'm primarily immersed in all the Absolute stuff, and that is phenomenal what they're doing with all.
Yeah, no, they're doing very good work.
That is like Absolute. I can't wait to see where that goes, how that culminates, because that is absolutely building up to some kind of Justice League.
I still have to. That's another thing on my Christmas list. The Absolute Batman and Superman.
That's on my list.
There is nothing better there is nothing better than watching Absolute Superman beat the shit out of a bunch of peacemakers.
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
I love that so much.
I think I can take care of your Christmas list, Austin.
But no, like honestly, right now DC and Marvel are putting out really good content, and Marvel's killing it with the Ultimate stuff, and DC's killing it with Absolute, and they're doing
it's Superman. Action's something separate. It's Superman.
Yeah, Taladia plays it in the chat. Thank you.
So, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't read the actual book. I've been getting it off of just forums and stuff, but you've actually read the series. But I think what happens is like Superman goes into a thing, and like I think it's relating back to 0 Hour. Like there's a theory online that there's a 0 Hour Doomsday that got thrown into like a Nexus, but he becomes essentially the next time trapper, and he's a thin, basically intelligent Doomsday that's explaining to Superman because he's been through all of time and space essentially, right? And like explaining to Superman that like they need to.
Well, I mean, Superman even calls him out in not the most recent issue, but the issue that kind of introduced it. Because he looks like the time trapper, and then he reveals himself to be
Doomsday.
Who he is.
Doomsday,
right?
Okay, yeah, here we go. It's this issue.
Yeah.
By the way, this cover.
That's a good cover.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I like that cover.
Doomsday. Now, the time trapper thing is interesting because that's something that they went away from when Keith Giffen started that whole time trapper thing, because the time trapper wasn't a villain. He was never supposed to be a villain. He was supposed to be a means to an end. And that's one of the things that that Crisis on Infinite Earth fucked up. That's a character that got denutted by that storyline because and then they kind of strengthened them afterwards. But the time trapper wasn't. It was an abstract. At one point it was I think Mon-El. I mean, they had Legion of Superheroes people that did. So I like the way that they're going back to certain things that they kind of abandoned before DC became a scrambled salad as far as like start this. or retcon this, because the time trapper needs to be used a lot more and on all levels, and he's not. Or it's not.
And kind of going off of that, before I get into that, one thing I just to bring back to Superman and Lois real quick, just to kind of give our kind of quick thoughts on seeing the final episode. Like, one thing I will say, we can't talk about what happens, but I don't know if anybody, there's this, I forget who it was. It was the showrunner, somebody connected with the show mentioned that we are doing something on this season that has never been done before in a live action Superman movie or show. Now, that technically already happened when Clark revealed to the world, "I'm Superman," and after episode 7, which that's a great scene. If you haven't seen that, the shirt rip scene and the bullet
That's CW scene.
They're already doing that with Lex being in a suit fighting Superman.
Yeah, which finally getting Lex in the mech suit in live action.
That's cool.
Damn straight. But again,
even though it's some CW,
it's pretty well done. It's pretty well done.
Really, but go on.
Oh, did it? I didn't know that.
John Cryer had a suit in Supergirl.
Oh, damn, you're right.
Wow.
Okay.
No offense, but I know I'm right.
I believe it. I believe
you're right. You're right.
I did not.
Yeah.
But one thing, again, without going into explicit detail, and
there's not going to be another CW screener. I don't think they're going to shut it down.
But we are, we have been instructed on what we can and can't reveal, or what I will say that there is something that happens, and William knows exactly what I'm talking about. The second half, something happens that is definitely falls under never happened before.
And it shouldn't have happened this time.
I disagree. I really like this ending. I really like this
ending. If they would have stopped it, it's a 2-hour episode. I think it's a 2-hour episode.
No, it's 1 hour. It's 1 hour. It's 1 hour.
It felt like, I'm looking at the thing at the bottom where it's giving me an hour.
2 hours.
It felt like right now. There's the first hour, the first half.
Is the screener in front of you right now?
No, on the streamer.
It's got the little readout.
2 hours. Okay, 2 hours on the lower end, right? All right, so there's the first half, which is brilliant, right? Fight scenes, everything is brilliant. The Doomsday thing, the way they resolve that's this second half. And other shows have done this shit, and they wish they would stop doing this. I can't really go into it, but there's something that when you're trying to wrap up a series that you don't need to do. You don't need to do that, and that's where I'm going to leave it. It's done for emotion, heartstrings, and all that. But
hugged on mine because I was in tears.
I'm sorry. Oh boy,
turn that man card in. What? But I didn't think that this episode needed it. I thought the show where they left it off, where they could have left it off, they didn't need that. Well, I don't even know. I don't even want to call it what it is because it'll spoil it for you. I didn't think that was necessary. It doesn't ruin the episode at all. It doesn't ruin it all. So, but it's kind of like unnecessary type of stuff to where it's okay.
And what William's getting at, it's like what we're referring to. It's like it's not like part of like the A plot is the way to put it. It's like kind of the way that the show properly concludes. It's again, we're saying there's a first half and a second half for a reason, because there is the resolution to this story and the resolution to everything, basically.
Yeah. I'm sure this is going to be just as interesting as the Creature Commandos conversations. I'm sure.
So I'm kind of looking forward to that. I got the comment.
Oh yeah,
I can't talk about it.
Have you seen it?
I've seen all of it.
Oh shit, man!
Creature Commandos. Oh,
well, I've seen all of it.
Okay, so who makes a cameo, and how does this lead into?
Let me meet you at the corner of fucking off. Okay.
Hey, that's in Vegas.
Yeah. There you go.
You gotta come to Vegas to be here and meet him here.
Actually, it's actually mentioned that too, because that kind of segues in the other. And I told this to William because I have something in the works I'm writing up now too, because and I'm not going to say too much about it, but it does it kind of dawned on me or through like seeing some commentary on what's going on with DC cinematically on TV right now, and then because the big question mark for me and a lot of people has been, okay, so why is James Gunn's stuff carrying over, as far as like Peacemaker and the Waller series and the Creature Commandos being the follow-up to the Suicide Squad? If is this a reboot or isn't it? And then kind of looking over, just thinking that over, and were the few other things I kind of thought over and like, okay, maybe again, I'm keeping it as vague as I can with this theory I have but it's like, okay, maybe this is maybe this is kind of what he has in mind, and And William, like, of course, like, took credit when I told him about this because he's like, yeah, I've been saying that for like a year. It's like it took you this long to catch up to me, Brad. But yeah, I've got something I'm writing up that it's like I
want credit on that.
That's but I got something I'm writing up that'll that's me theorizing, speculating, extrapolating, however you want to put it. And let me be very clear also when I say that none of this is a scoop. Okay, I don't do scoops. And it's like on the occasion when I have gotten insider information, which has happened, not recently, but that has happened, I don't put that into features or news pieces or articles or anything like that. So anybody who's going to see this and say, oh, Brad's got the inside scoop on this, no, I don't. Okay, this is just me.
Well, no, there's always going to be those fans that, like, if you post something and they think like, oh wait, do you know something, and they start coming up with their own.
Although I will say, it's like James Gunn did recently mention, there's one scooper. Like most of them, he says are kind of.
Oh, I have a feeling I know who that is.
I'm coming out right now. It's me. It's totally me.
Yeah, totally.
I know what's behind the scenes. I mean, I'm just not revealing
all the stuff you're posting. Yeah, he's totally.
But yeah, I just a little bit of a half a shameless plug, but also like, oh yeah, this could be like if this is what he's doing, I think actually long term, it's like, okay, this could be interesting. This could actually get everybody on board, and I would include the Snyder fandom in that. Again, without like really like going in depth on it, but it's like if this is what he's doing, and I could be right, I could be wrong, I could be 10% right, I could be 80% or any in between. But if this is what he's doing, this could actually long term, this could work.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. So it's good because God knows the studio could use some competent management of this.
Yeah, I mean, well, and then Gunn came in at really difficult. They had a time where it was like, what the fuck are we doing here? And they were like, hey, we want you to do Superman. And according to what I heard, it's like, okay, well, here's an outline of what I do for Superman, but who knows? Because Toby Emmerich wanted something. And he was like, here you go. That's something, but I don't want to do it. I'm going to do these guys because that's where I shine. And then, there was like, and then now getting bumped up to the whole thing. It's like, all right, I guess I'll do this idea and blah, blah. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But when it comes to that trailer, man, I mean, that's going to blow up the fucking internet. That's for damn sure.
For in good ways and bad, I'm sure.
Oh, well, yeah, it's going to be a bad discourse. There's going to be a lot of, discourse out there and everything like that. I mean, I'm sure there are people that have their tweets ready that are just going to shit on it consistently all day, every day. And then there's also people who are going to
use it to shit on.
It's going to be the greatest trailer ever made. So like, there's always going to be like those two extremes. And so it's going to be interesting to I'm just curious to be like, all right, what's this going to consist of? I mean, the whole thing about that one dude posting who's not even a scooper, which was kind of funny. When that dude posted it, I mean, literally he's making like a fan film about Dr. Loomis from Halloween. And he just like heard some things. He decided to tweet it out. And then all of a sudden it just blew up. And I remember when I was seeing people post it, I'm like, it's not even a scooper. Like, he was supposed. I was like, it's not even a scooper who posted about the fact that there's a lot of pressure. Of course, there's a lot of pressure on this trailer. It's Superman. It's a Superman trailer, a new Superman during a time where the fatigue is there, and
I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. So and I like that Gunn kind of cleared it up and clarified that. It's not WB, it's me at DC Studios.
And it's common practice that we do multiple cuts for a trailer. I mean, that's a common thing for any trailers. Like you cut. I mean, it's easier for a trailer, obviously, just like there's cuts for a movie, and you kind of run it through and you keep on shaping it and stuff like that. Same thing with trailer. It's just a lot easier because it's a 2 minute, 3 minute, 2.5 minute trailer. So you can shape it whatever you want. So it's like, so when I see people going like, see, they're fucking, I'm like, that's a common practice. Don't buy into that. But yeah, of course there's a lot of pressure on this whole thing because it is a new Superman film. And during a time where the superhero fatigue is definitely present and everything. I don't know. There's a lot of things.
And I'll be honest with this too. Look, I love Gunn, and I think he has to say certain things to, not freak everybody out. But let's be honest. Absolutely. Warner Brothers has a fucking say in this. They're the distributor.
They don't. They do not have a say in
this.
They
are the distributor. They are the distributor.
It does not matter. Creatively, they have no fucking say in this.
They have absolutely. They're the distributor and the marketing and all those types of. They are going to go at some point.
They do not, because DC Studios.
I love that Phil's defending Gunn right now,
dude. DC Studios is its own autonomous fucking thing.
Exactly.
James Gunn and Peter Safran answer to one guy, David Zaslav. Other than that, no one from Warner Brothers marketing, no one from any of that shit is telling them how to do their shit at that fucking when it comes to this trailer.
You think it all goes to Zaslav specifically?
No, I think this goes specifically through James Gunn and Peter Safran. That's why I think this goes through.
Yes, and who's the distributor? Warner Brothers. They need to make. They need to make sure that they are
missing the fucking point.
They need to make sure that they are going to make their money too. I'm not missing the point. I get what you're saying too.
I don't think so.
You have to look at the business side. You can't just look at the creative side and be closed-minded. You have to look at the business side too. There's a business to this too, not just James Gunn and Peter Safran run that street. Yes, even if they sell off, they're going to go to another distributor.
DC Studios is its own autonomous fucking thing. Warner Brothers is only distributing it. That means...
So you think distributors have no say in marketing?
Hands up! I'm gonna shut up. I'm just fucking like I can only say.
What that's just basic knowledge of movie industry. So I would think you should know that.
I think DC Studios is as autonomous of a being as Marvel Studios is.
It's within Disney, yeah.
Correct.
So
absolutely,
here's how the structure works. Kevin Feige, like he answers to one guy. Now, Warner Brothers owns the IP. They're not just a distributor. They own the IP. They do have final say. However, I doubt they don't have the skill between Zaslav and him. Zaslav is an executive, and there is no Abdi and DeLuca between them. It's Gunn.
Bingo.
To Warner Brothers.
Bingo.
If Zaslav wanted to interfere, technically he could.
He could. Yes.
That would be stupid. He's not going to. The only way he interferes after putting him in place is going to be if the chairman of the board or the stockholders, after the movie's released, they don't like the results, then they can come in and do what they want to. We're in a different universe then. But right now, Abdi and DeLuca and James Gunn are at the same level. They are not subordinate to each other. So it goes directly to him.
Correct.
Warner Brothers owns the IP, which means Zaslav and the chair and the board have ultimate say. They can come in and say, well, we don't like this. We're going to change it. That would be colossal stupidity. If you're not a better filmmaker than the guy that you hired to do it, then you hired him to do it, and you pushed aside Abdi and DeLuca when you had sent them on a different path. So now there's no going back. You're all in with Safran and them. They are answerable to Warner Brothers, but in the form of David Zaslav, and David Zaslav has bosses too, and in the form of them.
Everybody,
yeah. Well, and like to William's point, also, I mean, because we kind of talked about this on our show. Well, he's just talked about like the internally they, when DC Studios began, his hope is they had a conversation saying we're going to have a rocky start to this because of how this is coming about, and we need to weather the storm in order to really get this in motion. And then I asked him, okay, given what we know about David Zaslav, what is that? How likely does he seem like the kind of guy to be have that kind of frank conversation? William's not. He's like, oh yeah, that's the fly in the ointment with that, and that's again
he lied.
Yeah, the smartest thing he did was put James Gunn and Peter Safran in charge of DC Studios.
Okay,
and just forming the studio in general.
Yeah, and making
two people talking at once. I need one, then the other. Come on.
The problem was, like I always say, he got the right guy. The process in stumbling to get James Gunn made him was Zaslav. That's how he's been doing shit since he's taken over. Here's a big problem with that, though. Is like when he sold this to the shareholders, if he had a CinemaCon conversation with them, where he basically lied to all those people in here in Vegas and said, what we're going to do for the theaters and all that bullshit, then you got a problem. Now, if he came in and said, hey, we're starting this thing again, it's a rough patch, we're going to take it right in the nuts for a couple of years, these numbers may or may not be, these other numbers that you're used to, but here's my plan. I believe in this guy's plan. Here's step A, B, and C. If he had that conversation and shareholders are on board, then that's fine. If he had the conversation I unfortunately think he had those people might be expecting things. They might be expecting things that this movie may not be able to produce, and this franchise might not get the chance to breathe like it needs to. So I'm hoping you had the other conversation.
And to that point, William, like when you say it's like David Zaslav is the only guy with the authority within the corporate structure to to overrule or to make mandates to James Gunn with respect to the Superman trailer. It's there's he's the and you're saying it's like, okay, that would be a stupid thing for him to do.
Yeah, he's not going to do that.
But
that's all I'm saying is that Gunn has to say those things to ease people, like the main audience's mind. Yeah, because we don't want that to happen. I don't think
that happens with Gunn.
But we have to be honest. Yeah, he still answers to Zaslav and those guys and stuff. And if they said
Warner Brothers has no fucking say in how this shit gets made as far as marketing and trailer making goes. This is all James. He literally laid this out on Threads, dude. Like, he flat out said, I'm the only one giving notes, that I am the one in the fucking room creatively cutting this shit day by day until I think this is good enough to release. Not Pam Abdi, not Mike DeLuca. James fucking Gunn, dude.
That was the rumor. The rumor was Abdi and DeLuca, so he clarified that. But on a technical basis, if somebody wanted to interfere, they could. They're not going to. And if somebody does, James Gunn needs to walk.
I would agree.
And I don't think he would. I don't think if someone were to do that, he would be smart to walk. I don't think anyone's going to tell him how to do his fucking job.
Okay, you guys are kind of both right. They can, but it ain't going to happen. It's not going to when
to Austin's point too, I mean, there is a little bit of a PR element, like when James Gunn, when they were at, I think it was New York Comic Con, he was on stage saying, "Oh yeah, I think Hornswoggle is going to blow everybody away as Superman," and a lot of people on social media say, "Oh, this is the best Superman." It's he's going to say, you mean, as opposed to saying, "Oh yeah, the guy I cast Superman is I should have kept Cavill," and this guy's full of shit.
Stay home.
So it's like, there is an element of it's like, it's not lying necessarily, but it's like, but you have to put the best face on everything.
If you don't believe in it, I'm not going to believe it.
Exactly.
Right.
It's,
Well, yeah. I mean, remember when he said Flash was one of the best superhero films he ever saw? I mean, I'm not saying that he was lying about that, but at the same time, I love it because I still get dragged and all that, and I got dragged in certain things recently too. It's just he said that, I was like, well, I remember the only thing I remember at first, I remember him saying on Michael Rosenbaum's podcast that he loved the movie so much. And people were saying oh yeah, he said it's the best movie since The Dark Knight. I'm like, no, he did not fucking say that. I'm like, but he actually said this. And I was like, oh, he did say it was one of the best, superhero movies of all time. Yeah, that was just probably him just coming in and being like, hey, we got to sell this movie. Let's do it. I mean, he didn't do that with any of the other ones that came. Again, it was all just, fucking, he came in and had a really, and even the whole releasing the DCU slate, they needed that, but at the same time, it was like, fuck, we still have 4 movies that are coming out this year, and it was just that was a lot of us kind of agreed. Yeah,
Zaslav fucked this up. I think, like I told you before, James Gunn, for whatever you think about his work and opinions about his work, that's one thing. Yep. But the hate that goes towards James Gunn, if you're going to have that hate, it needs to be aimed towards the guy
David Zaslav.
David Zaslav. 100%. Fucked this up to begin with, and now it's unfortunate because you don't see him. Nobody at the basic customer level even probably knows or cares who he is. But that's the guy who could have really saved himself a lot of money. And people were like, well, they had to just blow everything up. Everybody was in such a rush to blow everything up because nobody has any consequences. You say stupid shit on the internet, it doesn't have any consequences. When you do blow things up, you spent $1.2 billion on marketing 3 roadkill movies, basically, switching around, reshoots, things like that. You could have taken that. You could have sat Abney and DeLuca and Gunn down at a table and said, you're my guy from this point forward. This is your job, is to take care of all this. And at the end of the day, you guys come together and make something that Mike can market both of your things into one strong franchise. I cannot believe educated people did what they did.
Well, and to that point, William, it's like, because this goes to what I was saying a minute ago. It's like, because the thing I keep going back to in my head is I mean, is the argument you said a lot of people have made. It's like, well, just blow it all up and start anew. It's like, okay, but if that's what you're doing, then why?
My ear holes.
But it's like, if that's what he's doing, then why are we getting more Peacemaker? Why are we getting the Waller series? Why is Creature Commandos?
I can give you that answer. I can give you that answer. You want to know why? Because James Gunn is the head of DC Studios. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. That's why.
That's a one answer.
That's
one answer. I think that's one answer. I got another take, and I said this to you directly. I don't think this steel trap that wants to blow up everything is him. I think that was boneheaded executives who began with that mandate. I don't think James Gunn's mind works like some of these, fanboys and some of these executives. I don't think there's anything off the table when it comes to him as far as closing a door completely or anything like that, or never seeing something again. I think his mind works more like an educated fan than it does a pundit or an executive. I don't think things are black and white. I think whatever is at his disposal, if he sees a way to use it, he'll use it. And that's, to me, that leaves open a lot of things.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was getting at earlier. Is like, if that's being kept around, then obviously it's not blowing it up in the absolute sense. And that's the thing I've really just kind of wrapping my head around a lot. Is, okay, I mean, if you're keeping these residual elements of the preceding franchise around, and they're being linked in some way to what you're doing, it's like, then ultimately, you're not shedding what came before at all. I mean, and so you have to address that in some form or fashion. And that's kind of where my mind has been. And that's, again, going back to this, again, I'm not going to reveal too much about it until I get there. But
look at it. The Flash is not a closed ending.
No, it's not. In fact, actually, go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, no, that's how it's not a closed ending. It's something that you can very well 5 or 6 years into a successful DCU or whatever, you pick up on a multiverse, which is way more relevant in DCU than Marvel, I would think.
Well, and actually, to that point, because that's, I think I mean, obviously, he's, as Dave was saying, it's, you're trying to put your best foot forward on, you've got a big blockbuster coming up, but I mean, the fact that he's zeroing on the Flash as much as he did in lead up to that, I the part of me thinks, this, I mean, the movie bombing notwithstanding, that might actually play more into what he's doing than he's let on. That might, I think that may play into why he was so centered on that of the 4 that came out last year.
Was his tapestry? Remember, I said that and I said this on our show, so it's not like because this article, I better have a byline on that.
I'll ask my editor if he'll let me give you a shout out on it.
Yeah, if you're ever going to get any type of resolution, I know this sounds weird, and I know the Snyder Bros are going to come at me. If you are ever going to get any type of resolution to what we began, your best bet is this guy. Be honest with you, because the way his mind works.
Well, dude, I mean, I don't know if you caught the beginning of the stream, but I like this. I said something, and I was like, "Oh shit, this is going to be controversial." And I mean, and one of the things was just the fact that it's like, if you because obviously this whole thing, and then of course everything's always like, Zack Snyder, James Gunn, Zack Snyder, James Gunn. And I'm like, I'm going to say right here, James Gunn has a more unique knowledge about the DC characters and all that stuff more than Zack Snyder. Zack has a unique knowledge about when it comes to certain characters, and he knew how to put them on screen and deconstruct them. James Gunn,
the adult version.
James Gunn just is like, he's like, you could tell that motherfucker read all these books. And Zach probably gravitated towards certain books.
He was actually just in my town. He was just in my comic book store in my town.
Well, yeah, that's what he talked about. And of course, oh man, you saw the mentions and that whole post that I posted. It got pretty messy. But at the same time, I'm just like, when I saw people like, well, why would he be in a comic book? I'm like, because he's
a comic book fan.
Because he's read comic
books. Clearly.
The thing people seem to keep on, certain part of the fandom keeps on forgetting is just the fact we need DC Studios to be successful.
Yes.
Yes.
And the fact, you to your point, Phil, you're not the biggest James Gunn fan, but you recognize saying, if DC Studios is not successful, that also hurts the rest of the industry in the sense of the superhero genre. There's a lot riding on this. We've said totally it before. We're in the midst of are we in superhero fatigue or not? When it comes down to it, we got to tell good stories, and we have to have people want to go to the theaters. Superman needs to be an experience you have to see in theaters.
Yeah,
and and they have to market it well. They have to do that. I mean, this creating DC Studios, great. It's about darn time it's finally happened. But we need DC Studios to be successful. Again, even Kevin Feige said it. It helps Marvel that DC is successful. So
not only that, I think James
they don't want to admit that, the trolls. Guess what? To what you're all saying, the biggest chance of anything, even if it's a pie in the sky, 1% chance of it happening, Zach getting to finish some sort of his stuff, DC Studios has to be successful.
And I'm actually kind of to your point, to William's point, I'm actually kind of with this one I got in the works. It's like I'm kind of drifting in that direction myself. It's like I might be like this won't be the headline, but it might be, but I might be the mindset. Yeah, it's like if he's doing what I think he might be doing, it's like that's this is your best shot. If this is what you want to, if you want to see the rest of this is your best shot. If this is what he's doing.
And look,
so you're about to say something. Yeah.
Like one other thing that James Gunn has like made abundantly clear is that a lot of superhero films within the last few years aren't suffering because of like fatigue. They're suffering because they're fucking bland, generic, lame stories.
Yeah, that's true.
Because look at Shazam! Fury of the Gods. What fucking happened there? Who gives a shit? Look at what happened with The Flash. Who gives a shit? He's not wrong. As critical as I am of this guy and the way he makes his movies, I can't disagree with him in that some of these superhero films feel largely the same, and there needs to be kind of a change that needs to happen. I don't disagree with him at all on that. My own perspective and personal opinion on his Superman movie aside, like I will not disagree with him in that a lot of superhero films feel very bland and generic and fucking. Look at the Marvels, right? Everyone knew, they're going to team up. They're going to take out the evil big bad. That evil big bad had no substance to the character whatsoever. No one gives a shit about the Marvels. No one gave a damn about the Marvels. Same, look at Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. People thought for sure that Jason Momoa was going to carry that movie and bring people to the theater. Granted, it made the most money of any DC movie last year, but even still, like, people just didn't give a shit. They were like, oh, okay, it just kind of looks like the first one. What do fucking day? Yeah,
well, I mean, when it came to the Marvels had potential to be something.
There
were some pieces there, but then they were just like, hey, I don't know, and then they started stripping things down, and everything was just like messy editing, and then they injected like stupid scenes that just I mean, because Miss Marvel was Miss Marvel was awesome, man.
I don't disagree.
Fucking great.
But the point is like the story behind the Marvels, the story behind the Flash, all of this shit was
cut
just
it down to
messy.
a generic fucking
yes,
yeah. It could have been something special where it could have been more emphasized on the three of them trying to work shit out, as opposed to of course you have to have the villain, but it was like
I don't even remember the villain's name for the Marvels.
I don't even remember that.
Dar-Ben. The only reason I know that is because she was played by. Tom Hiddleston's wife. Tom Hiddleston's wife. It's the only reason I know that.
Right, it was Tom Hiddleston's wife.
Yep,
Mrs. Loki.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think the event feel is coming back though. I think the event feel once we get to July, I think what DC right now hadn't had after Zack Snyder's movies because of bad management is there was no event feel, and that's where I do think not everything needs to be connected, but there needs to be momentum. Yes. You can tell 5 different stories as long as each one gives me the momentum going forward. When you had the Infinity Saga, you had that, and you could kind of get away with some shitty movies in between because you still had that momentum. When you look at what Zach was doing from 2013 up, you look at financially, even though fanboys think that 871 is a failure, go back to school. But you had 678 from Man of Steel, you had 871, and then had you kept that trajectory because of that event buildup. Now you have Fantastic Four coming in, and they've let you know that this is leading up to an event. The reason why he announced his slate, even though some of those movies aren't done, is because you need to understand that, yes, this is an event buildup. You're not just plopping down $14-15 for something that might just die in the ocean. This leads to these lists, and you buy yourself time. When you make your case in this chain, you buy yourself the benefit of the doubt, and you buy yourself time. I hope it works out for him because, like I said, I think if people could put aside their hate for the previous Warner Brothers management and some of the shit, even though I wouldn't trade Zazoff in for the previous guys, he's fucked some things up, and it is
totally, definitely.
But if you can put him out of your mind And it's like this thing with the Superman thing, Superman and Lois. I would bet everything on this wall, that wasn't a James Gunn decision.
Yeah,
that was an executive decision.
Yeah, that's probably
partially
because you've explained it before. I mean, go ahead and say it again. I mean, like when I've seen people just go like that, completely blame him for like everything, and because I even saw tweets and it was ridiculous. It was like, yeah, remember when Zach was in charge? He wouldn't have done that. I'm like, Zach was never in charge of DC. I saw like tweets like that, and I'm like, guys,
he wouldn't want to be either.
He would not.
He was like James Gunn barely wanted to be, but what ended up happening?
He was like I'm trying to think of like a good analogy for like
number 4. He was number 4 on the list. Here's what happened though. You have a not just knocking CW because it's fun. I'm actually doing it because since 2006. Hold on. 2006.
It is fun too, but
it hasn't drawn a profit. All right, and that's fact. That's not an opinion. That's fact. It loses money. So now you have the best and probably the most expensive thing that they ever done at the tail end of why they're either trying to sell this network or why they're trying to stem hemorrhaging and everything else. Now, I don't see any reason how it would benefit James Gunn's franchise just to not let it run its course, because by the time he gets completely going in his universe, you could have had your 7th season or your 6th season.
Yeah, it was meant to run for 7 seasons.
Yeah, and I think for a CW show in this time when you're actually looking for money, I don't think it would have reached 7. But if you'd have got to 6, you'd have been fine.
They're lucky.
I think that was what's that?
They're lucky they got to 4.
They're lucky they got 4. They really are.
Seriously, so the fact that it's lasted this long, holy crap!
Yeah,
it's not even like a full episode count compared to like the Arrowverse shows.
It's not
true. Yeah,
but I think that was his last off decision. I think that was a where can I cut? And he looked at, if you're looking at CW from a business point of view, it's a joke. But if you're looking at the CW from a financially math and numbers, it's a joke. And now you're losing money. Before, when you weren't hemorrhaging as bad, it was okay because you could just hide money there. But now it's like, this is the most expensive show they've done. It's arguably the best show that they've ever done. But it costs money, and you're doing it on a network that has a reputation for not drawing anything, and you're not getting the ad revenue anymore.
And now it's owned by Nexstar, and Nexstar wants absolutely fuck all to do with anything Cape shit. So they were going to slash it no matter what.
I don't think Gunn had anything to do. I could be totally wrong. I don't think he had anything to do with that.
Like, I think even Elizabeth Tulloch was asked about this, and she was like, well, yeah, part of his plan to do Superman maybe kind of had a hand in doing it, but it wasn't the final fucking nail in the coffin for our show. Like, there was a mix of things.
It comes down to data, comes down to numbers, and that's...
If it pertains to the Gunn's Superman movie, that decision, that traces back, I think, much more so to Zaslav than James Gunn himself. That's
probably
him doing the movie was going to happen. I think that the corporate looked at, okay, well, we got this guy doing this movie. We don't need to spend any more money on seasons 4, 5, 6. It costs this amount of money. Look at what the CW is drawing for us, nothing. So that math decision probably took 5 minutes, unfortunately. But here's the thing, though. As much as I've aligned the beginning, the first half of Superman and Lois, and it's not my favorite show, they've done a great job in these last 4 or 5 episodes. They're going to get one thing that we who started out in 2013 did. They're going to get a resolution, truncated or not. They are going to get a resolution to their Superman story. I would kill for that right now with Cavill. So
that's fair.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
that's fair. I would just pause it though, like to William's point and even Chris's point. Like, come July, it's going to be good for both sides because we're getting another shot at Superman on the big screen again. He's going to interact with a fucking DC character, with a bunch of DC characters. And then you've got the rebooted Fantastic Four, which for all intents and purposes, it looks fucking fantastic based on what we've seen. Like, I can't either. And it's like you have DC's first hero and Marvel's first family in July happening at fucking Comic-Con. Granted, Superman comes out 2 weeks earlier, but still, the fact of the matter is you have one big movie from DC, one big movie from Marvel. That's an event in and of itself.
About the dinosaurs. Because the dinosaurs are going to...
Yeah, then you got Jurassic.
Yeah, sure.
And they're going to see those big four.
I love all 3 of those things, but if you ask me which
and I'm going to see all 3 of them, too.
Yeah, if you ask me which one's taking precedent, I'm sorry, I'm giving it to Superman and Fantastic Four, even though I'm kind of leaning towards Fantastic Four because I fucking love the
Fantastic. I get to see Galactus. I get to see a live action Galactus.
That. I get to see fucking Shia LaBeouf. I get to see Joseph Quinn as fucking Human Torch. That is badass in and of itself. That one thing, I'm just like, fuck yeah, I might see fucking Franklin Richards, one of the most powerful people in all of Marvel canon, and I might see him in a fucking movie for the first time.
I think you're definitely going to see him, and I think you're not going to see him again after that movie. You know why? Because I think between him and Galactus, I think they are going to be what helps consolidate the universe, and it's going to be a universe that he's not born in yet.
It's totally possible. We'll see. But then,
it's going to be fun, though.
Then I look at Superman and I'm like, well, okay, I've seen what David Cornsweet can do. I've seen what Nicholas Hoult can do. I haven't seen what Rachel Brosnahan can do. I've seen what, oh man, who's playing Perry White? Wendell Pierce. I've seen what Wendell Pierce can do. Like, I know what I'm getting in terms of like performances, but at this point for me, it boils down to, okay, James Gunn, you are 2 for 2 as far as movies go for me. I didn't like Peacemaker. I did not like the Suicide Squad. I don't like Guardians 2, but I like Guardians 1. I like Guardians 3. Superman is your make or break for me, bud. You better do something fucking special with the story.
Yeah, I mean that's what's on them. I mean that's what's on it, you know. And I think it's going to be something, you know. Like I said, the bar is high, but yeah, when it comes to this trailer, I mean, yeah, it's going to be interesting when, and you know, we don't know when. Everybody was saying December 15th because that's when they released the Donner Superman.
I believe so.
Out, or something like that. So people were thinking that, but then he kind of poo-pooed on that, but who knows? But we might get it next week for all we know. And I mean, it could be attached to Sonic. It could be attached to Mufasa. I mean, I know Collider posted that thing that said like, oh yeah, it's most likely going to be attached to Mufasa. But I'm like, is it just going to be Mufasa? It seems like they might also, I mean, you got 2 movies that are sequels. Well, one's a prequel for big movies for a franchise. Maybe they might put it on both, like, you know, because I don't really care for Mufasa, to be honest. You know, I'm just
I'm gonna go see Sonic 3. Sonic 3 looks awesome as all fucking hell. Well, it's got Keanu. So, I mean, it's got Keanu.
Yeah. It looks just, you know, I mean, it's crazy. I still am baffled. Like we're at Sonic 3 now after that first reveal of the live action Sonic and how much of a disaster that was. I thought the franchise was done. I mean, a lot of us did. We thought the franchise was just, it's done. They're not going to.
That was a good try.
A lot of people.
Yeah, they had this weird thing. They had this weird thing where the studio actually listened to fans, and then it benefited.
Not always
them.
a bad thing.
Yeah, really weird business decision. But you know, go figure. They're 3 movies in now, so I think Sonic 3 looks great. I'm not even like I'm a Mario kid, but I think the Sonic movies are really fun. And
well, Jim Carrey helps those.
For sure.
And it's Jim Carrey. It's not only is it Jim Carrey, but it's Jim Carrey like circa like Ace Ventura.
90s. It's 90s Jim Carrey.
He's having fun. He's enjoying it.
Which I know William's not a fan of that Jim Carrey.
How can you not be a fan of that Jim Carrey?
Well, I mean, when it comes to a character
how much
like
time you got, William says.
when it comes to a character like Dr. Robotnik, who's just been kind of like bland in a lot of other interpretations, you kind of needed someone with a personality to really bring that character to life and bring a whole new element to it. And I think Jim Carrey was probably the best thing that could have happened to Dr. Robotnik, if I'm being brutally honest.
That scene in the new trailer of his dad as his dad is Santa, and he just screams and jumps him on the. I started dying. I was like, the physical comedy of Jim Carrey coming back is.
His first scene in the first one, he like shows up to that like those military guys like, "Are you in charge here?" Nope, wrong. I'm in charge. That had me gut busted. Like within 5. Like, I mean, this like I was like, oh, I was sold immediately on him as Robotnik.
I was sold. I was sold when the first movie actually goes out of their way to explain how he's Dr. Robotnik, and then Sonic gives him the name Eggman. I was like, all right, I like that. Like there's some level of care and detail
that was cool
in the world. Yeah.
I mean, like
that was fun.
I remember, like, I showed it to my ex, and she didn't know about Sonic or anything like that. I'm like, but she liked Jim Carrey. Like, she loved Jim Carrey. She loved it. I'm like, and I literally just the way I sold it was Jim Carrey 90s. She's like, all right, let's put it on, and she loved him. She loved the first 2. I was like, yeah, there you go. Because Jim Carrey, I was like, he's back to where he was back then. I mean, and the fact that this is the only things that he's doing, is like these movies.
I mean, outside of this, he's retired pretty much.
Yeah,
outside of these, he is retired.
Yeah, but I also dig too that one, he gives like 110%. He's just having a ball, and then on top of that, like the designs and the personalities of Knuckles, Tails, and Sonic, and even Shadow are all true to the games. And 100%. So all the fans 100%. Who are fans of that and come for that purpose. Like and at the end of Sonic 2, not to spoil it, but like when Robotnik makes the giant stupid robot, it looks like something out of the games. I was like, that's great. Like it looks like it's supposed to look, and it's like.
Well, I think like when it came to like when they had the misfire of the initial design, I think they just realized like they're like, hey guys, why don't we just stick to. It's like, let's not try to do that thing where it's like, oh, we got to modernize. We got to do. No.
It's like, no, let's just have Sonic look like Sonic.
Let's have everything look like how it should, and we're going to make Jim Carrey look like Dr. Robotnik at the end. We're going to put the crazy mustache and the bald head and the glasses. We're going to make him look like that. Let's actually like do that kind of thing.
I'm so excited for Keanu as Shadow.
Or like even at the end of the second movie, to like kind of tag on to Paul's spoiler bit, like when Sonic gets all the Chaos Emeralds and turns into Gold Sonic, that was bad fucking ass right there. And I wholeheartedly think that in Sonic 3, that's going to be one of the first things he does against Shadow. And the big twist is, oh no, Shadow can do it too.
Yeah,
and listen, the tease for Shadow at the end of Sonic 2. I mean,
oh my god,
my audience went insane with that. For that,
and I think it was in Sonic 2. Like one of the things I started cracking up because again they were like, we know that we're gonna, here's an Easter egg for the people who watch the games. Like there was like a part where Sonic was doing it. I think it was Sonic 2 is like that's where he went to like the little islands and he was on that little So like he's running through and then he gets hit and he looks at the camera and he does like he's like spread out like this like like I'm like oh my god, that is straight out of the game because I remember when Sonic would get hit he would just like spread out like this and look at you and be like oh shit like that. That I started cracking up in the theater. I'm like oh my god, they fucking right out of the game right there. I was like thank you. Fucking like just landed like
even in the teaser for 3 like they have like nods to Sonic Heroes 2 with the chows. Like there's so much just Sonic loveliness going on in these 3 movies. It's fucking phenomenal. I love it. I cannot wait for Sonic 3.
Yeah. It's gonna be fun.
That's pretty much my like Christmas kind of big blockbuster I'm looking forward to is Sonic 3.
Yeah.
Oh, really? For me, it's Nosferatu, but that's not
a big blockbuster, though.
So I'm
near coming up before that. At least.
Sure.
I'm like an hour and a half away from the Coolidge Theater, and they're doing a 35 millimeter print of Nosferatu. So I'm going to be watching it.
Nice.
So
I don't know. I'm renting a theater for it, but I don't know if I think it's going to be just regular digital. So.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, I it's like special. It's
I
special
don't know
around.
I'm really.
But yeah, no, the Coolidge Theater is one of those theaters that's like a special theater. They do a lot of like 35 and 70 millimeter print runs of stuff. I just went. I think Dave saw like this past week. I just went to go see Hook in 35 millimeter. But it was
and I watched Hook on Wednesday, man. Yeah. I love that.
I would love to see that in 35.
Yeah, I would love to see that. I didn't see it in the movie theater when I was a kid. I only saw it on video.
Same. I've seen on VHS and DVD and 4K Blu-rays. So the older I've gotten, the better the movie has looked. So this was like I think as far as I can tell, it was like an original one from like theaters from way back when, and it was a loved print.
That's awesome.
There was parts where it was like, I mean, it didn't ruin the experience or like it wasn't like unsalvageable, but like there were parts that were clearly like rough, and I looked at it and I was like, oh, this is an old movie. And like I felt it's like the Matt Damon gif where from like Saving Private Ryan where he becomes like the old man and I'm watching and I was like, oh no.
I had that same feeling about when was it? Whenever they did Sandlot for one of its anniversary showings, because I had seen it, I had seen it on DVD, television, cable, and then eventually Blu-ray. But then I see it in the theater, and it was like, oh, This is a OG print.
That's why I like to see them when they do the 4K re-releases. It's like those ones are old and stuff, but like they're doing 7, the 4K re-release.
I still need to see it right for IMAX. Yeah,
I still need to see the 4K release of True Lies because I feel like that's the only one of James Cameron's film that hasn't been done.
I'm going to be honest. On Blu-ray. I besides Titanic, I absolutely
hate that movie.
Whoa! Easy. Like, just all calm down now, all right?
You don't like James Cameron that much?
No, I love James Cameron. I just think Titanic is fucking boring and like one of the worst movies he's ever made, bro.
I was rooting for the Titanic.
I like Titanic. But I'll say this. As far as James Cameron's 4K restorations, I hate all of them except
they look like I've seen some screenshots. They look like shit. Yeah.
True Lies. The problem is like the sound. I bought 4K of Special Edition Abyss and True Lies because True Lies I had on DVD, but they transferred over like the laser disc. It's a bad transfer. So I was like, all right, I'll get it in 4K. And I hate it so much because the sound is off. It doesn't it's not right. And then at the same time, I have subscription to YouTube Premium, and True Lies pops up as one of the free movies, and the sound is better, and the video quality is good. So I'm just like, why did I buy this? Like I was so annoyed, and I'm about buying physical media.
Yeah, when I heard the reviews of True Lies 4K, it was bad, so I skipped. You gotta have a good point.
The Aliens 4K restoration is awful. It's fucking awful.
That movie's not that great anyway, so.
Dear God, man, what is on with
really Aliens? I mean, I get Titanic. I mean, I like Titanic, Aliens, but I get hating that movie.
I am a Ridley Scott guy through and through. I think Alien is better than Aliens without question. Again,
that's a fair assumption. But are you saying that Aliens is a bad movie? That's the question.
I'm just saying that James Cameron has done better things. I'll say that.
Okay.
I mean, T2 is his top tier in my opinion, or at least
Terminator 1 and 2. 1 and 2 are in the same category. Same with True Lies, same with The Abyss. Everything else is a little questionable.
I mean, I look at it this way for Cameron. Aliens is his top for me because what he was able to do with the improvising of filmmaking on that film, he created something out of nothing. He had everything against him, and he was able to.
I mean, he retreaded the first movie, added more aliens, and then added a kid, BFD. Like. Show me. He's
the one that created the sequel, kind of formula, bigger, badder, more action, all these types of things and stuff. But also at the same time, he was working with people who were telling him, we don't have the budget, we can't do this, we can't create a horde of aliens coming at you. And he said, "F you, let's put some pipes on a bunch of guys and make it look like."
Yeah, never tell a camera we don't have the money for something.
Yeah, exactly. But, and he ended up making iconic. So for me, it's a great feat in improvising of filmmaking.
Yeah, exactly.
Created a masterpiece.
Phil, if your complaint is that he added retreaded the same plots and added a kid, that's T2 as well. So I mean,
sure. But the thing is, T2.
That's what I'm saying. He invented story. He invented the formula. Bigger.
No, I know. He switched the story. I'm making a joke, but yes, no, he did.
And I know you're making a joke. I know full well you were making a joke. I know you, motherfucker. I know you're making a joke.
All right.
Well, like everything also you're saying about the ranking count, because I'm obviously a big Cameron mark myself, and I would even include Alita, a Battle Angel, and even though he didn't direct that was very much his baby. So
the thing is, Rodriguez is a talented director, depending on what movie you're talking about.
He is a talent of James Cameron too. So there's that.
Yes, and he being the student of James Cameron, he listened to all of the things that James Cameron told him to do, and Alita benefited from. I mean, Alita to me was so underrated, and I'm glad that I think the sequel is happening. I think they're just, I think John Landau is now passed.
Yeah, he passed away.
But,
he did.
But at the same time, Cameron's talked about Avatar 2 was a big success. If Avatar 3 is a big success, this man will get whatever the fuck he wants from Disney.
Yeah.
If he goes to them and says, I want this.
Well, Avatar 2 made like $2.3 billion. I kind of feel like he's set to do again, whatever he wants to do.
James Cameron has been telling studio heads off for fucking years. James Cameron has never given a fuck.
I love it. Well, the thing is too, also Cameron, anytime he's literally everything he does, his vision for it is always so grandiose. It takes like 15 years to realize. So there's also that's why there's also always a big gap.
Also, last little bit I'll add about Aliens. Whatever he did on Aliens, he did better in Terminator 2. There.
That's fair. I think honestly, that's a fair assessment, and I love both movies.
Yeah, I can give you that.
I'm one of those that I like Aliens just a little bit better than Alien. I don't know.
That's fine.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you. Yeah, but I love them both. I agree. Ridley also is like.
No, it's a very good follow up.
No, if I really wanted to piss people off, I'd give my Alien ranking. I don't feel like doing that tonight.
Next week.
Fine. So how high is Alien 3 on that?
Listen, I like Covenant. I'm sorry, I know a lot of people.
Oh, how high is Alien 3? Yeah. Oh, let's see. I have Alien, Prometheus, Romulus, Alien 3, so probably 4.
Okay.
I don't understand.
There you go. I should have asked.
I don't understand how.
Blame Brad. Hashtag blame Brad.
I saw Prometheus. I avoided Covenant because I literally I didn't miss it because
Paul, hear me out. Paul, hear me out. Okay.
Covenant's the most glorious.
Have you
I
seen
like
Romulus?
Covenant. I like.
Have you seen Romulus?
Covenant's good.
I saw Romulus. I liked Romulus.
Okay, Romulus makes Covenant better.
Yes,
it does.
I kind of agree. I kind of agree.
It does.
It's such a weird thing to say, but it's so true. Like,
oh yeah, I just watched Covenant not too long ago too.
Yeah.
Like Romulus makes.
Not Covenant, Romulus.
Romulus makes Covenant better, and
hot
Romulus
takes.
even kind of makes Alien Resurrection just a smidge better.
Of course it does.
Just a smidge, but not much.
Did you not like Romulus there, Phil?
Oh, I love Romulus. Romulus was number 3.
Okay.
I loved it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you saying it makes it better because of the continuity?
Alien,
yes.
Prometheus, Romulus. Romulus is my number 3. Feedy did a fucking beautiful job with that movie.
Okay. Because I know people that hated Romulus, so I wasn't understanding like where you were coming from.
Basically. Oh no,
there are a couple like retreads and as far as scenery and stuff, but the beauty of it is that it recognizes all of the Alien movies.
Yeah. Again, for me, and I don't hate it because I put Romulus in the same category as like Ghostbusters Afterlife. It's retreading, but it's trying something new for the most part. Like
but it's only like Romulus is for me is only retreading in like
in certain ways. Like it's not a complete retread.
Yeah, it's like the visuals are like, okay, this is a copy shot of this.
No.
And this and that.
I should explain. It's that again. I hate to bring it up because I think the movie hasn't aged that well. But like, it's the Force Awakens mentality of like we're going to retread this, and this, but it's to get the franchise back to these certain roots because we want to have more practical effects. We want to do this or do that. But no, Romulus itself was fine. There was a lot of. I mean, to me, I'm not a hardcore Alien fan, but I enjoyed the fact that the android was more complex. I liked that, even when they bring in not Ash, but they bring in that aspect.
You mean Andy?
Look.
No. I'm saying I love Andy, but I'm saying the other aspect, the other android.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Brooke.
Yeah.
He's good. Yeah.
Yeah, but that being said, the practical effects were very good. I thought the atmosphere, the environment, the vibe, I thought was very Alien. I think sorry, I can't pronounce his name correctly. The director,
Fede Alvarez.
Alvarez as a director got how Alien is supposed to feel. So I was like, cool. And
he did the same thing in The Evil Dead. Like when he did the Evil Dead remake, I was like, okay, you understood the assignment. He understands the assignment.
Yeah. I wasn't as big on his other movies. Like I didn't like the Evil Dead. I thought Don't Breathe started off really strong and ended kind of bad. And then this one, like I was just kind of mixed on the ending of Romulus. But then again, because a lot of the other movies have done something similar, I get it's like, all right, so maybe we're just kind of retreading this as well, but in its own way. But again, Romulus was enjoyable. I honestly had a good time in the theater watching it. So
I would agree. It's one of my favorite Alien movies, probably with like Aliens, Alien, and then Romulus for me, and then Prometheus.
I would actually go as far as to say Romulus is probably in my top 5 of the year.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
I wouldn't say top 5. It might make my top 10. Yeah.
It'll be in my top 10.
I don't know about my top 10 yet, but it definitely would be in my recommended. I'm still going through a bunch of other, like you guys talking earlier. I still need to go through Substance, Long Legs.
Long Legs, yeah.
What was the other ones?
June Part 2.
What?
Dune Part 2 is up there.
Definitely Williams number 1.
Yeah, Dune Part 2 might be my top 10. I think I like Dune Part 1 more, but I'm a big proponent of the book, so I feel
I know Frozen Empire probably isn't in your top 10.
No, Frozen Empire would be in my recommendeds. I enjoy like you and I had a laugh.
I like
the shit that I'm gonna get for putting Gladiator 2 in my top 10 is.
That's fine. No, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I get it. I
really like Gladiator 2. Like
I didn't hate it. Okay. I didn't hate it. I had a good time.
I still need to watch Gladiator 2. I'm disappointed I haven't seen it yet.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with that.
Really Scott pulled that off. He's 87 now. That's like I hope my I mean, it's like what if I make it that far in life, I really hope that's like if I make it that age, I hope I have the energy that man has to like crank out 2 blockbusters a year.
Yeah,
apparently he wants to do a third one, which doesn't shock me at all.
And he also wants to do another Alien movie, which we're kind of hoping. Yeah. Hey, bring David back, Michael Fassbender. Let's do that. But I wanted to say, like, I know that Paul and Chris, you guys were like saying that you want
1 o'clock in the morning their time.
Yeah.
So if you guys need to take off, I know we're gotten heavy conversation with the Alien franchise.
I love it.
Yeah, no. But if you guys want to take off, Chris, whatever you got to promote.
Yep. As always, Dave. Thanks as always. Good seeing everyone. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. And but yeah, you can check me on all the socials at Chris Balga. Follow me at Marvel Alliance. Search all the podcasts of that nature by Marvel Alliance. And then this Saturday is, as always, on the Brave and the Boys channel, looking at the Organic Price Books Buyer's Guide at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
All right. Later, all.
All right. Take it easy,
man. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
All right. Paul.
Yeah. I just want to say thanks, Dave, for having me on again. I'm glad everyone had a good Thanksgiving and everything. Again, I don't have anything to promote because I'm just a guy that reads too much.
I'm just a dude playing another dude.
Guys, this is another dude.
I'm not disguised yet, as far as I know. I think I'm just Paul.
I don't know. Is that beard real? Is that beard real?
I don't know.
If you shave it off next time, we can't recognize you.
Oh God, no! I don't think I look great with the beard. My dating life got better when the beard came on. And anyway, point being, okay, that actually sounds funny.
He said, hence why the beard is still here. Anyways, continue.
No, but I don't have anything to promote. But it's always good talking with you guys. I always enjoy these chats, and I always look forward to the Fridays and stuff. It's always a good time. So I hope you guys are all well. And if you guys want to follow me, I'm at pmickey1988 on Instagram and at Paul Panhook on Vero. And I wish you guys well, and I'll see you again soon, hopefully. So
you too. Have a great night, man.
Hey, Paul.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Easy, Paul.
Hi, Phil. Hi, guys. Take care.
See you. But yeah, well, how did we lead into this?
Well, anyways, but we gotta dive right into like Williams' most anticipated upcoming Ridley Scott project, which is Thelma and Louise 2.
What?
Thelma and Louise 2.
Who?
Thelma and Louise 2.
No. Oh, is that happening?
That's not happening.
They survived the fucking.
No, I because
do you not like Thelma and Louise?
Well, that's I've told our audience.
I know Brad's over the moon about Scary Movie 6.
Hardy, har.
Let in go, Scary Movie. I'm so excited.
Yeah, me too. I can't wait.
The Wayne's back.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be amazing.
These guys haven't done anything funny since The Living Color.
Whoa,
you watch your white mouth. You understand?
Watch your mouth. You watch your damn mouth.
I wouldn't say that.
How dare you?
I would say Scary Movie 1 and 2 are great from them.
Phenomenal.
Fuck yeah.
White Chicks is funny, obviously.
I've never seen White Chicks.
You know, huh?
I've never seen White Chicks.
Oh yeah, you should probably.
That's
you know, it's kind of funny. I've seen Sean and Marlon Wayans at a comedy show, and I will say this: Sean Wayans, hilarious comedian. Marlon Wayans, some funny things, but Jesus Christ, he's like Tasmanian devil on stage. Sean Wayans, obviously, you know the dynamic. I mean, Marlon Wayans has always been the more like, you know, obviously his character in the scary movies is
those masterpieces of A Haunted House.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's right. They did Haunted House. That movie was.
I'm not gonna lie. Haunted House. I enjoyed the first one.
I did not. Yeah, I didn't really like the haunted house movies. I did not like
the first one. Was fine with the dog in the house falling and him crying about the dog. That was great.
Yeah.
You guys ever watch My Wife and Kids?
My Wife and Kids is great. That's
My Wife and Kids
that's Damon Wayans. Awesome. But that's Damon Wayans.
That's Damon. Yeah.
Do you know that Damon Wayans has a new show now? There's a new show with his son, Damon Wayans Jr. that's coming out. And yeah, they're both father and son.
Fucking news to me.
I forgot what it was called, but let me see. There's like a new sitcom with Damon Wayans and Damon Wayans Jr. That they have a new sitcom, and what's it called?
Holy shit!
Yeah,
that's amazing.
And by the way, here's something that might sound like a hot take. It's like for my bashing on the Scary Movie franchise and the Wayans and their work post that. I actually thought Marlon Wayans wasn't bad in G.I. Joe. As Ripcord.
You know what? The first G.I. Joe actually wasn't that bad.
I didn't enjoy it.
It had its moments, but it just, I had to keep on going. I wasn't. I don't know. I knew. I had a feeling it wasn't going to work. And then they try to like divert it to be like, okay, here we got Dwayne Johnson coming in, and it didn't quite work.
Actually, I thought the second one was bad.
We're going to kill Duke in the first 10 minutes too. There's that.
Yeah. Well, they're not high art. The GI, but they're all right. It's just like basically just kind of like popcorn, military action movies. They get the job done. Snake. I remember Snake Eyes was coming out. Here's a true story. When the Snake Eyes reboot, and this I guess speaks to Williams' mantra about most reboots fail, which this one absolutely did. I remember like in the lead up to that, like a lot of people, like other, including some colleagues, who would like, started tweeting out reactions. I could tell they were talking about Snake Eyes, but they wouldn't identify by name. They would just say, "Oh, this upcoming action movie is like just destroyed by shaky cam." Or something like that, and I looked at the release calendar, and my heart just sank. Or like, oh no, please.
Oh yeah, I was at first hearing good things about Snake Eyes, and then I put it on, and then I started seeing some negative reviews, and then I put it on, and I went, oh, this is not good.
Well, the thing is, I don't think it's bad. It's just it's just
no,
it's
bad. It's bad.
It's bad. Shaky cam. It's like, and the shaky cam is just the side of
No, it's not just shaky cam.
That was the least of that movie's problem.
To this day, the best review,
story, all that kind of stuff. It was
the best review of Snake Eyes I saw was Enosh's.
Yeah, I remember he hated it.
That was.
By the way, this is what it's called. Papa's House on CBS. So it's Damon Wayans.
Oh wow, okay.
So yeah, we got Damon Wayans still looking like Damon Wayans, but he's got a white beard now.
Yeah, he's
That's how much he aged. He doesn't have any wrinkles, but he's got a gray beard. It's like
right.
Yeah, so that's actually out right now, obviously.
That's probably honestly his kid looks like his brother, but that's besides the point.
He could probably do Blank Man too now.
They sound so much alike. If you heard
do they?
Wayne Jr., they sound exactly alike.
He could probably do Blank Man 2 now with that beard. She could do like a 30-year legacy
sequel. Was so funny.
I want to speak to the commissioner. Crime fighter.
I'm a crime fighter. Yeah. Jesus Christ. That was originally supposed to be his character in Living Color, the handicapped superhero, but they were like, no, that's too much that's too controversial. Even back in the 90s.
They were pushing boundaries on in Living Color.
Oh, dude, in Living Color had so many. You watch some of those sketches, you go, holy shit.
The best one was having Jim Carrey push the line in there because he had Jamaican rap and all.
Remember when he was like he played like the workout chick and he was like he had like the pigtails and he was like, all right, everybody, we're gonna be doing this workout now. And then everybody is referencing, because how things are now when it comes to like trends and stuff like that. They're like, oh my god, they predicted stuff like this. I was like, oh my, that's hilarious. But it was just like, there was shit like that. And I love that Jim Carrey was like the white guy. He was the token white guy.
He was the white guy on A Living Color.
Yeah.
And he knew it and played right into it.
Oh, dude. And I'm so glad because he tried out for Saturday Night Live, didn't get it. And I'm like, good. He did not need to be on Saturday Night Live. He needed to be on this show. And it's so funny, too, because when you watch it and you see the opening credits, it says James Carrey. It doesn't say Jim Carrey. It says James Carrey. And it's like, it's so weird to see. You're like, James Carrey. What the fuck? But he was so fucking good on that show, man. I'm so glad he didn't make Saturday Night Live.
One of my favorites, I guess it speaks, to kind of my predilections is where there was one where he was a karate instructor, but he was the bad kind where he's like scamming these people. It's like, oh, it's like you attack me wrong. When you come up with a knife, it should be like this. And then there was the other one where he was parodying kung fu, and it's like you take the pebble from my hand, and he can't get the pebble out of the master's hand. Yeah. So those I really enjoyed. He also had the one where he was Mr. Rogers, and it's like Mr. Rogers like committing, he's like beating people up.
He's being like there were so many. I mean even Damon if Living Color wouldn't have been successful if it wasn't for Jim Carrey and Damon Wayans. Those two, I mean, Damon Wayans didn't last that long. He was only on for like 2 seasons.
Jamie Foxx too made his
Jamie Foxx came like later, like season 4 or something like that. And he made a splash, of course. I mean, they kept it going for, quite a bit, but Damon Wayans was only on for like 1 or 2 seasons. But like both of them were just, I mean, you had Homie the Clown. Remember Homie the Clown that Damon Wayans would do? Homie, don't play that, and just, I mean, and then he had that one character where he was like in prison. He was like a activist guy, and it was pretty funny too. Yeah, I mean, those two you watch that first season of Living Color, it's pure comedy gold throughout. And a lot of it's because of Jim Carrey and Damon Wayans. They were like the stars.
And went on to be, he had that killer year in '94 with Ace Ventura, The Mask, and Dumb and Dumber. Sure. And I know that drives William crazy, me saying that, but it means,
let me see if I can put those on my queue right now.
Okay, William.
Seriously, what?
Phenomenal comedies.
Those are 3 iconic. How can you hate those?
I like it a lot.
Okay. You hate all 3 of those?
Dumb and Dumber is as advertised. It should have added.
Okay, but that's what's so beautiful about it, because it's smart dumb.
Here's the thing. Okay.
And I've practically
whenever I look at Jim Carrey's career, whenever I look at Jim Carrey's career, I think of tragedy.
You better watch what you say, bro.
No,
that man is one of my idols. He's comparable to Robin Williams. You better watch what you say.
Said this on our show many times, guys.
He built the foundation on buffoonery, where he could have been doing movies like Truman Show. He could have been doing movies like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Yeah, but he eventually did do those movies because of the previous
but by the time he got to him, I don't think it was hard for him to get cast in more roles like that, because everybody expected a fucking head coming out of a rhinoceros's ass. And I think
you're talking about Ace Ventura 2, which that's not as good as the first one.
I guarantee if William had the opportunity, he would buy Tommy Lee Jones a drink.
Yeah, because how much he hated it.
Because Tommy Lee Jones, I cannot sanction your buffoonery.
And you look at it, and we've talked about this on our show. There are other actors who had buffoonery, but they got to serious roles sooner, and it changed their career. I'm still wondering. I hope he hasn't retired from it, because
he totally has.
Yeah, I would like to see him do a couple more movies like the ones I mentioned, because, like I said, I think that's in him. I think there's a dimension that.
Well, he did do those. I mean, that's the thing. It's like
he did those movies, and those movies came out at a time where, unfortunately, like with Robin Williams, the Academy wasn't recognizing that type of shit, and so Eternal Sunshine, Truman Show, Man on the Moon.
Like I said, I think
he got nominated for Golden Globes, not for an Oscar.
What ended up happening though is I think those people who do the nominating and people who do the casting, when they think of Jim Carrey, they don't think of a guy who can do those other roles, even though he can and can probably, touch a different dimension. And he just never got around to it. And to me, it's just that.
It's hard. I mean,
enjoy the buffoonery. It has.
Yeah, I'm not sure what standard you're holding him up to, because look, it took how many years for Robin Williams to win an Oscar, and he won it for one film out of how many dramatic films I did. Dead Poets Society, all these other, and he only got it for Good Will Hunting.
Robin Williams
always have a bad name.
Robin Williams got to those roles a hell of a lot sooner than Jim Carrey ever did.
He started with Mandy and Popeye.
That's not true.
No,
what are you talking about?
Born in Vietnam.
a comedy role.
You're talking about but that was still kind of.
I'm talking about roles that like Hollywood actually, when they look at you and they cast you in those roles, he got to those roles earlier in his career.
Well, he was also a Juilliard grad too, so he was coming into it like already like having like a established kind of dramatic background too. I mean,
you had Good Morning, you had Awakenings, you had Good Morning Vietnam, Fisher King, which is his best movie. It's his best movie. He had things like that going on a lot sooner in his career.
In fairness, his portrayal of Peter Banning and Hook is a far cry from a lot of his other comedic roles.
I agree, and that's why Hook is probably my personal favorite of the.
And then when I posted that tweet about watching Hook, that took off. I loved like all the love that it got. I'm like, yeah, dude. I'm like, how do people even like hate this movie? You have Robin Williams, you have Dustin Hoffman, and then you have Julia Roberts as fucking Tinkerbell, which I love her in that role. She's so adorable.
And don't forget the late great Maggie Smith as Wendy.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm like, I hadn't watched it in a bit. I put it on. I'm like, this movie is just it's Steven Spielberg. You got John Williams doing the fucking score. How was this movie not
It was the first thing I put on with the night the lockdown started. That was actually the first thing I put on was Hook. This is kind of like my cover movie. So there you go. That's
I mean, but I'm sorry. I hold Jim Carrey up there with Williams as the comedians that can be so physically funny and outrageous and all this, and be so heartbreaking.
I'm not saying he can't, but I'm saying he did not get. You look at the body of work that Robin, like, he won an Academy Award for not his best movie, but you look at the body of work that Robin Williams scattered throughout his entire career consistently, versus when you think of Robin Williams, a lot of people think, what's that?
You ever watch Toys?
Toys, yeah.
Nobody talked about that one, and that's actually a really good movie. I actually really like that.
I like
movie.
Jack.
Jack. I mean, that's the thing. It's like the thing. The pushback I have with you. The pushback I have is like Robin Williams. Yeah, he might have been like getting those roles, but he also peppered in between those roles. He was doing the
Mrs. Doubtfire.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but Jim Carrey was different because he was a different kind of comedic actor. So when it came to that 1994 year, he just blew up, and it wasn't like that. It was just it was just kind of weird because Ace Ventura,
1 hour
film they filmed like that, but they weren't meant to come out in the same year.
Well, they did Dumb and Dumber because that was filmed that year, and he already had like 2 big hits. So they said,
okay, he already had that, and they just
got to dive on this guy as quick as we can.
But I mean, at the same time, you're just kind of going like, I would say that Ace Ventura and Dumb and Dumber are more. The Mask is just, that was an existing property, and like people still love that. I love it. Obviously I got
nothing like the comic, but
I literally have the Loki mask hanging up right there. But at the same time, it's just like to have those wins right there, because I mean, he just was like a new brand of comedy that no one's ever seen. Or it's like, it's not just just being funny and like doing certain things. Like the physical aspect of him was just so new, because he was literally a plastic man in a sense, because he could just move his face and do all these things. So I mean, I think it just created like a whole different brand of comedy. So and then of course that led to Batman Forever and Riddler, which I love him as Riddler.
Yeah.
And then eventually he got to like, all right, well, I'm going to take my stuff more seriously, and he had to prove himself. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, that it got to the point of like, oh, he was looked at like as this, so he had to prove himself to be like, I can be dramatic as well. I mean, there was that movie The Majestic that came out, nobody fucking saw that. I didn't even see it, and it was just like, what the fuck was that movie about? But when it came to certain other movies, it was like, oh wow, he actually is.
He reteamed with Joel Schumacher in the
number 23. Yeah.
Oh, that movie is so fucking good.
Yeah, it's underrated.
I'll just leave it at this. I think he is a far superior actor than has been demonstrated with.
And I think he's shown that. I think he has shown that though.
Yeah, I hope he has more of that in him. I hope he has more Eternal Sunshine.
He might.
Truman Show,
Eternal Sunshine is probably one of my.
Yeah,
Eternal Sunshine is like that's probably easily in one of my top 20 favorite movies of all time.
He should have been nominated for that. He
wasn't. Oh, totally should. Him and Kate Winslet were just.
He should have won for that, not the Reader. But
I agree.
I'm kind of between both Dave and William on this, because I would agree with William and say because he became so associated. with the slapstick, with the physical comedy that became so much part of his brand. That's like, studio heads is like, that's the first, whenever they had anything coming up, it's like, oh, can we get Jim Carrey in this? That's all they wanted to get him in. So yeah, it's like, I think there's something to be said for the fact that he has a lot of range, that he has got as much opportunity to really showcase the full extent of his range as say Robin Williams did. But it's like, like Dave says, and like Austin says, I can't deny, it's like, his physical comedy is like, he's just got a command of it, like, so, and it's so good that you can have moments like he's so good with this physical comedy. You can have things like in Ace Ventura when he's in the rhinoceros, where he's so adept with the physical comedy that you don't even overlook the plot hole of like, where did Ace Ventura get a fully functional mechanical rhinoceros? Just out of nowhere.
Not the question I was asking myself as I was forced to watch that movie with the.
But it's like, you don't think about that because the whole scene is like, you must have air, and you try to get out.
It's a and I will say, Nature Calls not the best sequel. There's some things in there where you go, but there's some really good moments in there. Like the rhino scene is very memorable, but Liar Liar was just like one of those.
Liar is one of my favorites.
Jesus Christ! Yeah. I mean that
red pen, blue pen.
The pen is blue. The goddamn pen is blue.
Hold on. Let me.
There's some dramatic elements.
Can a man kick his own ass?
How old is Jim Carrey? Is he still? I mean, he's too young to be
in his
retired.
50s, right? He's got to be in his 50s.
He's
got to be closing on 60, probably 60.
Yeah,
probably closing.
I just, like I said, when I look at Robin Williams and I look at some of the stuff he did, and that's great, even whether I liked him, but when I
1
think
hour photo, somebody brought up 1 hour photo. That movie, oh my god!
When you think of him, there's just a much more complete range, because I think he got to those movies soon enough to where you had no choice as a producer or as a studio to understand and appreciate his diversity. I think Jim Carrey has all of that. I think Jim Carrey has all of that, but just has not done had those type of roles.
Has kind of, though.
He's got like 3 or 4 of them. I think for the length of time he's been acting, it would have been a lot cooler to see a balance there, because I really think, like I said, I don't think you've seen, even at 62, how good he can really be, because it just hasn't been out there.
I don't know. Man on the Moon, and that
Man on the Moon is excellent.
That's a great one.
To me, he
Truman Show is excellent.
Even is another one I love is
Man on the Moon. If you watch the documentary on how he would, like
Andy and I. Yeah.
I mean, I think he went to a level where he was like, I can't get to that level anymore, because he turned. Wow. He was like, he basically was like, I just summoned Andy, and that was me. So pushing back a little bit to what you're saying, I don't think he can get to that. I think that was
that. I heard him say that. I don't believe him. I believe he believes that.
I do.
I just believe he believes that at that point.
That role took a lot out of it. I mean, he was like he was known as an asshole for a bit afterwards.
People hated working with him because he was like, because he also did Tony Clifton as well, and he was such a fucking asshole, So
and then right after that, he did The Grinch too.
Oh. Grinch.
Yeah. Then he goes on to do, like I said, it's there. It just hasn't been asked of him, or it hasn't been offered of him to more.
I think it was. I mean, it's been asked of him too. I mean, also too, like, he only got started in the 90s, and he got started in a lot of serious films like The Deadpool and like Pink Cadillac and other things.
Oh,
like
yeah, The Deadpool. He was in the Deadpool.
Yeah, but he wasn't the main guy. I mean, I know.
Yeah, he was just like, it was a
No. But he started as kind of like a smaller character actor and made his way to Ace Ventura was his first like kind of lead big thing. But
I listen. I enjoy Ace Ventura and all that. I would rather, like I said, raw sewage with ketchup. You can put it on my plate and I'll eat it before I watch those movies every day. I know there's an audience out there for them, and I'm not denying that. I'm just when I watched, I just watched Eternal Sunshine the other night, and I'm like, first of all, fuck the Academy for not nominating him for that, and B, he's so believable in that role to where you are on the ride he takes you on in that movie all the way to the end of that movie. And Kate Winslet is her best role. And that movie got an Academy Award for screenplay, but not for the two people that drove that movie. And then you watch Truman Show, then you watch Man in the Moon. Like I said, I just hope there's 3 or 4 more of those left in him.
Look, even his show Kidding on Showtime was really good and examined a lot of.
I haven't watched that, but I heard it was good. Yeah,
it was really, really good. It got canceled early. Yeah.
Check your DMs, Dave, because I just said because we were talking about Jim Carrey.
Real quick, William, do you know the most annoying sound in the world?
Yeah. I just DM'd. We were talking about.
Is that you?
No, it's not me. It's Austin, because you mentioned liar, and I think it should be okay because I showed this on our show.
Brad, get kicked off.
I showed this on our show.
I asked you if you know the most annoying sound in the world. It's literally right next to
it. Off with this.
Who is it that you sent me?
No, it's not a clip. It's not a clip. It's a picture.
Okay, who is it?
Oh, so it was I went to Tampa Comic Con in 2015, and my friend Mike and I ran into this guy.
That's
the pen is blue.
Yeah, that is really awesome.
Yeah.
Right,
I did. So I met Jim Carrey when he did a film here, and it was because my acting coach, she was on the set and stuff, and she was my acting improv coach. And so I'm talking to Jim Carrey, and she just out of nowhere goes, "Yeah, he's going to perform the red pen blue pen scene from Liar Liar in an improv show in a few months." I'm like, I am. What? Yeah, so yeah, that's one of my favorite. That I think Me, Myself, and Irene is also very underrated.
Yep, Me, Myself, and Irene's great too.
I wasn't quite as big on that. What was probably my favorite. Again, my favorite comedy of all time, full stop, is Liar Liar. I mean, Liar Liar is. I mean, just the situation is like you have to tell the truth for 24 hours, and
you're a lawyer,
exactly, and you've got this case where you can't possibly win it if you tell the truth. So.
It was just one of those funny comedies where it doesn't make sense. You just accept it, and the reason why you accept it because of how ridiculous it gets, and Jim Carrey is the reason why.
One of my favorite the one that
hey, what's up? What's up? Your cholesterol, fatty. I mean, it's just come on.
When he's at the impound lot. You know what I'm going to do about this? Nothing. But it's fine. Take your Falklands.
What were you doing last night? Having sex.
Yeah. All I'm going to do is piss and moan. I mean, that's the thing. Is again, it's one of those things.
I object, Your Honor, to yourself.
Where and that's one of the things in this discussion that we're having right now, and is the fact that the Academy doesn't even recognize a good comedic performance, such as something like in Liar Liar, when you see something like that, where it's Jesus Christ. I mean, he's literally this is all one take, and he's just fucking just going, and it's funny, and he's animated and stuff like that. It's there are Robert De Niro, these people that won numerous Academy Awards couldn't do that. They couldn't do that. But they, but sadly, when it comes to the Academy, they take away comedy and horror and stuff like that.
The last time the Academy recognized a comedy was when Will Smith slapped the shit out of Chris Rock.
Yeah, that's true.
That was bad. I'm sorry. Shame on me.
Damn.
Shame on me.
I swear, I thought that the first 15 minutes after that, I thought that was staged.
It seemed like it. Everybody, it didn't.
I thought it was,
There's some things that just didn't. There was some I don't know. And Will Smith, he's done okay, coming back somewhat. But
Bad Boys,
Bad Boys.
Hey, just don't talk about it. That's his philosophy.
Bad Boys didn't take that advice.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things, but it's just the way it is. But as long as they keep on making Bad Boys films, I guess
you'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, the last Bad Boys film, you just watch it.
And a possible I Am Legend 2.
Oh yeah, that's still happening.
That retcons Independence Day 2. I need an Independence Day movie that makes 2. They need the Highlander. They need the Highlander, the Quickening, Independence Day 2, and it never happened. And I get Colonel or General Hitler back.
Apparently, Roland Emmerich does have a script for Independence Day 3, but who knows if that's ever going to get
it needs to happen for the sole reason to.
Yeah, but who knows? I mean, I don't know if he's because apparently, I mean, Independence Day 3 was supposed to be we take the fight to the home planet of the aliens, and I'm like, that's just going to be more. The only thing that I thought was really great, the thing that I loved about Independence Day Resurgence was not the whole fucking packaging of, hey, they're back and they're destroying shit and everything, and you know, what I liked is in the final act when they're on board the ship, and the ship, they show like, oh, there's actually like it's like an ecosystem on the ship, and then they were like fighting the aliens like hand-to-hand combat with their guns through like their like crops and shit. I was like, oh, this part's cool. Like we're seeing more of like
the rest of the movie to.
But the whole rest of the movie was shit sandwich. It was like, what the fuck?
I waited 20 years for that sequel, and I got that.
It never should have been made. It never should have been made.
It has two good ideas in it that I think should have been the basis for
beginning and ending credits.
Oh, Jay said we forgot about Yes Man. Yes Man's also a good.
Oh, yes,
movie.
That's a great. Yeah, yep, that's a good one too. Bruce Almighty.
Yes,
Bruce Almighty. Yes, there you go. Jim Carrey's. I mean, let's face it. They haven't been dramatic roles, but you know,
he's very good at, you know, craziness and all this other stuff, but also all those movies we mentioned. Yes Man, Bruce Almighty, heartwarming type endings and those types of things and stuff, and so like so Liar Liar, definitely a heartwarming type ending.
I don't know, it's just and I get what you're saying, William, too. Is like, don't be stranglehold to like typecasting. A person who was very typecast was Matthew McConaughey. When it came to like the 90s, early 2000s, he was like the romantic comedy guy. He's the heartthrob. He was that. But then, you know, and he's been on podcasts recently in the past like month, and he's talked about, because he has like a book that's coming out and stuff, or he had a book that came out.
Yeah.
And he talked about how,
Green Lights.
yeah. When he hit 40 years old, he kind of just had like this, you know, am I just going to be like this guy, or do I need to do some different things? He took 18 months off of acting. I don't know if you guys know this, but Matthew McConaughey took 18 months, and he traveled, and him and his wife and stuff, and you know, and he took time off where it was a scary time, where it was like, you know, after a while, his agent was like, "Yep, nobody's calling now because you decided to do this thing." And then when he came back, he's like, "Yeah, let's start doing some serious roles." And it actually ended up working for him. So in the sense of Matthew McConaughey, he knew there's like, I can't do this, you know, romantic comedy, you know, character for the rest. I mean, yeah, it pays well. And yeah, there's sometimes where, hey, it's a romantic comedy, but it takes place where I'm, you know, digging up treasure and being a surfer guy and shit like that. I can't just be like, hey, I'm playing a character where I have my shirt off for half the fucking movie. You know, that wasn't like, so like he took 18 months off, came back, and then what happened? Took some roles and then won an Academy Award.
He ended up doing Mud. Mud was one of the first ones.
So fucking great, man.
Yeah, phenomenal film.
He says that's his favorite movie that he's done.
It's a phenomenal, and I think it literally went, I think that's the movie he took out.
Interstellar. Yeah,
he went from
his second favorite movie he's done.
That's one of my favorites. But he went from Ghosts of Girlfriend's Past, took a bunch of time off, did Mud, and then did like Dallas Buyers Club, Interstellar, Wolf of Wall Street. Yeah. So that was a smart move on his.
It's so funny because Wolf of Wall Street, he's so memorable for the and all that was improv from him.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard that story where that's what he would do before scenes to like get him up? And Martin Scorsese was like, do that on camera. And Leo DiCaprio did not have any idea what the fuck was going on during that scene.
A really funny movie.
And he just went into it. I think there's like a moment in that scene where Leo almost starts to laugh, like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah.
But I mean, that was such a memorable moment in that movie. And that was just McConaughey who just does that just to get him like ready for the scene. And Scorsese saw and was like, do that on camera. It's like, all right. Leo was like, what the fuck are we? And it made the film.
It's a really funny movie too. Overall, the Wolf of Wall Street.
It's hilarious.
That's a funny. Yeah,
I would not watch it with my folks.
It's a comedy. Oh yeah, don't watch it. Yeah,
I took my mom to see it on Christmas Day.
Oh Jesus Christ! What are you thinking, man?
She liked Leonardo DiCaprio. We had no idea what was going to happen.
How awkward was it though?
We both enjoyed them, and then we went and saw Django. We went and saw Django right after. We had a great Christmas day.
So sometimes there's I'll watch things with my mom where I'm like, she gets it, but I mean, when there's like sexual things, that's where I start going. That's the hard things to watch with your mom. But if it's something that's R-rated, it was not that much sex in that movie.
Even the sexual stuff was comical. Like it opens with the waxing, and it's comic, and there's a lot of like it's not like an intimate, serious type sex, where you're uncomfortable,
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, but
it's hilarious. It is probably one of the it's.
I think he should have.
That William's going to get it, but it's very funny.
I think DiCaprio should have won his Oscar for that over The Revenant.
Oh, dude, The Revenant.
I love The Revenant. I love it.
The Revenant. He was basically just surviving the elements. I would say that's what Leo was doing. It was a lot of grunting, a lot of, and then it was just. And to me, I'm like, The Revenant was good. If anybody should have won an Academy Award in that, was fucking Tom Hardy. Mm-hmm. Tom Hardy, dude, his character was like he the way that whatever he did with his eyes and his like head movements when he would talk, I was like, Jesus Christ, Tom Hardy's a fucking psycho in this movie. Like he is his character is such a psycho. I'm like, he should have won the Academy Award. Leo was fine, but I was like, he just did a movie where he survived the elements. He did so much better in so many other movies.
Well, but I look at something like Wolf.
I mean, it's
What I love about him and Wolf is that, like, and he talks about he was surrounded by people like Jonah Hill, a lot of improvisers. He's not an improviser, so he had to challenge himself a lot in that role, and so for me, I thought that's deserving of an award. I've never seen you in this type of way before. You did a great job, I think he should have won but also McConaughey was good in Dallas Buyers Club, so I have to give him that.
And like what we were saying a minute ago about avoiding typecasting, is I think probably when it comes to like comedy, it's a lot easier for people who were really known for comedy. It's a lot easier to fall into that trap of being typecast, and if you're not like delivering like at like the Jim Carrey level in terms of like popularity, it's like that is easy. I mean, like when was the last time you saw Dane Cook in anything?
Yeah. Well, he had a boom. He had a boom in the 2000s.
Yeah.
Where he had like Employee of the Month. He was in Waiting as a small character. And then of course he had Luck Chuck, and he had some other
Chuck,
But they were all just like they were all not the best like comedies. They were like, they're fine.
His stand-up's not bad. His stand-up's, I've laughed.
His stand-up when he first came on the scene, it was like he was fresh, new, energetic, and it was like something different. And to me, it's like after a while, it just kind of was like, all right, I'm kind of over it, But it was kind of funny too because I don't know. I mean, I've had spiky, weird hair, and I'm a half white guy. So I how many times they were like, "You look like Dane Cook." I'm like, no, I don't. I just have spiky hair. That's.
I refute that.
But at the same time, I'm like, I'm also animated and energetic too. So I was
apparently he auditioned for Captain America too.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it's like imagine what the MCU would look like if he was Captain America.
Well, remember John Krasinski almost had the role.
Yeah, Krasinski did almost have the role, and then it went to Chris Evans.
Yeah,
you know what? I mean, and to be honest, I think Krasinski could have done a good job. To be honest, I would not have hated it.
I think most actors can do a lot of things that a lot of people don't think they can do. Like whenever you say, "Well, I can't believe they casted that guy as this," or "I can't imagine that guy as this," that's because the audience probably has the least amount of knowledge of a range that an actor can have, because we only see what they do. They don't realize that person literally gets paid to be something else at all times. But because we only see, like Heath Ledger. When I first heard Heath Ledger as the Joker,
everybody,
in my opinion, I had nothing to show me that this guy could do that range, but he knew it, and the people who get paid to pick people knew it. And it's the same thing about Jonathan Demme, the same guy who did Married to the Mob, went on to do one of the great horror movies of all time, which is Silence of the Lambs. So I think we as audiences can't imagine what these people do because we only go by what we've seen them do. And I think that's a lot of what some fans do, and I think some executives do. The good ones figure it out. The good ones will figure out, well, this guy's a storyteller. In essence, a storyteller is a storyteller. There's certain things about stories, no matter whether they're comedy or horror, that have to be there in order to keep you engaged. And the people who make the big bucks as far as producers and casting, they can see that.
Yeah,
they can see
I
that.
think
we can't.
I think like one of the things when it comes to comedic actors, I think it's a lot easier for them to go into dramatic. You can't have somebody who's a dramatic actor be a Jim Carrey, but Jim Carrey can be a dramatic actor. Robin Williams can be a dramatic actor, but nobody can be Robin Williams comedically if you're a dramatic actor. That's what I, because I mean, when you see like movies where actors who are known for drama trying to be like a funny, sometimes it doesn't work, or it maybe works because there's a limited range, but you can never. It's kind of interesting when you see comedians or comedic actors make the transition to drama. I think it's a lot, they have more range because of what they do.
The extreme goes both ways though.
So but you can't see, like, you would never see like
the extreme.
What's that?
I would say the extreme does go both ways because, I mean, look at someone like Ryan Gosling, bunch of series with The Notebook, Drive.
Yeah, but he couldn't pull off a Jim Carrey.
Now, I mean, Barbie, Fall Guy, he's definitely got some comedy chops that are.
He's got comedy. His comedic chops is the fact that it's. How do I want to explain it? It's straight man almost.
Deadpan. It's almost deadpan.
It's really dry. It's so dry. So, I mean, I could see, I know what you're saying.
Or even Nice Guys, he's a little eccentric.
Oh, no, I love Nice Guys is one of my all-time favorite comedies. Yeah. But it's at the same time, there's not like a huge stretch. But at the same time, when he like screams, it's like, oh my God, like Ryan Gosling has that in him, But no, Ryan Gosling, a lot of people would be like, oh yeah, he's always just Ryan Gosling. Like, no, he has range. Because he
is always Ryan Gosling.
When you look at him, going back to Drive, he barely talks. But he's emoting with his face so much throughout that movie, and that's what makes his performance so fucking awesome in that movie. But then you get something like The Nice Guys, where it's like, I mean, I remember watching that scene where he falls down the hill when he falls off the ledge, and then he finds that dead body.
Yeah,
I remember and then he goes. He starts doing that, like, and I remember, like, the last time I watched that movie, I was watching with my ex. She was dying laughing, and we kept rewinding. And she goes, "Ha!" Like, he's like, it's like, I can't believe that's Ryan Gosling. She's the Notebook. She loves it. She was like one of the Notebook. He's like, I can't believe that's Ryan Gosling. I'm like, yeah, I mean, he's fucking funny, and because it's just that scene where he's just like looks and sees it, goes, he can't even say he's. And I'm like, oh, wow, yeah. So, yeah, like Gosling has that range too. But I don't know. There's just something when it comes to, I don't know. Yeah, maybe there's just like.
And see, that's what I'm saying. Now I'm seeing him in a bunch of comedies. He's not doing his kind of darker, dramatic stuff anymore. Now it's been Barbie, Fall Guy, Nice Guys, all these kind of back-to-back where it's.
He'll get back to that, I'm sure.
I hope so.
I mean, I don't even know what the hell's like next for him, but I mean, I don't know.
He should be in the American remake of The Raid. Finally, come on.
Oh yeah, is that
the rumor?
Happen?
The rumor is
they've been trying to make it happen for since the first one was made.
Wait, now the director, you're gonna like this, Brad. The director of The Raid is doing that Tom Hardy.
Yes,
movie.
I can't wait for that.
Yeah, but that got shot in like 2 years ago.
It's taken a while.
Dude, like they were talking about that movie in 2022, and then we finally got a first look. And I even mentioned that on Twitter. I was like, or I mentioned it on my show. I was like, it feels like we've been waiting for this. I am dying to see that fucking movie because I love Tom Hardy, and I'm like, it's Gavin, and I'm going, this movie is probably going to be insane. And sadly, it's on Netflix, so we're probably not getting a fucking theatrical release. Yeah. And I'm like, God damn! But I'm like, well, can we fucking get this movie finally?
It wrapped filming, and I got the Wikipedia page up right now. It wrapped filming on October 22nd, 2021.
What the fuck? Okay, so it was 3 years ago. Jesus Christ!
Were there any reshoots or anything, or was it just
2021?
Yeah, maybe it sounds like what maybe they ran like the same problems like with like Dev Patel talked about like Monkey Man, where it's like he just went through hell to make that, and then it was like this 2-year holding pattern before they had a distributor lined up, and I mean that might be it.
Okay, when you can't get a distributor lined up, they don't believe in your movie.
Okay, but sometimes the movie is really good. Like,
that doesn't mean anything for me. Like Universal left the substance because they didn't believe in it. Movie picked it up, and look at where it's at. Like,
okay, but what you just repeat what you just said. Repeat what you just basically said. What I said. At some point, somebody will. But if you're not getting distributed, somebody doesn't. A considerable amount of people don't believe in your movie. I'm not saying it's a bad movie or that you will never get distribution. If you're not, if that's happening right now, that means they don't believe in your movie. Case in point, we were talking to Lloyd Kaufman the other day. He's pissed that we can't. He's got Peter Dinklage in a Toxic Avenger movie that a lot of people.
What's going on with that?
He can't get distribution because they don't believe in the movie because they got a stereotype about. They think of Toxic Avenger and they think of all this other dumb shit. But everybody who I talk to, because we're trying to get it. He's willing to pay for his own flight to come out here and help us put this movie out in our drive-in and watch it, but we can't show it because there's no distribution. I called up Lionsgate, who's the one that had the last rights of it, and they can't get distribution. Without distribution, can't get permission. And a lot of times that is because somebody somewhere doesn't want to make the financial investment in putting this movie in circulation. I'm not saying that that's right.
Okay.
Or that whatever movie we're talking about will get it because somebody with a different mindset will look at it and say, how the fuck did this sit on somebody's shelf for this amount of time? And they'll put it out there.
So Monkey Man.
Exactly. Yeah. But even Monkey Man, you had a bunch of people who was just like, we watched that movie. It was great. I enjoyed that movie, but I'm not the one putting the money for it. So it's a different situation. And then somebody got assholes when it comes to distribution.
So Havoc did have a bunch of reshoots apparently and stuff. And so that's another reason why it's not coming out until next year.
That's why streaming is so important. Streaming is so important because a lot of that stuff.
Streaming is weird because I posted on Twitter last week and that I let Hulu choose my fate of movies on last Saturday. I watched Alien. I first put on Alien Romulus, and I was like, "Oh yeah, it's on there, cool." And I put it on, and I was working on stuff, and I was watching it, and I was like, "Going, oh man, I love this scene," and especially when the zero gravity thing happens, and she shoots all the
so
stuff,
cool.
And then all of a sudden, all the acids everywhere, and it's like, "Oh, that's such a good scene." So I did that, and then I was like, all right, and then I got done with what I was, editing something, and then I was laying on my couch. I'm like, I'm gonna watch this movie called Multiverse, which is one of the original movies. I think it is. It was fine. It was like an interesting take on the multiverse concept. Is about these like young scientists that tap into that, and turns out like they have like a crossover thing where versions of them cross over, and it was like kind of interesting. Bad acting. There's some bad acting in some choices. So I was like, okay, but then I just let Hulu just pick. You know how like Hulu is like pretty much the only service that just, hey, here's the next movie. Like Netflix will recommend and other movies will recommend underneath, but they like Hulu just goes, here's the next movie.
Playing. It just
So I watched something called I watched the movie called The Beta Project, which I thought it was a dark comedy that was funny and interesting concept about infidelity and cheating and weird things like that. And I was like, okay, this is actually kind of funny. And then I watched a movie called I forgot what
town, didn't you?
Yeah. What?
You just went to town.
I did. I just let it go. I was just like, it was a movie with Diego Luna and Sienna Miller called Something Darkly, where it was about a couple who just are falling apart. They get I've heard of that car accident. They get in a car accident, and she's like basically like dead, and they're both dead in a way, and they're kind of going through their relationship. It was interesting, and heartbreaking. Like the end when you figure out like who's actually still alive, gets heartbreaking at the end. And then I watched a movie called The Word Something. I don't know. It was something where it was like another dramatic movie where it was about a father and his daughter. He's dying of a terminal illness. So he's got his daughter, and they kind of do this Viking fantasy world thing. So like it cuts back and forth between real life and them as in this fantasy. Heartbreaking as well. And I was like, Jesus Christ. So it was just kind of cool, like to let, hey, you I haven't heard of these movies. Fuck it. Let me. And I was like, I actually enjoyed all of them.
But the risk has been mitigated though, because a lot of the stuff that like Toxic Avenger or Substance had to go through and all of that was mitigated because there was the liability was lower. Put it on streaming, you're not talking about distribution. And I'm not saying these guys make good decisions all the time. Like with the Substance. The Substance, I don't know why Universal didn't pick that up.
Yeah.
No. They had it. They dropped it.
I mean, they didn't distribute like Lionsgate has Toxic Avenger. Why did they not distribute it since they had the actual? Why did it go to movie? I didn't even know what movie was until I was looking for a way to watch The Substance.
Well, yeah, or you look at something like Neon, what Neon did with Longlegs this year in their marketing and stuff. They did a phenomenal job. It's all in the marketing and stuff. And so even those kind of weird movies like that, I think if you market it well, and even the Substance marketing I thought was great. They didn't give away anything. It was very kind of, what the hell is this? But I'm interested because it's Demi Moore and Margaret Qualley and so.
Dude, somebody didn't believe in that movie. Somebody looked at it.
And then it won best screenplay at the Cannes Film Festival. So
just in the marketing alone, like the sex appeal. First off, you got Demi Moore, who still looks great, and then you got somebody who's coming up is
I think, to be honest, I can even I say this even as a gay man, like that's one of the best parts of the movie is that it leans into this. Like a lot of movies are kind of afraid to kind of, I feel like, go there. It leans into the sex appeal and all of that kind of stuff, the hotness of both of them, and so like
dude, like when it comes to Margot, her name is Margot or Margaret.
Margaret.
Like I always find her like, it's Andie MacDowell's kid. I love Andie MacDowell. And I always just thought she was cute, like, and Once Upon a Time, she's been in other things. But, man, she got, like, you could tell. She was like, all right, I got to get fit for this because I'm going to be showing a lot
Imagine the parents coming to that premiere.
Huh? Oh, I know, right? Andie MacDowell. Well, I'm sure Andie MacDowell's probably proud. But I'm just kind of going like, you see her in that outfit? She's looking pretty, like, I mean, I always thought she was, like, really skinny. And I think she toned up for this one. That's for damn sure. And when it comes to some of the clips where she's full on, I'm like, yep, there it is. She looks great naked. She looks fantastic naked. All right. I'm just saying. So it's like leaned into that. And then, of course, you have Demi Moore, who's like pushing 60.
And she still looks good, but it also does a great, kind of commentary on age and the, how
it's all supposed to be about, right?
Yes.
Ageism and all that stuff. And it's like, and you got Demi Moore, who's a veteran actress. It's like, and goddamn, and I don't know how many times I got recommended, you got to see this movie, and I've seen it on, all over my feed, and I'm like, I still haven't seen it yet, but as soon as it's readily available, maybe I just have to get a fucking trial to Mubi, which I don't want. What the fuck is that? Mubi? What is this now? Jeez, but yeah, I might have to do that this weekend or something like that because I'm really anxious to see this movie. But I'm like, it just surprises me that these big studios just go, not that movie. What?
Yeah. A movie with Demi Moore, Margaret Qualley, and Dennis Quaid, three massive actors. Like,
well, Dennis Quaid for every movie on the blacklist. Yeah.
Well, but even then, at the same time, he's one of the weird ones that's kind of survived. Like the black lady.
I think it's just recently because he played.
Reagan did not help him this year.
And then, of course, he endorsed Donald Trump. So it's like one of those things where it's like, oh, now you're blacklisted kind of thing. So that could have had a part of it, too, because he was already leaning towards that way of being, so, that's a big no-no in Hollywood. Mm-hmm. Kind of interesting. But maybe that could have been part of it. I don't know. But I don't know how much Dennis Quaid's actually in the movie. So
he's in a good part. I mean, but he's got a good supporting. Yeah, not the star, but a good supporting character. I mean, I think people like him, when they do that type of stuff, they'll be look. Sylvester Stallone just did the same thing you're going to see Tulsa King season 3, and his career is going to be fine and stuff. And
he's also his career is pretty much there's nothing you can do to touch him. His career is
I think that's why he was just like, fuck it, no, okay.
If Sylvester Stallone were in his mid 30s, I think that was actually pretty good. If Sylvester Stallone was still like in his 30s or in his prime, I don't know if he would have made the same.
He probably wouldn't do that, but now that he just like, I don't care.
Also, if it was a different time, you got to realize the actors and actresses have been doing this for as long as there's been movies. It's a different time and a particular individual. So like with Reagan, there's people who endorse Reagan's and Bush. Bush was in the middle of 2 wars, and you had people endorsing him, and it didn't hurt their career. It has to do with the personality sometimes, and the global effect that personality might have one way or another. 10 years from now, when things get back to normal and there's humans involved, I don't think you're gonna.
Are there gonna be humans involved? I don't know.
Yeah,
have you seen? Dude, did you guys see that video? Oh my God, there was a video of Kim Kardashian's like assistant.
Yeah.
You saw it, Austin?
Yep.
Yeah,
I did not.
Where she's walking around like a mall with robots carrying like shopping bags.
Yeah, you got that kind of money.
But I'm just like, let's see if I can find.
If I can afford to go to Roberto's and have one carry.
I mean, to the point, it kind of sounds interesting. Let's see if I can find it. I'm not seeing that. I should probably type in assistant. Yeah, it was like I saw that. I was like, oh my God, here we go. I can't find it on Twitter.
Somebody saying Margaret Qualley had prosthetic boobs in the movie. Those look real to me. Those look really real.
And oh yeah, here's the video right here. I found it.
She's good in other things too, where she is chosen that particular wardrobe.
Oh yeah, so this was the video that was going around. So
this is the future. Well, wait a minute. There's nothing wrong with this.
So you got just robots just carrying the bags.
Yeah. That's the future.
It's the future right there, guys.
That's now, actually, if you got money. But
it is.
It's like the Walkman. The Walkman cost $400 when it first
That
came
is
out.
insane.
Until it didn't.
Insane.
You'll have one of those.
I am. I mean, iRobot is a fucking documentary now.
It's like a pretty real guys who had black and white TV. It was like, what are those weirdos? What does that color thing come out of the screen? That's the future right there. That's the near future. I want one. Damn it.
I'm good.
Jeez, I mean,
I don't want it to turn on me, but I want one.
That's the scary part. See, that's the thing is like we've all been, we've all seen the movies where we all go, oh God.
Yeah, but mankind does more damage to mankind than anyone.
That's true. That's the thing. It's like it is one of those things where we just kind of go like,
what happens when AI realizes that and then decides to destroy us?
We're kind of useless. Yeah.
Then we kind of go like, hey, maybe AI will realize that hey, there are good and there are bad. We got to take out the bad. But then it's like, then they got to determine which are the bad, and it's like,
now it comes down to percentages, and you just die.
Yep.
Did you see, Brad, what we just showed right now?
I think I just missed it. It was just coming back.
Yeah, it was Kim Kardashian's assistant. It's a bunch of robots carrying their bags from a mall.
Wow, that sounds like them. Yeah.
yeah. They're basically showing that the robot thing is going to be in the next 10 years. I mean, so then we see, that's the thing is like we're in a weird spot here, gents. We have robots. We have robots carrying bags, and we have I don't know about you guys. Maybe it's just because my algorithm is catered to it, but I'm seeing so many more videos of UFOs and UAPs than I ever have before. Like full on, like pretty clear fucking videos. And I'm just kind of going like, Jesus Christ, is 2025 going to be the year of aliens and robots?
I hope so, because it'd be a big distraction to what's coming.
I did
it probably will be.
I saw a video where Mark Zuckerberg was actually talking about how smart glasses could overtake the primary use that smartphones currently have within.
I keep seeing those images or those commercials about the Meta glasses.
Yeah,
I'm like, I don't know if I'd want that, but then I'm kind of going like, does that help? Thing I don't know because it's so weird. So
all I wanted was
remember when Google Glass came out? Google Glasses. That was like a decade ago. And it didn't fucking go anywhere. And I think the main reason why it didn't go anywhere because, well, first off, there wasn't like the technology wasn't there yet, and the glasses looked fucking stupid. Now you can have glasses that look like these glasses right here. So you can, and then you have AI technology that could really just go like really just do things now. I think like when Google Glass came out, and I tried them on, because I was all part of that back then, and I knew people within that business, and I went to CES and I tried all that, and I was like, well, it's interesting, but it was all about how it looked, and the capabilities were just not quite there because you had to like touch the thing, you had to like scroll, you had to like hit a button, you had to like do this stuff. Now it's all on, you could just say, and you have now. I mean, Jesus Christ, because I have an Android phone, and Gemini has now been launched to a different thing where you have Gemini Live. I literally, I didn't know I had it. And I was like, oh shit, I saw a commercial. I'm like, wait, I have this. And I started having a conversation with it. I was like, oh my God, this does not sound like the fucking other shit before. I mean, like literally just sounded like I was having a conversation with an actual person. And I was going, okay, this has gotten to that point where I literally have almost a Jarvis right now, where I was just asking it things and having literal conversations and asking it questions, and it was answering. And I'm like, oh my God. Yeah. So pack your shit, folks. The human race is going to be wiped out.
Yeah, well,
aliens and AI.
Are we getting RoboCop? The next year we're getting RoboCop.
Hey, if we could get some of that, that's fine.
I'll lean more towards
I'll gladly put on a robo suit.
As long as we don't get Minority Report.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning more towards
RoboCop suit is a pain in the ass for Peter Weller to put on. If you know,
I'm leaning more towards more Mega Man. That's what I'm leaning towards.
Oh yeah, did you see that?
I did.
Secret level. Oh, dude,
I did.
Secret level is gonna be fucking awesome.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool.
Technology. And they released the Mega Man teaser, and I was like, "Fuck yeah, dude!"
See, the thing I thought would be cool is because you mentioned Jarvis, and the thing I remember, like when the first couple Iron Man movies came out, and the thing I was kind of holding out for, as far as like the advancement of all the stuff is okay. Like Tony Stark, like he doesn't even need like a desktop or a laptop anymore. He just has on his phone or his watch, just pull out all of his data and just like throw it up in front of him as like
that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen.
Yeah.
That's the thing I was waiting on. It's like, okay, it's like,
I would like that, and I'm already saying it right now. My AI assistant, I'm gonna call it Alfred. I'm gonna call it Alfred. I mean, I don't care. I mean, that I've already said, like, yeah, I'm gonna call it Alfred. I don't say Alfred. I'm just gonna call it Alfred. So when that technology is full on ready to go, yep, I'm gonna have an Alfred. That's what I'm going to name my AI assistant. And that's the way we're going to end this stream, I think, right here with the scary factor of AI robots and
taking over
and aliens that are going to be taking over. Because, well, I mean, there was this thing I saw a thing before we officially wrap up is like this one dude created this. I don't know if you guys saw this. He created this like a predictive technology back in the 90s. Smart dude, is kind of like an AI in and of itself. And in 2009, it scanned the internet and then created a prediction. And in 2009, it said Donald Trump is going to get interviewed by Joe Rogan. And Donald Trump's going to be president. And 39 days after that, the skies are going to have a World War type of battle that's going to happen with UFOs and the military. That's 4 days away after the Donald Trump and Joe Rogan interview that happened. So I was like, it was trippy. It was like, whoa, is that actually going to happen? So come Monday, guys, or Tuesday, I don't know which one.
We'll all know.
There might be some crazy, and with all the fucking UFO videos that are out there right now, I'm like, oh my God, this might actually end up being true.
Yeah, if they say take me to your leader, we're in trouble though. I think we're gonna get
like Mars Attack. Hopefully, it's not like Mars Attacks.
Right,
go up right there.
But don't release any doves. That apparently confuses them.
Yeah. Yeah. Fun movie.
Hey, listen, we still got 2 out of 3 branches of the government working for us, and that ain't bad.
That ain't bad. Oh man. All right, guys, this has been fun, and everybody who's still sticking around. And thank you, of course, to Chris and to Paul for also being here too. Let's go around the horn and promote anything we got to promote. Starting with you, Austin.
Head on over to Borderlands Studios. We're gonna have some stuff coming up in December. The extended cut of our short film will be out on the 10th. Nice. So we'll have that, and obviously kind of like a year in review, and I'll be doing a best of type thing. So yeah, all that will be coming in December. So check it out.
Sounds good, Phil.
It's always, man. Thanks for the invite. It's a blast getting to talk to you guys. Anyone wants to follow me, it's just unfiltered everywhere except Twitter. That place is terrible. I had my Friday Phil show. You can catch that on YouTube. I write for Multiverse of Color. Be on the lookout next week for both Skeleton Crew as well as Creature Commandos. And we're doing the advanced spoiler-free review on Monday, and then I'll be doing the episodic reviews every Thursday for that. And Eternal Night. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Nice.
Yeah,
Brad.
And of course, you guys can find me with this this knucklehead over to my right or left, depending on which I can never figure it out on here on the Sci-Fi Center. We do all kinds of streaming throughout the week. We do a big thing we do now is watch parties.
We might limit that though.
Yeah, that's that's stuff we've become very associated with us. So
last night,
you can also find my written work, a number of different outlets. Kung Fu Kingdom, Fortress of Solitude. I've also doing some work now with Compo.com. As I mentioned, I've got a piece in the works that will attempt to offer a theory or decoding of what James Gunn may have in the works with the DC Studios. And it's kind of
that you stole from William, but yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to ask my editor. It's like, hey, should I give William a co-author? But it is kind of in the vein of like I am with this perspective I'm kind of now starting to drift into the theories. Like if you are of the persuasion of wanting to see a resolution to Zack Snyder's DC arc, then actually if I am correct and James Gunn is doing something along the lines of what I am suggesting, then that very likely is your best shot at that. So I'll just leave it at that until that piece goes up. Otherwise find me on the Sci-Fi Center. I'm doing my best to, work with William on getting to acknowledge The Raid as the greatest cinematic masterpiece of all time. And I'll report back on that when I've achieved success on that.
Hold on. Give them some time so all four people who know what that movie is can clap.
I guarantee you, when we get Zack Snyder on the show, I'm going to ask him point blank, Zack, The Warehouse, The Raid influenced that, yes or no? Okay, so and when he says yes,
right. Great.
Google and he probably will say
a lot of assumptions.
the enthusiasm.
Yeah, you'll find me at
sci-fi-center.com.
Yeah, William. What?
sci-fi-center.com or Google the Sci-Fi Center. It's all me. It comes up. All of our social media is there. You can subscribe to the channel, youtube.com/at the Sci-Fi Center. I got to do better with some of our content after last night, but I'll work on that.
Mile 2 is very good, everybody. Don't listen.
You could start with a new co-host. I'm available, just FYI.
I'm working on it. But,
this is the season of forgiveness, Phil. I'll let that slide.
I don't care.
Go to the online store, buy some stuff. There's all kinds of discount codes and pre-shipping.
I will look there. I will absolutely look into that.
Any Black Friday deals?
I didn't do a Black Friday deal. I'm doing Cyber Monday stuff. I'm doing
live there. Just walk into his shop.
Yeah, that is kind of.
I know you are there, huh?
Yeah.
But yeah, I got a bunch of Cyber Monday stuff going on, but I got a lot of the variant wall. Most of this variant wall will be online. If it's comic books, it's free standard rate shipping. Funko Pops, it's if you buy a certain amount, it's free. So I'll have all those deals worked into the website over the weekend before Monday. But keep an eye on it.
There you go. All right, guys. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, William. Thank you, Brad. And, of course, thank you, Chris. And thank you, Paul. And thank you guys for spending some time with us. Always great. And hopefully you guys had a great Thanksgiving. And, yes, our bellies are full and our minds are full as well, I guess you could say. All right, guys. Love you. Talk to you later.